16. Cupid goes rogue. Shielding herself from a morning storm, Agatha accosted Hester in the Nevis lunch line. "Where's Sophie?" "Won't come out of the room." "Missed all our classes," Hester said as a wolf dumped mystery meat into her pail. "Apparently sharing a coffin with Hort robs you of your will to live." When Agatha made it to Puddled Halfway Bridge, her reflection was waiting for her, more glum and gaunt than the last time. "I need to see Sophie," Agatha said, avoiding eye contact with herself. "That's the second time he's looked at you that way." "Huh? Second time who looked at me?" "Ted Ross." "Well, Sophie won't listen to me." "Well, maybe Sophie isn't Tedro's true love, then." "She has to be," Agatha said, suddenly worried. "It can't be someone else. That's how we're getting back home. Who else could it be? Beatrix? Rena? Merely you." Agatha looked up. Her reflection smiled hideously. Agatha's eyes veered back to her wet clumps. "That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. First off, love is something storybooks invented to keep girls busy. Second, I hate Ted Ross. Third, he thinks I'm an evil witch, which given my recent behavior, might be true. Now let me through." Her reflection stopped smiling. "You think we're a witch?" Agatha glowered at herself. "We're making our friend win her true love just so we can take her away from him." Her reflection instantly turned uglier. "Definitely evil," it said, and vanished. The door to room 66 was unlocked. Agatha found Sophie curled under her scorched, tattered covers. "I saw it," Sophie hissed. "I saw him pick you. Here I'm worried about Beatrix, when you're the double-crossing, backstabbing fink." "Look, I don't know why Ted Ross keeps choosing me," Agatha said, squeezing rain from her hair. Sophie's eyes drilled into her. "I want him to choose you, you fool." Agatha yelled. "I want us to go home." Sophie searched her face for a long moment. With a sigh, she turned to the window. "You don't know what it was like. I still smell him everywhere. He's in my nose, Agatha. They've given him his own room until the stench goes away. But who's to say where skunk ends and Hort begins?" Shuddering, Sophie turned back. "I did everything you said, Aggie. I focused on all the things I love about Ted Ross, his skin, his eyes, his cheekbones." "Sophie, that's his looks. Ted Ross won't feel a connection if you just like him because he's handsome. How is that different from every other girl?" Sophie frowned. "I didn't want to think about his crown or his fortune. That's shallow. Think about who he is. His personality. His values. What he's like deep down." "Excuse me, I know how to make a boy love me," Sophie huffed, shooing her out. "Just stop ruining things and let me do things my way." Apparently Sophie's way was to humiliate herself as much as possible. During lunch the next day, she sidled up to Ted Ross in the Evers line, only to have his boys crowd her, chomping blue mint leaves. Then she tried to get the prince alone in Surviving Fairy Tales, but Beatrix stuck to him like glue, taking every opportunity to remind him he picked her coffin. "Ted Ross, can I talk to you?" Sophie blurted finally. "Why would he talk to you?" Beatrix said. "Because we're friends, you buzzing gnat." "Friends?" Ted Ross flared. "I've seen how you treat your friends. Use them. Betray them. Call them fat. Call them liars. Appreciate the offer. I'll pass. Attacking. Betraying. Lying. Sounds like one of our Nevis is using her rules." Yuba beamed. Sophie was so despondent she even ate a piece of Dot's chocolate. "We'll find you a love spell somehow," said Dot. "Thanks, Dot," Sophie sobbed, mouth full. "This is amazing. Rat droppings. Makes the best fudge." Sophie gagged. Who'd you call fat, by the way? Dot asked. Things got worse. For a week-long challenge in henchman training and animal communication, students of both schools had to tote assigned creature sidekicks everywhere they went. At first, both schools exploded into chaos, with trolls tossing Nevis out windows, stampeding satyrs stealing lunch baskets, baby dragons setting desks on fire, and animals christening the good halls with mountains of dung. It's a tradition. An attempt at school unity, Professor Dovey said to her Evis, clothespin on her nose. However misguided and poorly organized. Castor scowled at Nevis flitting about the belfry, under siege by their henchmen. Once you get your heads out of your behinds, you'll realize who's master. And indeed, after 3 days, Hester had her baby ogre potty trained and spitballing Evis at lunch, Tedros had his wolfhound swaggering behind him, Anadil's python befriended her rats, and Beatrix's fluffy white bunny inspired such love she named it Teddy. Tedros kicked it every time he saw it. Even Agatha managed to teach her plucky ostrich how to steal candy without teachers noticing. Sophie, however, found herself with a chubby cupid named Grim, with bushy black hair, pug nose, pink wings, and eyes that changed colors depending on his moods. She knew his name was Grim because he wrote it all over room 66 in her favorite lipstick the first day. On day 2, he saw Agatha for the first time at lunch and his eyes went from green to red. Then on day 3, while Yuba taught uses of wells, he started shooting arrows at Agatha, who leapt behind the forest well just in time. "Call that thing off!" Tedros yelled as he deflected Grim's arrows into the well with his training sword. "Grim! She's my friend!" Sophie shouted. Grim guiltily put his arrows away. On day 4, he spent all of Sophie's classes grinding his teeth in the corner and clawing at the walls. Lady Lesso gave him a curious stare. "You know, by looking at him you'd think." She gazed at Sophie, then brushed the thought away. "Never mind. Just give him a little milk and he'll be more amenable." The milk worked on day 5. On day 6, Grim started shooting at Agatha again. Sophie tried everything she could to pacify him. She sang lullabies, gave him Dot's best fudge, even let him have her bed while she took the floor, but this time nothing would stop him. "What do I do?" Sophie cried to Lady Lesso after class. "Some henchmen go rogue," Lady Lesso sighed. "It's a hazard of villainy. But usually it's because..." "Because what?" "Oh, I'm sure he'll calm down. They always do." But by day 7, Grim started flying after Agatha during lunch, evading the grasps of students and wolves, until Hester's demon finally subdued him. Agatha glared at Sophie from behind a tree. "Maybe you remind him of someone?" Sophie whimpered. But even Hester's demon couldn't control Grim for long, and the next day his arrows came tipped with fire. After one of these singed her ear, Agatha finally had enough. Remembering Yuba's last lesson, she lured the rogue Cupid into the blue forest during lunch and hid in the deep stone well. When Grim giddily dove down the dark shaft to find her, she clubbed him with her clump and knocked him out cold. "I thought he'd kill you," Sophie wept after they sealed the well with a boulder. "I can take care of myself," Agatha said. "Look, the ball is less than 2 months away and things with Tedros are getting worse. We have to try a new, he's my prince," Sophie stiffened. "And I'll handle him myself." Agatha didn't bother arguing. When Sophie was ready, she'd listen. While both schools went off with Castor and Uma to free their henchmen back to the Blue Forest, Sophie stole away to the Library of Vice. It took all of her will not to run out the moment she came in. Perched atop Vice's top floor, the Library of Vice was like a normal library, only after a flood, fire, and tornado had swept through. Its rusty iron bookshelves were skewed at odd angles, with thousands of fallen books all over the floor. The walls were furry green with mold, the brown carpet was moist and sticky, and the room smelled like a mix of smoke and sour milk. Behind a desk in the corner was a gelatinous toad, puffing a cigar and stamping books one after one before tossing them on the floor. Subject of interest, he burped. Love spells, Sophie said, trying not to breathe. The toad nodded to a dank shelf in the corner. There were only 3 books left on it. Thorns, Not Roses, Why Love is a Curse by Baron Drackle, A Nevis Guide to Ending True Love by Dr. Walter Bartoli, Foolproof Love Spells and Potions by Glinda Gooch. Sophie threw open the third, ran down its list of spells until she found spell 53, the True Love Heart Hex. She ripped out the page and fled before she fainted from the stench. Hester, and Annadil hunched over it during lunch. Once a boy is under this spell, he will instantly fall in love with you and do whatever you ask, Annadil read. Works particularly well with eliciting proposals of marriage and invitations to balls. All you have to do is mix the prescribed potion into a bullet and shoot it at your true love's heart. Sophie read excitedly. It won't work, Hester crabbed. You're just mad because I found it. Hester snatched a heap of letters from her bag. Dear Hester, I don't know of any love spells that work. Dear Hester, love spells are notoriously dodgy. Dear Hester, love spells are dangerous. Use a bad spell and you can warp someone permanently. It's foolproof. Said. Says who? Glinda Gooch. I say it's worth a try if it means we don't have to talk about balls and kisses anymore, Annadil said, red eyes studying the recipe. Bat heart, lodestones, cat bone. These are all standard ingredients. Oh. We need a drop of Tedros scent. How are we going to get that? Said. If a never even gets near an ever, the wolves are on us. We need an ever to do it. Agatha plopped down in a heap of pink. What did I miss? Sophie only got 5 words out. No. No spells. No hexes. No tricks. Agatha scolded. It has to be true love. But look. Sophie held up the page and its painting of a prince and princess kissing at a ball. The caption, only authentic substitute for true love. Agatha crumpled the page and dumped it in Sophie's pail. I don't want to hear about it again. Sophie spent the rest of lunch picking at her loaf of cheese. 2 days later, Hester felt a jab in the middle of the night. She stirred to see Sophie standing over her bed, sniffing a blue tie with a gold T. Smells like heaven. I'm sure there's enough here. For a moment, Hester looked confused. Then her cheeks swelled, ready to detonate. What about a villain's choir? Sophie said. I think that'll be my second proposal as captain. Hester stayed up all night mixing the ingredients. Using her mother's old crockery, she blended them into a frothy pink potion, distilled the love potion into shimmering gas, and poured the gas into a heart-shaped bullet over the fireplace. Just hope he doesn't die, Hester growled, handing it over. Sophie practiced her aim for 2 days before she knew she was ready. She waited until surviving fairy tales, when Yeoh and the group were climbing trees to study forest flora. When Tedros reached for a blue hornbeam branch, she saw her chance and drew the bullet into her slingshot. You're mine, Sophie whispered. The pink heart shot off the sling and flew straight for the silver swan on Tedros' heart, only to turn crimson, ricochet off him like rubber, and smash back into her with a violent, alien scream. The whole group spun in shock. Sophie's black robes were splashed with a giant, bloody letter F. For failing to abide by the rules. Yeoh glowered from a tree. No spells until after the unlocking. Beatrix picked the broken heart bullet off the ground. A love spell. You tried a love spell on Tedros. The class burst into howls. Sophie turned to Tedros, who couldn't have looked more enraged. Next to him, Agatha had the same expression. Sophie covered her face and fled, sobs echoing. Through the forest. Every year, a rascal tries something. But even the sorriest rascal knows there's no shortcuts to love, Yeoh said. We'll start with proper spells next week, I assure you. But for now, on to ferns. How can we tell if a fern is actually a never in disguise? Agatha didn't follow the group to the fern field. Slouched against an oak, she gazed at the heart-shaped pieces in the grass, just as shattered as her dreams of home. Hester came back from supper to find Sophie sprawled on her bed, a puddle of tears. Sophie looked up, the red F on her robes even brighter now. It won't come off. I tried everything. Hester dumped her school bag on the floor. We're practicing our talents in the common room. Feel free to join. She opened the door and paused. I warned you. Sophie jumped at the slam. All night she couldn't sleep, dreading the thought of wearing the F to lunch the next day. Finally she managed to doze off and woke to find the sun up and all her roommates gone to breakfast. Agatha was sitting on the edge of her bed, picking dead leaves out of her pink dress. A wolf saw me this time. But I lost him in the tunnel. She glanced up at a gilded mirror on a wall. Looks nice in here. Thank you for bringing it, Sophie rasped. My room's happier without it. Tense silence. I'm sorry, Agatha. Sophie, I'm on your side. We have to work together if we want to get out of here alive. The spell was our only hope, Sophie said softly. Sophie, we can't give up. We have to get home. Sophie stared into the mirror, eyes welling. What happened to me, Agatha? You want the ball without winning your prince. You want your kiss without doing the work. Look, I had to clean plates after supper all week, so I read while doing it. Agatha pulled a book from her dress, Winning Your Prince by Emma Anemone, and started flipping to dogged pages. According to this, winning true love is the ultimate challenge. In every fairy tale, it might seem like love at first sight, but there's always skill behind it. But I already, shut up and listen. It comes down to 3 things. 3 things a girl has to do to win her fairy tale prince. First, you need to flaunt your strengths. Second, you need to speak through actions, not words. And third, you need to parade competing suitors. If you just do these 3 things and do them well, we stand a. Sophie raised her hand. What? I can't flaunt anything in this potato sack, can't act with that she-devil in my face, and have no competing suitors except a boy who looks and smells like a rat. Look at me, Agatha. I have an F on my chest, my hair looks like a boy's, I have bags under my eyes, my lips are dry, and yesterday I found a blackhead on my nose. And how are you going to change that? Agatha snapped. Sophie bowed her head. The ugly letter cast shadows on her hands. Tell me what to do, Aggie. I'm listening. Show him who you are, Agatha said, softening. She gazed deep into her friend's eyes. Show him the real Sophie. Sophie saw the faith burning bright in Agatha's smile. Then, turning to the mirror, she managed a sly smile of her own, a smile that matched one of a grim little Cupid, trapped deep in darkness, waiting patiently to be let out. 17. The Empress's New Clothes. News of Sophie's failed love spell swept across both schools, and by mid-morning everyone waited with bated breath to get a glimpse of her scarlet F. But when Sophie skipped all her morning classes, it was clear she was too ashamed to show her face. You should have heard the things Tedros called her, Beatrix said to Evergirls at lunch. Sitting in a heap of autumn leaves, Agatha tuned her out and looked over at Tedros and the Everboys playing rugby, silver swans glimmering on blue knit sweaters. Across the clearing, Nevis shunned group activities and sat mostly by themselves. Hester glanced up from spells for suffering and read Agatha's eyes with a shrug, as if Sophie's whereabouts were the least of her concerns. Now, Teddykins, it's not her fault, Beatrix blathered loudly. The poor girl thinks she's one of us. We should feel sorry for someone so paid, her eyes bulged. Agatha saw why. Sophie sashayed into the clearing, dumpy black sack refashioned into a strapless bodice dress, F shimmering over her chest with devil-red sequins. She'd cut her blonde hair even shorter and slicked it down in a shiny bob. Her face was painted geisha white, her eyelids pink, her lips vermilion, and her glass shoes had not only been repaired but heeled even taller, which together with the extremely short dress, showed off long, creamy legs. From the shadows she swanned into sun, and light exploded off her glitter-dusted skin, bathing her in heavenly glow. Sophie strutted past Hester, who dropped her book, past Everboys, who dropped their ball, and glided right up to Hort. "Let's do lunch," she said, sweeping him away like a hostage. Across the field, Tedros' sword fell out of its sheath. He saw Beatrix glaring and put it back. During Surviving Fairy Tales, Sophie ignored Yuba's lecture on leaving useful trails and spent the entire class cozying up to Hort and filling her never pail with roots and herbs from the Blue Forest. "What are you doing?" hissed Agatha. "Can you believe it, Aggie darling? They have beetroot, willow bark, lemonwood, and everything else I need to make my old potions and creams. Soon I'll be back to my real self." This wasn't the real Sophie I had in mind. "Excuse me. I'm just following your rules. Flaunt my assets, which are many, as you can see. Speak through actions. Have I said a word to Tedros?" "No. Haven't. And lest we forget, parade competing suitors. Do you know what it takes to survive lunch with Hort? To nuzzle that rodent every time I see Tedros looking. Eucalyptus, Agatha. I numb my nose with eucalyptus. But in the end, you were right. Listen, you missin', You reminded me what's important." Sophie nodded to Tedros and Everboys ogling her. Across the thicket. "It doesn't matter if you're a never, ever, or whatever. In the end, the fairest of them all wins." She glossed her lips and gave them a smack. "You'll see. He'll ask me to the ball before the week's up and you'll get your precious kiss. So no more negativity, darling, it gives me a headache. Now, where's that worthless Hort? I told him to stay by me at all times." She swept away, leaving Agatha speechless. In the school for evil, never sulked through supper, knowing they had a full night of studying ahead. With spell-casting set to begin, the teachers' tests were based less on talent now and more in tedious recall. For the next day alone, they had to memorize 80 murder schemes for Lady Lesso's first challenge, giant commands for henchmen, and the flower-ground map for Sade's geography exam. How will he correct them? Hester groused. He can't even see. At curfew, Hester, Dot, and Anadil trudged back from the common room, piled high with books, only to find their room turned into a laboratory. Dozens of brilliant-colored potions bubbled over open flames, vials of creams, soaps, and dyes littered the shelves, a mess of dried leaves, herbs, flowers blanketed the 3 beds, and in the center of it all sat Sophie, buried under sequins, ribbons, and fabric, testing new concoctions on patches of skin. "My God, she is a witch," Anadil gasped. Sophie held up the recipe book for good looks. "I stole it from an Ever at lunch." "Shouldn't you be studying for challenges?" Dot asked. "Beauty is a full-time job," sighed Sophie, lathering herself in a bright green balm. "And you wonder why Evers are slow," Hester said. "Sophie is back, darlings. And she's just getting started," Sophie mooned. "Love is my challenge now." And indeed, though Sophie placed near the bottom in all 3 challenges the next day, she placed first in attention, arriving to lunch with her black uniform remolded into a dazzling slip-back toga dress, sashed with blue orchids. Her heels were a full inch taller, her face shimmering bronze, her eyeshadow provocative periwinkle, her lips delicious crimson, and the glittering F on the front of her dress was now complemented by sequins on the back that read, "Is for fabulous." "That can't be allowed," Beatrix whined to drooling boys. But she was wearing her uniform, Sophie insisted to teachers, while usually fierce wolves looked just as awed as the boys. Swore one even winked at Sophie when it filled her lunch pail. She's making a mockery of villainy. Hester fumed, black eyes flaying Sophie across the clearing. They should lock her in the doom room permanently. Beasts still missing, Anadil yawned. Whatever spooked him must have been pretty bad. The next day, Sophie flunked all her challenges again and yet somehow avoided failing out of school. Though she was clearly the worst, each time she saw a 19 pop up instead of a 20. I'm just too lovable to fail, she preened to mystified classmates. During forest groups, Sophie ignored Yuba's lecture on scarecrow survival and scribbled busily in her notebook, while Agatha glowered at her black baby doll dress, pink lollipop, and sequins spelling F is for fun. Name something else that starts with F, Sophie whispered. I'm trying to listen and so should you, since we'll be here forever. F is for forever. A bit heady. How about flirty? Or fetching? Or futile? He hasn't even talked to you yet. F is for faith, Sophie said. Which I thought you had in me. Agatha grumbled to herself the rest of class. But Sophie almost made her a believer when she arrived the next day in a bella-bearing black halter, poofed miniskirt, spiky pixie hairdo, and heels dyed hot pink. The Everboys spent lunch goggling at her between slobbery bites of beef. And yet, even though Sophie could see Tedros sneak peeks at her legs, grit his teeth each time she passed, and sweat when she got too close, he still didn't talk to her. It's not enough, Agatha said, accosting her after Yuba's class. You need better assets. Sophie looked down at herself. I think my assets are quite sufficient. Deeper assets, you idiot. Something inside. Like compassion or charity or kindness. Sophie blinked. Sometimes you make wonderful sense, Aggie. He needs to see how good I truly am. She sees reason, Agatha exhaled. Now hurry. If he asks someone else to the ball, we'll never get home. Agatha proposed that Sophie sneak Tedros love limericks filled with clever rhymes or leave him secret presents that revealed depth and thought, tried and true strategies both outlined in Winning Your Prince. Sophie listened, nodding to all of this, so when Agatha arrived at lunch the next day, she expected to read a first draft of a verse or inspect a handmade gift. Instead, she arrived to find a group of 20 Nevergirls crowded in a corner of the clearing. What's going on over there? Agatha asked Hester and Anadil, both studying in tree shade. She said it was your idea, Hester sneered, eyes on her book. Bad idea, Anadil said. So bad we don't want to talk to you. Confused, Agatha turned to the gathering. A familiar voice rang from its center, fabulous, darlings. But just a little less cream. Agatha's chest tightened. She forced her way through the swarm of nevers until she stumbled into the center and almost died from shock. Sophie sat on a tree stump, a painted wooden sign hanging from a branch above her. All around her, Nevergirls were squeezing sticky red beetroot cream onto their pimples and warts. Now remember, girls. Just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can't be presentable, Sophie preached. I'm bringing my roommates tomorrow, Arashan whispered to green-skinned Mona. Agatha gaped, flabbergasted. Then she saw someone sneaking away. Dot turned meekly, smothered in red cream. Oh. Hello. I was just, I thought I should check up on, to see if, in case, she looked at her feet. Don't tell Hester. Agatha had no idea what any of this had to do with winning Tedros' love. But when she tried to corner Sophie after, 3 Nevergirls shoved in front of her to ask Sophie about picking the best beats. Agatha didn't get a chance in forest groups either, because Yuba separated the Evers and Nevers. You must get used to seeing each other as the enemy. The first trial by tale is in 3 weeks, the gnome said. Now for the trial, you'll need a few basic spells. There is no one way to do magic, of course. Some spells require visualization, some incantations, others hand flicks, foot taps, magic wands, numeric codes, or even partners. Yet there is one rule common to all spells. From his pocket, he pulled a shiny silver key, the bit shaped like a swan. Evis, right hands, please. Baffled Evis looked at each other, and held out their hands. You first. Agatha frowned as he grabbed her hand, then her second finger. Wait, what are you going to? Yeoh magically plunged his swan key into Agatha's fingertip. The skin went see-through and the swan sank past tissue, veins, blood, and attached to her bone. The gnome turned the bow and her bone painlessly rotated a full circle. Her fingertip glowed bright orange for just a moment, then dulled as Yeoh withdrew the key. Bewildered, Agatha stared at her finger as Yeoh unlocked the rest of the Evis, then the Nevis, including Sophie, who barely glanced up from scribbling in her notebook. Magic follows feeling. That is our only rule, said the gnome when he was finished. When your finger glows, it means you have summoned enough emotion, enough purpose to perform a spell. You can only do magic when you have deep need and want. Students squinted at their fingers, feeling, coaxing with all their might, and soon fingertips started to flicker, each person's a unique color. But like a magic wand, finger glow is just a training wheel. Yeoh warned. In the woods. You will look like a nincompoop if you light up every time you cast a spell. We will relock your glow once you show control. He grimaced at Hort, uselessly thrusting his finger at rocks, trying to make something happen. If ever. The gnome turned back to the group. In the first year, you'll learn only 3 types of spells: water control, weather manipulation, and mogrification, both plant and animal. Today we'll begin with the last, he said to excited twitters. A simple visualization spell but highly effective for escaping enemies. Now, since your clothes won't fit after you mogrify, it's easier if you're not wearing any. The students stopped tittering. But I suppose we'll do, Yeoh said. Who wants to go first? Everyone raised their hand except 2. Agatha, who was praying now more than ever that Sophie had a plan to get home. And Sophie, who was too busy writing her next lecture, bath is not a 4-letter word, to care about any of this. By the 3rd day on her stump, Sophie had 30 freshly bathed Nevergirls attend Just Say No to Drab. Now Professor Manley says a never must be ugly. That ugly means uniqueness, power, freedom. So here's my question to Professor Manley. How do you expect us to feel unique, empowered, or free in this? She roared, waving the dumpy black robes like an enemy flag. The cheer was so loud that across the clearing, Beatrix's pen slipped and ruined her ball gown sketch. It's that mentally ill Sophie, Beatrix snapped. Still looking for a ball date, is she? Murmured Tedros, aiming his next horseshoe throw. Worse. Now she's trying to convince the Nevis they're not losers. Tedros missed his shot in surprise. Agatha didn't even try to see Sophie after lunch, with Nevergirls mobbing her for style advice. She didn't try the next day, either, when an impromptu shoe burning erupted after Sophie's lecture on abandon all ye clumps, and wolves ran around whipping students back to the tower. And she certainly didn't try the next, when every Nevergirl showed up for Sophie's talk on fitness for the unfit, except Hester and Anadil, who cornered Agatha after lunch. This idea keeps getting more rotten, Anadil said. So rotten we're not your friends anymore. Boys, balls, kisses, all your problem now, Hester snarled, demon twitching on her neck. As long as it doesn't mess with me winning captain, I could give a hog's behind what you 2 do. Got it? The next day, Agatha hid in the tunnel of trees, waited for the sound of high heels on dead leaves, and tackled Sophie in a flying leap. What is it today? Cuticle creams. Teeth whiteners. More abdominal exercises. If you want to talk to me, you can wait in line with everyone else. Sophie yelled. Malevolent makeovers, black is the new black, yoga for villains. Do you want to die here? You said show him something deeper. Isn't this compassion? Isn't this kindness and wisdom? I'm helping those who can't help themselves. Excuse me, Saint Teresa, but the goal here is Tedros. How is this accomplishing anything? Accomplishment. Such a vague word. But I'd consider that an accomplishment, wouldn't you? Agatha followed Sophie's look out the tunnel. The crowd in front of her stump was 100 nevers deep. Only there was one hovering in back who didn't look like the rest. A golden-haired boy in a blue rugby sweater. Agatha released Sophie in shock. You should come, Sophie called as she flounced out of the tunnel. Today's about dry, damaged hair. In front of the stump, Arashan's one eye glowered at Tedros. Why is Prince Prettyface here? Yeah, back to your side, Everboy, Mona sniped, pelting him with tree mold. More Never girls started to heckle him and Tedros shrank back anxiously. He wasn't used to being unpopular. But just as he was booed away, we welcome everyone, Sophie admonished as she swept to her stump. Tedros came back every day that week. He told his mates he just wanted to see what Sophie was wearing, but there was more to it. With each new day, he watched her teach misshapen villains how to straighten their hunches, hold eye contact, and enunciate their words. He watched Never boys skeptically skulk on the fringes at first, only to soon badger Sophie for advice on sleeping better, masking body odor, and managing their tempers. At first the wolves yawned through these assemblies, but Tedros could see them listening as more and more nevers showed up for Sophie's lectures. Soon the villains began to debate her prescriptions at supper and over dreggy tea in common rooms. They started to sit together at lunch, defend each other in class, and stopped making jokes about their losing streak. For the first time in 200 years, evil had hope. All because of one girl. By the end of the week, Tedros had a seat in the front row. It's working. I can't believe it. Agatha gushed as she walked Sophie to the tunnel of trees. He might say he loves you. He might kiss you this week. We're going home. What's tomorrow's topic? Eating your words, Sophie said, swishing ahead. At lunch the next day, Agatha stood in line for a basket of artichoke and olive tartines. Dreaming about the hero's welcome she and Sophie would get when they returned home. Gavalden would erect statues of them in the square, fete them in sermons, stage a musical about their lives, and teach schoolchildren about the two girls who saved them from the curse. Her mother would have 1,000 new patients, reap a fresh trout every day, and she would have her pictures in the town scroll, and anyone who had ever dared to mock her would now grovel at her. What a joke. Agatha turned to Beatrix, who was watching nevers throng around Sophie in a revealing black sari and sharp-heeled fur booties for her lecture on how to be the best at everything, like me. As if she's the best, Beatrix snorted. I think she's the best never I've ever seen, a voice said behind her. Beatrix whirled to Tedros. Is she now, Teddy? And I think it's all a big fairy tale. Tedros followed her eyes to the ranking boards, smoldering in soft sunlight on the blue forest. Gates. On the nevers board, Sophie's name hung off the bottom, pecked to holes by robins. Number 120 out of 120. The Empress's new clothes, to be precise, Beatrix said, and strutted away. Tedros didn't go to see Sophie that day. Word spread that he found it sad to watch nevers pin their hopes on the worst girl in school. The next day, Sophie showed up to a deserted stump. The wooden sign had been defaced. I told you to pay attention. Agatha shouted as they waited in pouring rain after Yuba's class for wolves to open the gates. Between sewing new outfits, brewing new makeup, preparing new lectures, I can't worry about class. Sophie sobbed under a black parasol. I have my fans to think about. Of which you now have none. Agatha yelled. She could see Hester smirking at her from the Group 6 huddle. 3 bottom ranks and you fail, Sophie. I don't know how you've survived this long. They don't let me fail. No matter how bad I am. Why do you think I stopped studying? Agatha tried to make sense of this, but couldn't focus with her fingertip burning. Ever since Yuba unlocked it, it glowed whenever she was angry, as if raring to do a spell. But how did you get all those high ranks before? She said, hiding her hand in her pocket. That was before they made us read. I mean, do I look like I care how to poison a comb, how to pluck toad eyes, or how to say may I cross your bridge in troll? Here I am trying to improve these villains and you want me to memorize the recipe for children noodle soup? Agatha, did you know that to boil a child you have to wrap them in parchment first? Otherwise they won't be properly cooked and might wake up in your pot. Is that what you want me to learn? How to hurt and kill? How to be a witch? Listen, you need to win back respect through intentional evil. No. Shan't. Then we're doomed, Agatha snapped. Sophie exhaled angrily and turned away. Suddenly her expression changed. What in the? She gawked at the Evers ranking board, tacked to the gates. 1. Tedros of Camelot 2. Beatrix of Jaunt Jolie 3. Rena of Pasha Dunes 4. Agatha of Woods Beyond. 71 points, 84 points, 88 points, 96 points. But you. Sophie cried. And I do my homework. Agatha barked. I don't want to learn dove calls or practice fainting or sew handkerchiefs, but I'll do whatever it takes to get us home. But Sophie wasn't listening. A naughty grin spread across her face. Agatha crossed her arms. No way. First of all, teachers will catch us. You'll love my curses homework, it's all about tricking princes, and you hate boys. Second, your roommates will tell on you, and you'll love my uglification homework. We're learning to scare children, and you hate children. If Tedros finds out, we're dead, and look at your finger. It glows when you're upset. I can't do that. It's a fluke. Look, it's even brighter now. You're born to be a vil, Agatha stomped. We're not cheating. Sophie fell silent. Wolves unlocked the blue forest gates and students surged into the tunnels. Neither Sophie nor Agatha moved. My roommates say I'm 100% evil, Sophie said softly. But you know the truth. I don't know how to be evil. Not even 1%. So please don't ask me to go against my own soul, Agatha. I can't. Her voice caught. I just can't. She left Agatha under the umbrella. As Sophie joined the herd, the storm rinsed the sheen out of her hair, the glitter of her skin until Agatha couldn't tell her from the other villains. Guilt flushed through her, burning her finger bright as the sun. She hadn't told Sophie the truth. She had the same idea to do Sophie's evil work and squashed it. Not because she was afraid she'd get caught. She was afraid she might like it. All 100%. That night, Sophie had nightmares. Tedros kissing goblins, Agatha crawling from a well with cupid wings, Hester's demon chasing her through sewers, until the beast rose out of dark water, bloody hands snatching, and Sophie lunged past him and locked herself in the doom room. Only there was a new torture awaiting. Her father in a wolf mask. Sophie jolted awake. Her roommates were fast asleep. She sighed, nestled into her pillow and bolted back up. There was a cockroach on her nose. She started to scream, "It's me," the roach hissed. Sophie closed her eyes. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." She opened them. It was still there. "What's my favorite muffin?" she wheezed. "Flourless blueberry bran," the roach spat. "Any more stupid questions?" Sophie picked the bug off her nose. It had the same bulging eyes and sunken cheeks. "How in the world, mogrification? We've been learning it for 2 weeks. Meet me in the common room." Agatha the cockroach glared back as she skittered for the door. And bring your books. 18. The Roach and the Fox. Suppose mine glows green or brown or something? Sophie yawned, scratching her legs. Everything in the Malice common room was made of burlap, the floors, the furniture, the curtains, like some barbarous itch chamber. I'm not doing it if it clashes with my clothes. Just focus on an emotion, barked the roach on her shoulder. Like anger. Try anger. Sophie closed her eyes. Is it glowing? No. What are you thinking about? The food here. Real anger, you oaf. Magic comes from real feelings. Sophie's face scrunched with effort. Deeper. Nothing's happening. Sophie's face darkened and her fingertip flickered hot pink. That's it. You're doing it. Agatha hopped excitedly. What are you thinking about? How infuriating your voice is, Sophie said, opening her eyes. Should I think about you every time? For the next week, the Malice common room turned into a cockroach's night school. The Mogrify spell only lasted 3 hours, so Agatha worked Sophie like a slave, driving her to make her finger glow stronger, to fog a room and flood a floor, to tell a sleeping willow from a weeping willow, and to even say a few words of giant. Sophie's ranks immediately improved, but by the 4th day, the long nights had taken their toll. My skin looks grey, Sophie croaked. And you're still rank 68, so pay attention, berated the roach on her book, swan crest glistening on abdomen. The wood's white plague began when Rumpelstiltskin stamped so hard the ground cracked. What made you change your mind? About helping me. And from the ground, a million poisonous bugs crawled out and infested the woods, sickening scores of Nevis and Evers, Agatha said, ignoring her. They even had to close this school, since the bugs were highly contagious. Sophie flopped back on the couch. How do you know all this? Because while you stare in mirrors, I read poisons and plagues. Sophie sighed. So they closed the school for bugs. Then what happened? This is where you've been sneaking to. Sophie swiveled to Hester at the door in black pajamas, flanked by Annadil and Dot. Homework, Sophie yawned, holding up her book. Need light. Since when do you care about homework? Said Hester, looking greasier than ever. Thought beauty was a full-time job, mimicked Annadil. Rooming with you is such inspiration, Sophie said, smiling. Makes me want to be the best villain I can be. Hester eyed her for a long moment. With a growl, she turned and led the others out. Sophie exhaled, blowing Agatha off the couch. She's up to something, they heard Hester snarl. Or she's changed, piped Dot, waddling behind. Roach on her book and she didn't even notice. By the 6th night of schooling, Sophie had risen to number 55. But each new day, she looked more like a zombie, skin sickly white, eyes glassy and bruised. Instead of a fancy new frock or hat, now she loped around with dirty hair and a wrinkled dress, trailing study notes all over the tower like breadcrumbs. Maybe you should get some sleep, Tedros mumbled to her during Yuba's lesson on insect cuisine. Too busy trying not to be the worst girl in school, Sophie said as she took notes. Insects are often available when mealworms are not, Yuba said, holding up a live cockroach. Look, you can't expect anyone to listen to you when you're ranked lower than Hort, Tedros whispered. When I'm number 1, you'll ask me to forgive you. You get to number 1 and I'll ask you anything you want, he snorted. Sophie turned to him. I'll hold you to that. If you're still awake. First remove the inedible bits, Yuba said, and tore off the roach's head. Agatha shuddered and hid behind a pine shrub the rest of the lesson. But that night, she almost jumped from her thorax when Sophie told her what happened with Tedros. Everboys always keep their promises, she said, bouncing on knobby roach legs. It's the Prince Code of chivalry. Now you just have to get to number 1 and he'll ask you to the... Sophie? Sophie answered with a snore. By the 10th day of Cockroach College, Sophie was only at number 40 and the circles under her eyes were so black she looked like a raccoon. By the next, she'd slipped back to number 65 when she napped. During Lesso's test on Nemesis dreams, fell asleep during Henchman, knocking Beazle off the belfry, and lost her voice in special talents for another low rank. Your talent is progressing, Sheba said to Anadil, who managed to make her rats grow a full 5 inches bigger. Then she turned to Sophie. Here I thought you were our great witch hope. By the end of the week, Sophie was the worst villain in school again. I'm sick, Agatha said, coughing into her hand. Professor Dovey didn't look up from her parchment-strewn desk. Ginger tea and 2 slices of grapefruit. Repeat every 2 hours. I tried that, Agatha said, increasing the volume of her coughs. Now is not the time to miss class, Agatha, Professor Dovey said, stacking papers under sparkling pumpkin weights. Less than a month before the ball and I want to make sure our 4th-ranked student is prepared for the most important night of her young life. Do you have an Everboy in mind? Agatha exploded in a paroxysm of hacks. Professor Dovey looked up, alarmed. Feels like plague, Agatha wheezed. Professor Dovey went white. Quarantined in her room, Agatha the Roach now accompanied Sophie to all her classes. Tucked behind Sophie's ear, she whispered the first sign of a Nemesis dream, answer, tasting blood, steered Frost Giant negotiations during Henchmen, and told Sophie which scarecrows were good or evil in Yuba's Forest Challenge. On the second day, she helped Sophie lose a tooth. In uglification, match monsters during Shadeus exam, Lorkies, sweet talkers, harpies, child eaters, and determine which of Yuba's beanstalks was poisonous, which was edible, and which was Dot in disguise. There were hairy moments, of course. She almost ended up on the bottom of Hester's clump, barely survived a hovering bat, and nearly turned back into herself in special talents before finding a broom closet just in time. By the 3rd day, Agatha hardly glanced at her good homework and spent all her free time learning evil spells. Where her classmates struggled to make fingers flicker, she could keep hers glowing by thinking about things that made her angry: school, mirrors, boys. Then it was a matter of following a spell's precise recipe, and just like that, she could do magic. Simple stuff, nothing more than playing with water and weather, but still real magic. She would have been paralyzed by the incredibility, the impossibility, except that it came so naturally. Where the others couldn't summon a drizzle, Agatha conjured thunderclouds in her room and splashed the odious murals off her wall with a squall of lightning and rain. Between sessions, she stole into bathrooms to try out new spells for suffering, the lights out jinx to briefly darken the sky, the sea swell curse to summon a giant wave. Time evaporated when she studied evil, so rife with power and possibility, she could never get bored. While waiting for Pollux to deliver her good homework one night, Agatha whistled while she doodled, "What pray tell is that?" She turned to Pollux in her doorway, head on a hare's body, staring at the drawing. "Oh, me at my wedding. See, there's my prince." She crumpled the page and coughed. "Any homework?" After chastising her for slipping in the ever ranks, explaining every assignment thrice, and berating her to cover her mouth when she coughed, Pollux finally left in a circus of hops and falls. Agatha exhaled. Then how I caught the crumpled doodle of herself flying through flames and she saw what she'd been drawing. Nevermore. Evil paradise. "We have to get home," she mumbled. By the end of the week, Agatha had led Sophie on a magnificent winning streak in all her classes, including Yuba's trial tune UPS. In these one-on-one duels to prepare for the upcoming trial by tale, Sophie beat every person in her group using approved spells, whether stunning Ravan with a lightning bolt, icing Beatrix's lips before she could call for animal help, or liquefying Tedros' training sword. "Someone's been doing their homework," Tedros said, agog. Hidden under Sophie's collar, Agatha blushed with pride. Before it was dumb luck. "This is different," Hester griped to Anadil as they bit into a lunch of charred cow tongues. How is she doing it? Good old-fashioned hard work, Sophie said, swishing by in shimmering makeup, ruby red hair, and a black kimono, sparkling with gems that spelled F is for focused. Hester and Anadil choked on their tongues. By the end of the third week, Sophie was up to number 5 and her lunchtime lectures had resumed due to popular demand. So had her black-robed fashions, bolder and more extravagant than before, in a grand pageant of scalloped plumage, fishnet bodices, faux monkey fur, sequined burqas, leather pantsuits, powdered wigs, and even a chainmail bustier. She's cheating, Beatrix hissed to anyone who would listen. Some rogue fairy godmother or time-turning spell. No one has time to do all this. But Sophie had time to design a satin jumper with matching nun's wimple, a sparkled clamshell dress, and matching shoes for every new look. She had time to beat Hester in the Uglifier Ballroom Challenge, write a report on wolves versus man-wolves, and prepare lunchtime lectures on wicked success, ugly is the new beautiful, building your body. For Sin. She had time to be one-girl fashion show, rabble-rouser, rebel priestess, and still wrestle her way past Anadil to number 2 in the rankings. This time Beatrix couldn't stop Tedros from falling for Sophie. But Tedros tried valiantly to stop himself. She's a never. So what if she's beautiful? Or smart? Or creative and kind and generous? And Tedros took a deep breath. Evers can't like nevers. You're just confused. He felt relieved when Yuba hosted another good or evil challenge. This time the gnome turned all the girls into blue pumpkins and hid them in the forest's voluminous patch. Just find an Ever, Tedros scolded himself. Find an Ever and forget all about her. This one's good. Hort yelled, and flicked a blue shell. Nothing happened. The other boys couldn't tell the difference between pumpkins either and started debating the merits of each. This is not a group assignment. Yuba bellowed. Clinging to Sophie's blue vine, Agatha's roach watched as the boys split up. Tedros headed west towards the turquoise thicket and stopped. Slowly he turned to Sophie's pumpkin. He's coming, Agatha said. How do you know? Sophie whispered. Because that's the way he looked at me. Tedros walked up to a pumpkin. This one. This one's an Ever. Yuba frowned. Look closely first. Tedros ignored him, clasped its blue skin, and in a burst of glitter dust the pumpkin turned into Sophie. A 16 puffed in slimy green smoke over the prince's head and a 1 in black over Sophie's. Only the best evil can disguise as good, Yuba commended, and with a wave of his staff, erased the red F off Sophie's dress once and for all. And as for you, son of Arthur, I suggest you study your rules. Let's hope you don't make such a terrible mistake when it counts. Tedros tried to look ashamed. We can't find any, a voice called. Yuba turned to see all the boys with low ranks smoking over their heads. Should have marked them, he sighed and waddled into the patch, jabbing pumpkins to see if they yelped. With the gnome gone, Tedros let himself smile. How could he tell a teacher he didn't care about rules? Rules that had led him to that god-awful Agatha twice. For the first time, he had found a girl who had everything he wanted. A girl who wasn't a mistake. I'd say you owe me a question, son of Arthur. Tedros turned to find Sophie wearing the same smile. He followed her eyes to the Nevis scoreboard above the forest, where Albemarle had pecked her name at the very top. The next day, she found a note in her lunch pail. Wolves don't like foxes. Blue Brook at midnight. Tea. What does it mean? She whispered to the roach in her palm. It means we go home tonight. Agatha gushed, antennae beating so fast that Sophie dropped her. The roach paced the mildewed burlap of the Malice common room floor, eyeing the clock as it ticked towards midnight. At last she heard the door open and Sophie entered in a seductive black sheath dress, accented with long black gloves, beehived hair, a necklace of delicate pearls, and black-tinted spectacles. Agatha nearly burst her carapace. First, I told you to be on time. Second, I said don't dress up, look at these glasses. Aren't they chic? Saves your eyes from the sun. You know, these Evergirls sneak me all sorts of things like this now, pearls, jewels, makeup to add to my ensembles. At first I thought they were good deeds, and then I realized, no, they just like seeing their things on someone more glamorous and charismatic. Only it's all so cheap. Gives me a rash. Agatha's antennae curled. Just lock the door. Sophie bolted the latch. She heard a crash and spun to see Agatha red-faced, pale body wrapped in a burlap curtain. Must have mistimed it, Agatha spluttered. Sophie looked her up and down. I prefer you as a roach. There has to be a way to get new clothes when you turn back, Agatha grouched, wrapping herself tighter. Then she saw Sophie fondling Tedro's note. Now listen, don't do anything stupid when you meet him tonight. Just get the kiss and my prince came for me, Sophie moaned, sniffing the parchment. And now he's mine forever. All thanks to you, Agatha. She gazed up lovingly and saw her friend's expression. What? You said forever. I meant tonight. He's mine tonight. They were both silent. We'll be heroes when we get back to Gavalden, Sophie, Agatha said softly. You'll have fame and riches and any boy you want. You'll read about Tedros in storybooks for the rest of your life. You'll have the memories that he was once yours. Sophie nodded with a pained smile. And I'll have my graveyard and cat, Agatha mumbled. You'll find love someday, Agatha. Agatha shook her head. You heard what the schoolmaster said, Sophie. A villain like me can't ever find love. He also said we couldn't be friends. Agatha met Sophie's lucid, beautiful eyes. Then she saw the clock and jolted to her feet. Take off your clothes. Take off my what? Hurry. We'll miss him. Excuse me, but I'm sewn into this dress now. A few minutes later, Agatha sat next to Sophie's clothes, head in hands. You have to do it with conviction. I'm naked behind an ugly couch. I can't do anything with conviction, let alone make my finger glow and turn into a rodent. Can't we pick a more appealing animal? You're 5 minutes from losing your kiss. Just picture yourself in its body. How about a lovebird instead? It's more me. Agatha grabbed Sophie's spectacles, bashed them with her clump, and threw them over the couch. Want me to do the same to the pearls? Thump. Did that work? Sophie's voice said. I don't see you, Agatha said, whipping around. For all we know you turned yourself into a newt. I'm right here. Agatha turned and lost her breath. But you're more me, Sophie breathed, a ravishing plush pink fox with sparkly fur, bewitching green eyes, succulent red lips, and a bouncy magenta tail. She clasped the pearl necklace around her neck and admired herself in a shard of broken glass. Will he kiss me, darling? Agatha stared, mesmerized. Sophie watched her in the mirror. You're making me nervous. The wolves won't bother you, Agatha babbled as she unlocked the door. They think foxes carry disease, plus they're colorblind. Just keep your chest to the ground so they don't see the swan. Agatha. What? You'll miss high, will you come with me? Agatha turned. Gently, Sophie curled her tail around her friend's hand. We're a team, she said. Agatha had to remind herself she didn't have time to cry. Sophie the fox pattered quietly through the blue forest, past willow trees shimmering with sleeping fairies and wolf guards who shrank from her as if she were a snake. She skirted sapphire ferns and twisty oaks of the turquoise thicket before slinking to the top of the bridge overlooking a moonlit brook. I don't see him, Sophie whispered to the roach snuggled into her neck's pink fur. His note said he'd be here. Suppose Hester and Anadil played a trick. Who are you talking to? Two blue eyes glowed in darkness across the bridge. Sophie froze. Say something. Agatha hissed in her ear. Sophie couldn't. I talk to myself when I'm nervous, Agatha whispered. I talk to myself when I'm nervous, Sophie said quickly. A navy blue fox stepped out of the shadows, swan twinkling on its puffed chest. I thought only princesses get nervous. Not the best villain in school. Sophie gaped at the fox. It had Tedros' tight muscles and half-cocked grin. Only the best good can disguise as evil, Agatha intervened. Especially when it has loved to fight for. Only the best good can disguise as evil, Sophie said. Especially when it has loved to fight for. So it really was a mistake all along. Tedros said, circling her slowly. Sophie flailed for words. I had to play both sides in order to survive, Agatha rescued. I had to play both sides in order to survive, echoed Sophie. She heard Tedros' steps stop. Now, according to the Prince Code, I have a promise to fulfill. His fur brushed against hers. What would you like me to ask you? Sophie's heart choked her throat. Do you see who I am now? Agatha said. Do you see who I am now? Sophie breathed. Tedros was quiet. He lifted her chin with his warm paw. You do know this will throw both schools into upheaval. Sophie gazed into his eyes, hypnotized. I do, whispered the roach. I do, said the fox. You do know no one will accept you as my princess, said Tedros. I do. I do. You do know you will spend the rest of your life trying to prove you're good? I do, said Agatha. I do, said Sophie. Tedros moved closer and their chests touched. And you do know I'm going to kiss you now? Both girls gasped at the same time. As iridescent brook water lit up the fox's blue and pink faces, Agatha closed her eyes and said goodbye to this world of nightmares. Sophie closed her eyes too and felt Tedros' warm, sweet breath as his tender mouth grazed her lips. But we should wait, Sophie said, pulling away. Agatha's bug eyes flashed open. Sure. Course. Obviously, Tedros stammered. I'll walk you to your tunnel. As they walked back in silence, Sophie's pink tail curled around his. Tedros looked at her and surrendered a smile. Agatha watched all this, swelling red. And when the prince finally vanished into his tunnel, she vaulted onto Sophie's nose. What are you doing? Sophie didn't answer. Why didn't you kiss him? Sophie said nothing. Agatha dug her pincers into Sophie's nose. You need to run after him. Go now. We can't get home unless you kiss. Sophie brushed Agatha off her face and disappeared into the dark tunnel. Writhing in dead leaves, Agatha finally understood. There was no kiss because there would never be a kiss. Sophie had no intention of them going home. Ever. 19. I Have a Prince. The faculty of the School for Good and Evil had seen many things over the years. They had seen students pathetic in the first year and richer than kings. They had seen class captains flame out by the third year and end as pigeons or wasps. They had seen pranks, protests, and raids, kisses, vows, and impromptu love songs. But they had never ever seen an ever and a never hold hands in the lunch line. Are you sure I won't get in trouble? Said Sophie, noticing them glaring from balconies. If you're good enough for me, you're good enough for a basket, said Tedros, pulling her forward. I suppose they should get used to it, Sophie sighed. I don't want any trouble at the ball. Tedros' hand stiffened on hers. Sophie turned bright red. Oh. After last night, I just assumed. The Everboys took an oath we wouldn't propose before the Circus of Talents, Tedros said, tugging at his collar. Espada said it's tradition to wait until the circus crowning, the night before the ball. The night before. Sophie choked. But how do we match colors and plan our entrance, and this is why we make the oath. Tedros took his wicker basket of lamb sandwiches, saffron couscous, and almond mousse from a green-haired nymph. And one for the lady as well. The nymph ignored Sophie and held out a basket to the next ever. Tedros seized the handle. I said one for the lady. The nymph tightened its grip on the basket. Lamb is hard to digest anyway, Sophie fretted, but the prince held on until the nymph surrendered the basket with a grunt. Tedros handed it to Sophie. Like you said, they better get used to it. Her eyes widened. You'll take me. You're so beautiful when you want something. Sophie touched him. Promise me, she said, breathless. Promise me you'll take me to the ball. Tedros looked down at her soft hands, holding the laces of his shirt. All right, he exhaled finally. I promise. But tell anyone and I'll put a snake in your corsage. With a squeal, Sophie threw herself into his arms. She could plan her gown after all. With that, the number one ever and number one never, storybook enemies in body and soul, sat hand in hand under a towering oak. Tedros suddenly noticed all the Evers glaring at him, stunned by his disloyalty. Sophie saw Nevis, who she had preached to for weeks about villain pride, glower at her, betrayed. Tensing, she and Tedros bit into sandwiches at the same time. Is the witch still contagious? Tedros said quickly. It's her first day back in class. Sophie glanced at Agatha, hunched against a tree, staring right at her. We don't really talk. Leech, isn't she? Thinks she's brains to your beauty. Little did she know you have everything. Sophie swallowed. It's true. One thing's for sure. Won't be picking that witch in a challenge again. How do you know that? Because now that I found my princess, I won't let her go, said her prince, gazing into her eyes. Sophie suddenly felt sad. Even if it means waiting a lifetime for a kiss, she said, almost to herself. Even if it means waiting a lifetime for a kiss. Tedros answered, taking her hand. Then he cocked his head. I'm assuming this is a hypothetical question. Sophie laughed and buried her head in his shoulder in time to hide the tears. She'd explain one day. When their love was strong enough. On the balconies of the two schools, the faculty watched the lovebirds nuzzle in the sun. The good and evil teachers gave each other dark looks and went back to their chambers. Sitting in chilly shade, Agatha didn't make any sudden moves either. Like the teachers, she knew this romance was doomed. Something was in their way. Something Sophie had forgotten. Something called trial by tale. To win a trial by tale is one of the greatest honors at the school for good and evil, Pollux declared, head back next to casters on their massive dog's body. With the 15 forest group leaders behind him, Pollux peered down at the students, gathered after breakfast in the Theatre of Tales. Once a year, we send our best Evers or Nevis into the Blue Forest for a night to see who lasts until morning. To win, a student must survive both the schoolmaster's death traps and the other side's attacks. The last ever or never standing at dawn is declared the winner and given 5 additional first-place ranks. Pollux raised his nose snootily. As you know, Good has won the past 200 trials. Good burst into a chant of Evers rule. Evers rule. Evers are stupid, arrogant fools. Castor boomed, and the Evers shut up. Now a week from today, each forest group will send its top ever and never into the trial, Pollux sniffed. But before we announce the competitors, let us briefly review the rules. Heard Beatrix took first in good deeds yesterday, Chaddick whispered to Tedros. That never girl turning you soft. You try mending a dove wing with my strength, Tedros retorted. Then his face softened. Do the boys really hate me? Can't be messing with a never, mate, Chaddick said, grey eye stern. Even if she is the fairest, smartest, most talented girl in school. Doubt sank Tedros into his seat. He bolted upright. I can prove she's good. I can prove it in the trial. Beatrix or Agatha might have your group's spot, Chaddick said. Tedros' chest tightened. He caught Sophie beaming at him from the evil pews. Their future together depended on him making the trial. How could he fail her? According to the rules, there can be more than one winner of a trial by tale, said Pollux. However, those who last until dawn must split the first-place ranks. Thus, it is in your interest to eliminate your competition. Naturally, the schoolmaster prefers a single winner and will conjure as many obstacles as he can to ensure it. For the rest of the week, all classes will be dedicated to preparing these 15 Evers and 15 Nevers for their night in the Blue Forest, the dog continued, as students twittered over who these would be. In-class challenges will be restricted to these competitors only. Those with the worst scores for the week will enter the trial first, while those with the best will enter significantly later. This is, of course, a tremendous advantage. The less time you spend in a trial by tale, the more chance you come out alive. Students stopped talking. Pollux realized what he said and forced a laugh. It's a figure of speech. No student dies in a trial. How ludicrous. Castor coughed. But what about, the competition is completely safe, Pollux said, smiling down at the children. You will each have a flag of surrender. If you find yourself in mortal danger, drop it to the ground and you will be rescued unharmed from the Blue Forest. You will learn more about the rules in your various classes, but now I cede the floor to the forest group leaders, who will announce this season's trial competitors. A tiny lily nymph in a dress of emerald vines stepped forward. From Group 9, Rena will represent good and Vex will represent evil. Rena curtsied to Evercheers while Nevis grumbled that Vex and his pointy ears were lucky to be in a weak group. An ogre announced Tristan and One-Eyed Irration from Group 7, followed by more leaders. Who named dark-skinned Nicholas and Anadil from 4, Kiko and green-hued Mona from 12. Gazelle and Hester from 6. Sophie goggled at Tedros through it all, daydreaming of life as his queen. Would Camelot have enough closets? Mirrors? Cucumbers? Then Yuba stepped forward. Sophie looked over at Tedros and Beatrix, both hanging on the gnome's next words. Please let him beat that sour cream puff, she prayed. From Group 3, Tedros will represent good, Yuba said. She exhaled in relief. And Sophie will represent evil. Sophie massaged her ears. She'd heard wrong surely. Then she saw the smirks. Suppose that's the problem with dating a villain, Chaddick said. It's all love and kisses until you have to kill them. Tedros ignored him and focused on his plan to prove Sophie good. Thank God his father was dead, he thought, sweating through his shirt. What he was about to do would have stopped his heart. As Evers left through the west doors, Nevis through the east to trek back to evil, Sophie remained shell-shocked on a blackened pew. A shadow moved into hers. All I asked is that you stay out of my way. Hester's breath chilled the back of her neck. And here you are, number 1 villain, making fools of us all. Well, you forgot a villain's story doesn't end happily, dear. So let me remind you how it ends. First you. Then your prince. Dead. Cold lips grazed Sophie's ear. And that's no figure of speech. Sophie whipped around. No one there. She jolted to her feet, slammed into Tedros, screamed, and collapsed in his arms. She's going to kill us, you then me or me then you. I can't remember the order, and you're an Ever and I'm a Never and now we fight against each other or we fight with each other. Sophie blinked. We do? Everyone will know you're good if I protect you, said Tedros, still a bit sweaty. Only a true princess can earn a prince's shield. But they'll target you. Everyone thinks I'm evil. Not if we win, Tedros said, grinning. They'll have to make you an Ever. Sophie shook her head and hugged him tight. You are my prince. You really are. Now go win your challenges so we enter the trial at the same time. You can't be in there without me. Sophie drained of blood. But what? You're the best never by a mile. I know, it's just. Tedros held her chin up, forcing her to look into his crystal blue eyes. First place in every challenge. Deal? Sophie nodded weakly. We're a team, said Tedros, dimpling, and with a last brush of her cheek, he left through the ever doors. Sophie trudged across the stage to the never doors and paused. She turned slowly. Agatha sat in the pink pews, all alone. I told you I belong here, darling, Sophie sighed. You just wouldn't listen. Agatha said nothing. Maybe the schoolmaster will let you go home alone, Sophie said. Agatha didn't flinch. You need to make new friends, Agatha. Sophie smiled gently. I have a prince now. Agatha just stared into her eyes. Sophie stopped smiling. I have a prince. She slammed the door behind her. In uglification, Manly asked the competing 15 nevers to conjure a disguise that would scare off an ever at first sight. Hester's potion made her whole body explode with spikes. Annadil's turned her skin so thin all her blood vessels shined through. Meanwhile, Sophie bashed tadpoles to give herself shingles again, but somehow gave herself a spiral horn and glittered horsetail instead. Because what's scarier to a princess than a unicorn, snarled Manly. In Henchmen, the trial nevers had to tame a fire giant, a 9-foot hunk of hot orange skin and flaming hair. Sophie tried to read his thoughts, but all his thoughts were in giant. Luckily, she remembered some of the giant words Agatha had taught her. Fire giant, and why shouldn't I kill you? Sophie, I know this horse. Fire giant, I see no horse. Sophie, it is as vast as your undergarments. Castor intervened before the giant ate her. Then Lady Lesso asked the trial nevers to name a spell that can only be undone by the one who casts it. Answers? Shivering, the nevers held up carved ice tablets. Hester, petrification Annadil, petrification Aoachne, petrification Sophie, special spell. If only love was the answer to everything, said Lady Lesso, handing Sophie another 15 out of 15. What happened? Said Tedros as he pushed her through the Evers line. Just a slow start, Sophie, you can't be in that forest without me. She followed his eyes to scowling Evers. Come the trial, they'd all be out for revenge. Just do what you were doing before. Tedros begged. Sophie gritted her teeth as she walked back to her room. If Agatha could do well in the school for good, then she could do well here. Yes, she'd boil her toad eyes, she'd learn her giant, she'd cook a child if she had to. Or supervise, at least. Nothing would stop her from her ever after. She puffed her chest, stormed through her door, and froze. Her bed had disappeared. The mirror had been shattered. And over her head hung all her old outfits, noosed and mutilated, like headless corpses. On her bed, Annadil looked up from killing pretty girls. Hester looked up from killing even prettier girls. Sophie barreled into the top-floor office. My roommates want to kill me. Lady Lesso smiled back from her desk. That's the spirit. The door closed magically in Sophie's face. Sophie cowered in the dark hall. Last week, she had been the most popular girl in school. And now she couldn't even go back to her room. She wiped her eyes. It didn't matter, did it? Soon she'd be switching schools and all of this would be behind her. She had the boy every girl wanted. She had her prince. 2 stupid witches were no match for true love. Voices echoed above. She ducked into shadows. Hester said whoever kills Sophie during the trial will be her hench captain next year, Arashan said as she descended the stairs. But it needs to look accidental or we'll get expelled. We have to beat Annadil to it. Mona said, green skin flushing. Suppose she kills her before the trial? Hester said during the trial. Even Vex and Brone know that. Did you hear their plan to kill her? They searched the good lake to find those leftover eggs. That girl is so dead. Can't believe we listened to that traitor's lectures, Mona seethed. Next thing you know, she'd have had us wearing pink and kissing Evers. She humiliated us all and now she'll pay, Arashan said, narrowing her eye. 14 of us. One of her. Odds aren't in her favor. Their cackles peeled through the damp stairwell. Sophie didn't move from the dark. It wasn't just her roommates. The whole school wanted her dead. There was nowhere safe now. Nowhere except. At the end of a dark, stale hall, the door to room 34 cracked open after the third knock. 2 beady black pupils peered out. "Hello, handsome," Sophie cooed. "Don't even try it, you're a prince lover, you're a two-timer, you're a..." Sophie held her nose, breezed by Hort, and locked him out of her new room. Hort pounded and wailed outside for 20 minutes before Sophie finally let him back in. "You can help me study until curfew," she said, spritzing the room with lavandula. "But no sleeping here. This is my room." Hort sulked, plopping to the floor in black pajamas dotted with frowning green frogs. "Well, I'm here, aren't I? And boys and girls can't be roommates, so it certainly can't be your room," said Sophie, tucking into his bed. "But where am I supposed to stay? I hear the Malice common room is quite comfortable." Ignoring Hort's whimpers, Sophie sank into pillows and held a candle to his class notes. She had to win all her challenges tomorrow. Her only hope to survive the trial was to go in with Tedros and hide behind his shield the whole time. To humiliate an enemy, turn him into a chicken, banter pareo de rosti. She squinted. "Is that right? Sophie, how do you know you aren't a villain?" Hort yawned, hunched on the burned floor. "I look in the mirror." "Hort, your penmanship is foul." "When I look in the mirror, I look like a villain." "Probably means you're a villain. Dad told me villains can't love, no matter what. That it's unnatural and disgusting." Sophie made out scratchy words. "To freeze an ever in ice, make your soul cold." "So I definitely can't love," Hort said. "Colder than you thought possible." "Then say these words." "But if I could love, I'd love you." Sophie turned. Hort was snoring softly on the floor, button flap lit up with angry green frogs. "Hort, you can't sleep here," she said. Hort curled up tighter. Sophie threw off her covers, stamped up to him. "Take that, Pan," he babbled softly. Sophie watched him, shivering and sweating in his little ball. She slid back under the musty covers. Candle to notes, she tried to study, but his snuffles lulled her into a trance, and before she knew it was morning. The second day went as well as the first, with Sophie earning 3 more last places, the third of which came in henchman when she couldn't make her finger glow in time to disarm a stink troll. She could see veins swell in Tedros' neck as he yanked her through the lunch line, holding his nose. "Should I lose on purpose? Or do you want to go into the trial 3 hours early?" "I'm trying as hard as I can." The Sophie I know doesn't try. She wins. They ate in silence. "Where's her fairy godmother now?" Sophie heard Beatrix crow. Across the field Agatha did homework with Kiko, back turned completely. The next day, the challengers spent their first 2 sessions being fitted for their trial uniforms, dark blue tunics of silky iron mesh, and matching hooded wool cloaks lined with red brocade. With 30 students in the same cloaks, it would be impossible to tell Evers from Nevis, even if one could see blue cloaks in a blue forest. When it came to clothes, Sophie was normally at full attention. But today, she had her head buried in Hort's notes. Lady Lesso's class was next and she needed first place. A villain kills for one purpose, to destroy his nemesis. The one who grows stronger as you grow weaker. Only when your nemesis is dead will you feel quenched, said the tight-skinned teacher, clacking through the aisle. Of course, since only the best Nevis will have nemesis dreams, most of you will venture your whole life without taking another's life. Consider yourself lucky. Killing requires the purest evil. None of you are pure enough to kill yet. Sophie heard grumbles in her direction. But since the trial by tale is a harmless exercise, Lady Lesso smiled at her. Why not prepare with my favorite challenge? She conjured a phantom princess with brown curls, blushing dimples, and a smile sweeter than a baby's. Murder practice. Whoever kills her the cruelest way wins. Finally, something useful, Hester said, eyeing Sophie. Though the chamber was colder than ever, Sophie shined with sweat. With the princess locked behind a door and suspicious of strangers, the trial Nevis had to be creative to kill her. Mona uglified herself into a peddler and gifted the princess poisoned lipstick. After Lady Lesso conjured a new maiden, Annadil knocked on her door and left a carnivorous bouquet outside it. Hester shrank into a cute squirrel and offered her victim a glittery balloon. Why, thank you, the princess beamed as the balloon pulled her up into the razor-sharp icicles on the ceiling. Sophie closed her eyes through most of this. Who's next? Lady Lesso said, sealing a new princess behind the door. Oh, yes. You. She drummed long red nails on Sophie's desk. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sophie felt sick. Murder. Even if it was a phantom, she couldn't immure. The beast's dying face flashed and she blanched. That was different. He was evil. Any prince would have done the same. Another fail, it seems, Lady Lesso leered. Meeting her eyes, Sophie thought of Tedros losing faith in her. She thought of 14 villains convinced they were pure enough to kill. She thought of her happy ending slipping away. The Sophie I loved doesn't try. Jaw set, she stormed to the door, past her surprised teacher, finger glowing pink, to freeze an ever in ice. She pounded on the door. Make your soul cold. The door opened and Sophie's finger glow dimmed. It was her own face staring back at her, only with the long blonde locks she had before the beast. To win this challenge, she had to kill herself. Sophie saw Lady Lesso smirking in the corner. May I help you? Asked Princess Sophie. Just a ghost. Sophie gritted her teeth and felt her finger burn once more. You look like a stranger, said the princess, blushing. Colder than you thought possible. Sophie pointed her glowing finger at her. Mother said never talk to strangers, said the princess anxiously. Say it. Sophie's fingertip flickered, she couldn't find the words. I should go. Mother's calling. Kill her. Kill her now. Goodbye, said the princess, closing her door. Banta pareo di rosti. Poof. The princess turned into a chicken. Sophie grabbed it in her arms, hurled a chair, shattering the iced window, and flung the bird into open sky. Fly, Sophie. You're free. The chicken tried to fly, then realized it couldn't, and plummeted to its death. For the first time, I feel sorry for an animal, Lady Lesso said. Another 15 spat in Sophie's face. Perhaps the only thing Sophie liked about the School for Evil was that there were plenty of places to cry. She tucked behind a crumbling arch and sobbed. How would she ever face Tedros? We insist you remove Sophie from the trial. Sophie recognized the gruff voice as Professor Manley's. She crept out of the archway and peeked through the keyhole into his putrid classroom. But where the rusted seats normally were filled with villains, now they were occupied by the faculty of both schools. Professor Dovey presided at the Dragon Skull lectern, which she'd brightened with a pumpkin paperweight. The Nevis planned to kill her, Clarissa, finished bald, pimpled Manley. Bilious, we have secure measures in place to prevent a student's death. Let's hope they are more secure than 4 years ago, he shot back. I think we are all in agreement that Garrick's death was an accident. Professor Dovey flared. The room was ominously silent. In the hall, Sophie could hear her own shallow breaths. Garrick of Gavalden. Taken with Bane. Bane had failed. Garrick had died. Her heart rattled against her ribs. Getting home alive is our happy ending. Agatha was right all along. There is another reason Sophie must be removed from the trial, Castor said soberly. The fairies say she and the Everboy plan to act as a team. As a team. Professor Dovey gaped. An ever and a never. Imagine if they won, shrieked Professor Sheeks. Imagine if word got out in the woods. So either she dies or destroys this school, Manly groused and spat on the floor. Clarissa, this is an easy decision, said Lady Lesso. But there's no precedent for removing a qualified student from a trial. Professor Dovey protested. Qualified? She flunked every challenge this week, said Manly. The boy has convinced her she's good. Perhaps she's just feeling the pressure of the trial, offered Princess Uma, feeding a quail on her shoulder, or she duped us all into thinking she was evil's great hope. Professor Sheik said. She should have failed before the trial. Then why didn't she? Professor Anemone asked. Every time we tried to fail her, another student got last place instead, Manly said. Someone stopped her from failing. Evil teachers clamored in furious agreement. Makes perfect sense, Professor Dovey said over them. Some mysterious busybody, who no one has ever seen, flits through your tower, meddling with your ranks. You describe the schoolmaster quite well, Clarissa, said Lady Lesso. Don't be ridiculous, Lady Lesso. Why would the schoolmaster interfere with a student's ranks? Because he'd love nothing better than to see evil's best student win behind good's shield, Lady Lesso hissed, violet eyes strobing. A student who even I foolishly thought had hope. But if Sophie wins with that pathetic prince, I will not stand by, Clarissa. I will not allow the schoolmaster, nor you and your arrogant beasts, to destroy my life's work. Hear me now. Let Sophie compete in that trial and you are risking more than just her life. You are risking war. The room went dead silent. Professor Dovey cleared her throat. Perhaps she can compete next year, Sophie slumped in relief. You cave to evil. Professor Espada cried. Only to protect the girl, Dovey said weakly, but the Everboy will still love her. Anemone warned. A week in the doom room will fix that, said Lady Lesso. Still can't find the beast, said Sheba, then get a new one. Lady Lesso snarled. How about a vote, chirped Uma. Votes are for sissies. Castor roared, and teachers burst into a rumpus. Uma's quail poop bombed the evil teachers, Castor tried to eat the bird, and Porlux managed to lose his head again, before someone whistled with loud authority. Everyone turned to the man standing in the corner of the burned room. This school has one mission and one mission only, said Professor Shardaya. To protect the balance between good and evil. If Sophie's participation in the trial disturbs this balance, then she must be disqualified immediately. Luckily for us, the proof of this balance is in front of your eyes. Everyone's gaze shifted. Sophie tried to see what they were looking at, then realized they were all looking in different directions. Are we in agreement the balance is intact, said Professor Shardaya. No one argued. Then Sophie will compete in the trial by tail and we have nothing more to discuss. Sophie swallowed a scream. Always so sensible, August, said Lady Lesso, standing up. Thankfully, the girl's failures have ensured she will spend most of the trial without the boy protecting her. Let us hope that she dies so brutally no one would dare repeat her mistakes. Only then will her story have the ending it deserves. Perhaps one even fit for a painting. She swept from the room and the evil teachers followed her. As the good faculty filed out, muttering to each other in pairs, Professor Dovey and Professor Shardaya emerged last. They walked in silence, her high-necked chartreuse gown rustling against his shamrock green suit. What if she dies, August? Clarissa asked. What if she lives, said Shadea. Clarissa stopped. You still believe it's true? I do. As do I believe it true, the Storian started her fairy tale. But it's impossible, it's lunacy, it's— Clarissa flushed with horror. This is why you intervened. On the contrary, I haven't intervened, Shadea said. Our duty is to let the story take its course. No. What have you— Professor Dovey's hand flew to her mouth. This is why you send a girl to risk her life. Because you believe your spurious prophecy. There is far more at stake here than one girl's life, Clarissa. She's just a girl. An innocent girl. Professor Dovey gasped, welling furious tears. Her blood is on your hands. As she fled, sniffles echoing down the stairs, Professor Shadea's hazel eyes clouded with doubt. He couldn't see Sophie crouched next to him, trying to stop herself from shivering. Awash in the clearing's crinkly leaves, Kiko wrapped her shawl tighter and licked her spiced corn cob. So I asked every girl if they'd say yes to Tristan and they all said no. So that means he has to ask me. He could go alone, of course, but if a boy goes alone to the ball, he only gets half ranks and Tristan likes using the groom room, so he'll definitely ask me. Well, Tristan could ask you, but you told him to marry Tedros, so I don't think he likes you. I can't believe you said that. As if princes could marry each other. Then what would we do? Agatha chomped on her cob to drown her out. Across the clearing, she saw Sophie and Tedros arguing ferociously in the mouth of the tree tunnel. It looked like Sophie was trying to apologize and embrace him, kiss him, even, but Tedros shoved her away. Are you listening to me? Agatha turned. Wait. So if a girl doesn't get asked to the ball, then she fails and suffers a punishment worse than death. But if a boy doesn't go to the ball, he gets half ranks? How is that fair? Because it's the truth, Kiko said. A boy can choose to be alone if he wants. But if a girl ends up alone, she might as well be dead. Agatha swallowed. That's ridiculous, something dropped in her basket. Agatha glanced up to see Sophie meet her eyes as Tedros dragged her into the Evers line. As Kiko jabbered on, Agatha pulled a luscious pink rose bloom from her basket, then saw it was made of parchment. With the deftest care, she undid the flower in the lap of her dress. The note only had 3 words. I need you. 20. Secrets and lies. The cockroach darted under the door of room 66 and nearly jumped from its shell. It gawped at shattered glass, noosed dresses, 3 sleeping witches, and skittered out before any of them saw her. But one of them did see the roach. And the swan on its stomach. Antennae whisking right and left, Agatha tracked Sophie's perfume down crooked stairs and dank halls, nearly succumbing to a shifty male roach along the way, until she found its source in the common room. The first thing she saw inside was shirtless Hort, face clenched red like a toddler on the toilet. With a last grunt of effort, he peered down at his chest and 2 brand new hairs sticking out of it. Yeah! Whose talent can beat that? On the next couch, Sophie buried her nose deeper in spellcasting for idiots. She heard 2 insect clicks and looked up urgently. Hort puffed his chest and winked. She turned in horror, then saw lipstick scrawled on the floor behind her couch. Bathroom. Bring clothes. Sophie despised the evil bathrooms, but at least they were a safe place to meet. Never seemed to have a phobia of toilets and avoided them entirely. She had no idea what prompted this fear or where they relieved themselves, but she preferred not to think about it. The door moaned as she slipped into the dim iron cell. 2 torches flickered on the rusted wall, elongating the shadows of stalls. As she crept towards the last one, slivers of pale skin peeked through iron slits. Clothes. Sophie slid them under the stall. The door opened and Agatha tramped out in Hort's frog pajamas, arms crossed. I don't have anything else. Sophie whimpered. My roommates hand all mine. No one likes you these days, Agatha shot back, hiding her glowing finger. I wonder why. Look, I'm sorry. I couldn't just go home. Not when I finally got my prince. You? You got your prince? Well, it was mostly me. You said you wanted to go home. You said we're a team. That's why I helped you. We are a team, Agatha. Every princess needs a sidekick. 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 Agatha shouted. Well, let's see how our heroine manages all by herself. She broke away. Sophie grabbed her arm. I tried to kiss him. But he doubts me now. Let go, I need your help, and I won't give it, Agatha spat, elbowing past her. You're a liar, a coward, and a fraud. Then why did you even come? Sophie said, eyes welling. Watch out. Crocodile tears mean crocodile wrinkles, Agatha sneered from the door. Please. I'll do anything. Sophie blubbered, Agatha swiveled. Swear you'll kiss him the first chance you get. Swear on your life. I swear. Sophie cried. I want to go home. I don't want them to kill me. Agatha stared at her. Huh? Complete with voices and gestures, Sophie hysterically replayed the faculty meeting, failed challenges, and fight with Tedros. We're getting too close to the end, Sophie, Agatha said, now ghost white. Someone always dies at the end of a fairy tale. What do we do now? Sophie squeaked. You win that trial and kiss Tedros the moment you do. But I can't survive. I have 3 hours alone without Tedros protecting me. You won't be alone, Agatha grumped. I won't. You'll have Fairy Godroach under your collar, conjuring you out of trouble. Only this time, if you don't kiss your prince on cue, I'll curse you with every evil spell I know until you do. Sophie threw her arms around her. Oh, Agatha, I'm a terrible friend. But I'll have my whole life to make it up to you. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Go. Agatha whispered. I need to mogrify. Sophie gave her a last hug and, aglow with relief, snuck from the bathroom and back to Hort's protection. A minute later, a cockroach followed and dashed for the stairwell. Neither noticed the red tattoo smoldering through shadows. Per tradition, there were no classes the day before the trial. Instead, the 15 ever and 15 never challengers were given time to scout the Blue Forest. So while unpicked students worked on circus talents, Sophie followed Tedros through the gates, keenly aware of the chill between them. Though the rest of the grounds had fallen prey to a slow autumnal death, the Blue Forest glistened, lush as ever, in midday Sunday. All week, the students had tried to wheedle out of their teachers what obstacles the challengers would face, but they professed ignorance. The schoolmaster designed the trial in secret, giving professors only the power to secure its borders. Teachers couldn't even watch the contest, since he cast a veiling spell over the Blue Forest for the whole night. The schoolmaster forbids our interference, Professor Dovey mumbled to her class, clearly distraught. He prefers trials to simulate the dangers of the woods beyond reason or responsibility. But as the competitors crowded into the forest behind Sophie and Tedros, none of them could believe that a night from now, this beautiful playground would turn into a hellish gauntlet. Together, the Evers and Nevers herded past the sparkling fronds of the fern field, snacking possums in the pine glen, the blue brook tumbling with trout, before they remembered they were enemies and split up. Tedros shoved past Sophie. Follow me. I'll go on my own, she said softly. I haven't earned your protection. Tedros turned. Beatrix said you cheated to get to number 1. Is that true? Of course not. Then why did you fail all the pre-trial challenges? Tears pearled Sophie's eyes. I wanted to prove I could survive without you. So you'd be proud of me. Tedros stared at her. You lost on purpose. She nodded. Are you insane? He exploded. "The Nevers, they'll kill you." "You'd risk your life to prove I'm good," Sophie sniffled. "I'm willing to fight for you, too." For a moment, Tedros looked like he might clobber her. Then the red seeped from his cheeks, and he grabbed her in his arms. "When I come through those gates, promise me you'll be there." "I promise," Sophie wept. "For you, I promise." Tedros gazed into her eyes. Sophie puckered her perfectly glossed lips. "You're right, you should explore on your own," her prince said, pulling away. "You need to feel confident in here without me. Especially after losing so many challenges. But stay away from Nevers, all right?" He squeezed her hand and sprinted to catch up with Everboys in the pumpkin patch. Chadwick's sharp voice echoed. "Still a villain, mate. Won't get special treatment from us." Sophie didn't hear Tedros' response. She stood alone in the silent glen, under a blue mistletoe tree. "We're still here," she grouched. "Maybe if you had delivered my lines like I said them," the roach retorted under her collar. 3 hours alone isn't so bad," Sophie sighed. "I mean, Nevers can't use non-approved spells. All we can do is start a storm or turn into a sloth. What could they possibly do to me?" Something grazed her head. She whipped around and saw a gash in the oak trunk, right where she was standing. Impish Vex straddled a branch above her, sharp stick in hand. "Just curious to see how tall you were," Vex said. Doughy, bald Brone waddled in from behind another oak and checked the mark. "Yeah, she'll fit." Sophie gaped at them. "Like I said," Vex said, wagging pointy ears. "Just curious." "I'm going to die," Sophie wailed as she fled the forest. "Not with me there," Agatha said, pincers curled. "I beat them all in your classes and will beat them again tomorrow. Just focus on getting the kiss." Something smacked her head. "What in the—" Agatha looked down at a dead roach in the grass. Thamor landed beside it. Slowly Sophie and Agatha craned up to see the evil tower's billowing pink mist, dead insects raining off balconies into the clearing. "What's going on?" Sophie said. "Extermination," a voice answered. Sophie turned to Hester, arms folded against the forest gates. "Apparently they've been running around our school at night. Couldn't have the risk of plague, of course. After your friend was sick." Hester picked a thrashing bug off her shoulder. "Besides, a good reminder to anything that tries to go where it doesn't belong, don't you think?" She licked the roach into her mouth and glided back into the forest, leaves crunching under her feet. Sophie gasped. "Do you think she knows you're a roach?" "Of course she knows, you idiot." Nervous voices neared from the forest. "Go!" Agatha hissed, scrambling down Sophie's leg. "We can't meet again." "Wait. How do I survive the trio?" But Agatha had vanished into the good tunnel, leaving Sophie to fend for herself. With the fairies doing curfew inspections from the first floors up, Agatha had just enough time to sneak to the breezeways and cross to Vela. Like all the teachers, Shardaeus' bedchamber adjoined his study. Break its lock and she could surprise him in his bed. She didn't care if the creep didn't want to answer questions. She'd tie him to his bed if she had to. Agatha knew it was a terrible plan, but what choice did she have? She couldn't sneak into the trial now and Sophie would never last alone for 3 hours. Shardaea was their last hope to get home. The stairs led right to his study, the lone door on Vela's 6th floor. There was a stream of raised blue dots across its marble. Agatha ran her finger over them. "No students allowed on this floor," boomed Shardaeus' voice. "Return to your room immediately." Agatha grabbed the doorknob and pointed her glowing finger at the lock. The door creaked open on its own. Shardaea wasn't inside, but he hadn't been gone long. The sheets in his bedroom were rumpled, the tea on his desk warm. Agatha skulked around his study, its shelves, chairs, floor all suffocated with books. The desk was buried 3 feet under them, but there were a few open on top of the pile, lines of colorful dots highlighted by prickly silver stars in the margins. She swept her hand across one of these marked lines and a misty scene exploded out of the book to a woman's sharp voice. A ghost cannot rest until it has fulfilled its purpose. For that, it must use the body of a seer. Agatha watched a scraggy ghost crash into the body of a bearded old man, before the mist cycloned back into the page. She touched the starred lines in the next book. In a seer's body, a spirit may last only seconds before both seer and spirit will be destroyed. Before her eyes, two floating bodies merged, then crumbled to dust. She ran her fingers across more of the starred lines. Only the strongest seers can host a spirit. Most seers die before the ghost ever takes hold, Agatha grimaced. What was his obsession with seer? Her heart stopped. Prophecy, said the teachers. Could Shadea see the future? Could he see if they got home? Agatha? Professor Dovey gaped through the doorway. Shadea's alarm, I thought it was a roach, a student. Out of bed after curfew. Agatha scurried past her for the stairs. 2 weeks cleaning toilets, her teacher squawked. Agatha glanced back to see Professor Dovey sweep her hands over Shadea's books with a frown. She caught Agatha watching and magically slammed the door. That night, both girls dreamt of home. Sophie dreamt she was fleeing Hester through pink fog. She tried to scream Agatha's name, but a roach crawled from her mouth instead. At last she found a stone well and swam to its bottom, only to find herself in Gavalden. She felt strong arms, and her father carried her to her house, which smelled of meat and milk. She needed the toilet, but he took her to the kitchen, where a pig hung on a gleaming hook. A woman drummed red nails on the counter. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mother? Sophie cried. Before the woman could turn, her father kissed Sophie goodnight, opened the oven, and threw her in. Sophie woke with a jolt so hard she smashed her head on the wall and knocked herself out. Agatha dreamt Gavalden was on fire. A trail of burning black dresses led her up Graves Hill, and when she got to the top she found a grave instead of her house. She heard sounds from within and started digging, hearing voices now, nearer, nearer, until she woke to them next door. You said it was important. Tedros barked. The Nevers said she cheats with Agatha. Beatrix said. Sophie's not friends with Agatha. Agatha's a witch, they both are. Agatha turns into a cockroach to give her answers. A cockroach. You're not just petty and jealous, but completely insane. They're both villains, Teddy, they're using you. You're the one listening to Nevers. You know why Sophie lost those challenges? She wanted to keep me safe. If that's a villain, then what are you? With wind rumpling her curtains, Agatha couldn't hear the rest, but soon the door thumped and Tedros traipsed away. Agatha tried to go back to sleep, but found herself staring at the pink paper flower shivering on her marble night table like a rose on a grave. She yelped, clobbered by an idea. All the rooms in the hall looked dark except for the trial Evers, who were staying up until dawn to prepare for the following night. In her lace dressing gown, Agatha tiptoed barefoot up the pink glass stairs, eyes pinned upward for fairies or teachers. 5 floors down, Tedros glared up at her through the spiral gap, suddenly wondering if Beatrix had told the truth. Leaving his boots at the bottom, he followed Agatha through the breezeway to Honor's 4th floor, occupied entirely by the Library of Virtue. Crouching in knee-high black socks, he peeked in to see her disappear into the gold Colosseum of books, 2 stories high and impeccably kept by a leathery tortoise, fast asleep on a titanic library log, feathered pen in hand. As soon as Agatha found what she needed, she sneaked out past the reptile and the prince, who failed to get a glimpse of the book in her hands. Her steps diminished in the sea-blue breezeway and soon she was gone. Tedros clenched his teeth. What murderous plan did the witch have? Was Sophie in on it and planning to betray him? Were the 2 villains still friends? The prince lurched to his feet, heart thundering, then heard an odd scratching sound. Turning, he saw the feathered pen magically finish writing in the tortoise's log, and fall back into the snoring creature's hand. Eyes narrowed, he moved in to peer at the log. Flower power, plant charms for a happier world, Agatha, Purity 51. Tedros snorted. Berating himself for doubting his princess, he went to retrieve his boots. The rules of the trial by tale were few and precise. At the moment the sun went down, the first 2 challengers would enter the Blue Forest. Every 15 minutes, another 2 would enter according to their pre-trial ranks, until the last pair entered more than 3 hours after the first. Once inside, Nevis could attack Evis with their talents and any spell learned in class, while Evis could defend themselves with approved weapons or counter spells. The schoolmaster's conjurers would hunt them both. There were no other rules. It was the challenger's duty to recognize mortal danger and drop his enchanted handkerchief. The moment it touched ground, he would be safely removed from the trial. Upon the first glint of sunrise, the wolves would call the end and whoever returned through the gates would be named the winner. There had never been more than one. Quite often, there were none at all. Winter arrived with naughty timing, blowing glacial gusts into the clearing just as the challengers entered. Everboys each carried a blue kite-shaped shield matching their navy cloak. And a single weapon, most had chosen bows and arrows, blunted by Professor Espada to stun, rather than injure, though Chaddick and Tedros had opted for heavy training swords. Nearby, Evergirls quietly practiced their animal calls and tried to look as helpless as possible so boys would take them under their wings. Across the field, the trial Nevis hunched against bare trees in their cloaks, eyeing unchosen students crowd in from the tunnels. The unpicked Evers were ready for a slumber party, with pillows, blankets, baskets of spinach mousselines, creamy chicken crepes, bell pepper skewers, elderflower custard, and pitchers of cherry grenadine. Meanwhile, the unpicked Nevis hovered near their tunnel in slippers and nightcaps, ready to flee at their team's first sign of humiliation. While the wolves passed out the enchanted silk handkerchiefs, white for Evers, red for Nevis, Castor and Pollux lined up the competitors in order of their entrance. Because they fared worst. In the pre-trial challenges, Sophie and Kiko would enter exactly at sundown. Brone and Tristan would enter 15 minutes later, then Vex and Rena 15 minutes after that, and the pairs would continue until Hester and Tedros entered last. At the back of the line, the prince took his white handkerchief from the wolf. "Won't be needing this," he muttered, and stuffed it in his boot. At the front of the line, Sophie clenched her red kerchief, ready to drop it the moment she entered. She wished she had paid more attention during the fitting. Her tunic drooped at the bosom, the cloak dragged on the ground, and the blue hood fell so far over her face it looked like she had how could she think about clothes? Frantic, she scanned the crowd. Still no sign of Agatha. "We've heard rumors that unqualified students may try to sneak into the trial," Pollux said next to Castor, an imposing two-headed shadow in waning light. "This year we've taken extra precautions." At first, Sophie thought he was referring to the wolves guarding every inch of gate. But then Castor lit a torch and she saw the gates were no longer made of gold, but of giant black and red spiders, crisscrossing magically with stingers poised. Her heart sank. How could she sneak Agatha in now? If anyone cheats, they deserve to die. She turned. "And I don't put it past any of those villains," Tedros said, golden cheeks ruddy with cold. He took her hand, still gripping her kerchief. "You can't, Sophie. You can't drop it." Without Agatha feeding lines, Sophie just nodded helplessly. "When we team up, they'll do anything to take one of us out. Evis, Nevis, schoolmaster too," said her prince. "We need to protect each other. I need you to have my back." Sophie nodded. "You don't have anything to say?" "A kiss for luck," she squeaked. "In front of the whole school." Tedros cocked a smile. "That's an idea." Sophie lit up and thrust out her lips with relief. A long one, she sighed. Just in case. Oh, I'll give you a long one, he grinned. When we win. Right before I carry you into the good castle. Sophie gagged. But, suppose we don't. Tedros gently pulled the red silk from her trembling fingers. We're good, Sophie, he said, tucking it deep in her coat pocket. And good always wins. In his clear blue eyes, Sophie saw Hester reflected behind her, hood lowered like the Grim Reaper. In a flash, the wolves shoved her and Kiko to opposite ends of the north gate. Hairy spiders hissed in her face and she lost her breath. Panicked, her eyes lurched to the schoolmaster's tower, lording over the forest. In the last shred of sun, she could see his silhouette, watching from the window. Sophie whipped around looking for Agatha to save her, but all she saw was the sky fall dark over the forest. From the schoolmaster's tower came a blast of silver sparks that veiled the forest in a blurring haze. First pair ready. Castor boomed. No, wait, paws grabbed Sophie from behind and flung her into spiders. Hundreds of furry pincers probed her skin as she screamed. Clicking with permission, they magically parted, leaving her alone in the forest's torchlit threshold. Wolves howled. Spiders sealed behind her. The trial had begun. 21. Trial by Tale. Terrified, Sophie spun towards Kiko. They had to stay together, but Kiko was scampering east towards the blueberry fields, peeping back to make sure she wasn't following. Quickly Sophie took the west trail towards the Blue Brook, where she could hide under its bridge. She had expected the forest to be pitch dark and made Hort teach her a fire spell during breakfast. But tonight the trees fluoresced with an ice blue, blacklit sheen, glazing the forest in Arctic glow. Though the effect was ominous, she breathed relief. A flaming torch would have made her an easy target. As she waded into the fern field, Sophie felt electric blue fronds kiss her neck. Her body relaxed. She'd imagined a non-stop siege of horrors. But the forest was quieter than she'd ever seen it. No skulking animals. No ominous howls. Just her in an ethereal meadow, wind strumming blades like harp strings. As she waded through head-high ferns, she thought of Agatha. Did a teacher catch her brewing a plan? Did Hester intercept her? Sophie felt pinpricks of sweat. Or is Agatha afraid to help me? For if she won with Tedros, no one could deny her switching schools. She could rule good as their beneficent captain. She could have her prince forever after and the life of a queen. Sophie gritted her teeth. If only she hadn't made that promise about going home. If only she could win this trial alone, then she wouldn't have to keep it. She stopped in her tracks. But I can. Look at me. I'm doing just fine, a scream echoed. White sparks sprayed into the sky. Kiko had surrendered. Sophie's legs jellied. How long would it take Kiko's attacker to find her? What was she thinking? She couldn't last here. She yanked the kerchief from her pocket, unleashed vermilion red, and crack. Something dropped from above and landed at her feet. She stared down at a scroll of parchment, wrapped with a strip of fabric. Fabric glowing with angry green frogs. Sophie looked up and saw a white dove high above the trees. The dove tried to fly down, crack. A barrier of flames exploded across the sky if it got even close to the trees. The faculty had taken no chances. Sophie urgently pulled open the scorched scroll. Sophie slumped with relief. A tulip? No one would ever find her. Oh, how could she doubt Agatha? Sweet, loyal Agatha. Sophie guiltily balled the red kerchief back in her pocket and followed the dove. To get to the tulip garden by trail, she'd have to cross the turquoise thicket, then the pumpkin patch, and finally the sleeping willow bosque. As she followed Agatha out of the ferns into the dense thicket, phosphorescent leaves lit up the trail with wintry blue light. Sophie could see every scratch and scar on the lucent trunks, including the gash Vex had made above her head. Wind suddenly swept through and leaves flickered over the trail. She couldn't see Agatha through the treetops. Sophie heard muffled grunts, human, animal, but she didn't stop to find out. Kiko's scream thundering in her head, she fled down the trail, snatching at her dragging cloak. Tripping over shrubs and stumps, she ducked stabbing boughs, flung through tentacles of blue leaves, until she glimpsed pumpkins and an impatient dove between two shining tree trunks. Someone stood between them. A little girl in a red cape and hood. "Excuse me," Sophie called. "I need to pass." The red-headed stranger looked up. It wasn't a child at all. She had cloudy blue eyes, rosy blush on her wrinkled, spotted cheeks, and thick grey hair pulled into two ponytails. Sophie frowned. She loathed old women. "I said I need to pass." The woman didn't move. Sophie marched towards her. "Are you deaf?" The crone dropped her red cloak and revealed a hawk's dirty, bloated body. Sophie shrank back, heard an eye-splitting caw and swiveled to two more old bird women moving towards her. Harpies. Agatha had taught her, sweet talkers. Blind walkers. Then she saw their gnarled talons, tapping, sharp as blades. Child eaters. They pounced with terrible screams and Sophie ducked under a wing as the shrieking monsters dove after her, ugly faces contorted with rage. She raced through bushes to hide, but every corner of the thicket was sparklet blue. Harpies snapped at her neck and she fumbled for her pocket, touching red silk, her cloak snagged her foot and she crashed in mulch. Claws sank into her back and she screamed as she was lifted off ground, flailing for her kerchief. The harpies opened their jaws to her face, the thicket went dark. Shrieks of confusion, claws released her and Sophie plunged into dirt. In blackness, she scrambled through gouging twigs until her hands found a log and she hid behind it. She could hear talons scraping blindly through dirt, furious grunts growing closer. Sophie sprung back and slammed into a rock with a cry. The monsters heard her and lunged for her head, the thicket lit back up. The harpies craned their beaks to see Agatha the dove hovering high, wingtip glowing orange. Agatha waved her wing and the thicket went dark. Agatha waved it again and the thicket went light. Dark then light, until the harpies got the point and two flew for Agatha, who squawked fearfully in place, "Fly." Sophie screamed, but Agatha flailed and thrashed as if she'd forgotten how. Twin monsters gnashed for the helpless dove, tearing higher, faster, until they had her in claws' reach. Flames exploded across the barrier with a cruel crack and they fell, charred feathers and flesh. The last harpy gawked at their smoking bodies. Slowly it looked up. Agatha smiled and waved her glowing wing. The thicket lit up. The monster swiveled. Sophie smashed its head with a rock. In the forest's silence, she panted and bled, alone on the ground, legs shaking under her cloak. Sophie glared into the sky. "I want to switch places." But the dove was already halfway to the pumpkin patch. Sophie could do nothing but follow miserably, hand gripping her kerchief inside her pocket. Across the silent patch, pumpkins fluoresced 1,000 shades of blue. Sophie stepped onto the dirt trail that snaked through the lit orbs, mumbling to herself that these were pumpkins, only pumpkins, and even a schoolmaster couldn't make one scary. She rushed ahead to keep up with Agatha, dark silhouettes on the trail. Two people in front of her. "Hello?" Sophie called. They didn't move. Heart thundering, Sophie stepped closer. There were more than two. 10 at least. "What do you want?" she screamed. No answer. She inched closer. They were 7 feet tall, with spindly bodies, faces like skulls, and crooked hands made of straw. Scarecrows. Sophie exhaled. The scarecrows lined both sides of the trail, dozens of them on wooden crosses, guarding the pumpkins with outstretched arms. From behind, glowing pumpkins lit their profiles, revealing shredded brown shirts, bald burlap heads, and black witch hats. As she walked slowly between them, Sophie saw their terrible faces, eye holes ripped out of burlap, jagged pig noses, and sewn, lecherous grins. Spooked, she hurried forward, eyes on the path. "Help me." She froze. The voice came from the scarecrow next to her. A voice she knew. It can't be, Sophie thought. She pushed on. "Help me, Sophie." Now there was no mistaking it. Sophie willed herself forward. "My mother's dead." "I'm inside," the voice rasped behind her, weak with agony. Sophie's eyes filled with tears. "She's dead. I'm trapped." Sophie turned. The scarecrow wasn't a scarecrow anymore. A man she knew gazed back at her from the wooden cross. Under the black hat, his eyes were grey and pupil-less. Instead of hands, he had 2 meat hooks. Sophie paled. "Father." He cracked his neck and carefully pried himself from his cross. Sophie backed up, right into another scarecrow. It was her father too, resting off his cross. Sophie whirled and all the scarecrows were her father, climbing off their stakes and walking towards her, meat hooks gleaming in chilly blue light. "Father, it's me," they kept coming. Sophie backed against a cross. "It's me, Sophie." Far ahead, the dove looked back and saw Sophie cowering, screaming, as scarecrows stood peacefully still on the sides of the trail. Agatha yelped. Sophie tripped on a pumpkin and fell. She spun to see her father's face again and again, devoid of mercy. "Father, please." The scarecrows raised their hooks. Sophie's heart stopped. She choked a last breath and closed her eyes to slushing still water. Cool, pristine water. Her eyes fluttered open to a storm. The patch was deserted. Just scarecrows on crosses, falling to pieces in rain. Hovering high in the storm, Agatha waved her glowing wing and the rain stopped. Sophie crumpled to the flooded path. I can't survive this." Howls in the distance. Her eyes widened. The next pair had entered the forest. Alarmed, the dove shrieked back at her and flew towards the willow bosque. Shivering, Sophie staggered up and followed, shaken that a heart so haunted could still keep beating. The long, thin trail through the sleeping willows sloped downhill, so Sophie could see the ghostly blue glow of the tulip garden at the bottom. One last push and she'd be safe among its flowers. For a moment, she questioned why Agatha hadn't made her turn into a tree or blade of grass near the gates, then remembered that Yeoh had taught them to spot enchanted trees and that grass would be trampled by night's end. No, Agatha had chosen well. One tulip in thousands. She'd be safe till dawn. As Sophie crept through the willows, her eyes darted around for the next threat. But the sapphire trees stood sentinel along the trail, long dangling branches glittering like chandeliers. As she drifted through, leaves shed over her in slow, beautiful rhythm, beads slipping off. Bracelets. Something is here. Don't be fooled. Wolves howled again at the gates and her stomach seized. At least 4 others in the forest now, Brone, Tristan, then who? Why hadn't she learned the order? She had to get to the tulips before they found her. Sophie broke into a breathless sprint, chasing the dove ahead. She didn't notice that the faster she ran, the faster the starry willow leaves shed, showering her in suspicious comets of light. Then her head went heavy, her legs weak. No. Assaulted by leaves, she slowed to a stumbling limp. Sleeping willows. Flying overhead, Agatha looked down and screeched. Sophie lumbered forward, smelling the tulips. Few more steps. She collapsed, the flowers 10 feet away. Agatha waved her glowing wing, sparking an explosion of thunder. Sophie didn't move. Agatha tried spells for rain, sleet, snow, but no response. Frantic, she squawked Sophie's favorite song, a wretched ode to princes and weddings. Sophie's eyes peeked open. Ecstatic, the dove kept warbling, more off-key with every note. Agatha choked. Blue hoods. 2 in the thicket, 2 in the pumpkin patch, 2 more near the gates. She couldn't tell who they were, but they were all frozen, carefully discerning the precise source of the song they'd just heard. Then they started running towards the tulips. Agatha glanced at Sophie, splayed in dirt, then at Blue Hood's coming to kill her on the ground. Sophie dug her nails into earth and nosed forward a few inches. Sensing her escape, the willows shed faster, paralyzing her muscles. Agatha flailed helplessly, Dovebeak whipping between Sophie and her hunters. Panting, grunting, Sophie clawed herself through the last patch of willows, dirt turning to loamy petals beneath her. Exultant, she collapsed into big, blue flowers and inhaled their scent. Reviving instantly. She shoved a tulip bud in her mouth, grabbed Agatha's note from her pocket, finger glowing pink, Florodora fleur. She froze. Across the tulip garden, Brone and Vex smiled back at her, 2 tiny white fish thrashing in their hands. "That's how you're going to kill me?" Sophie snorted. "Fish." "Wish fish," Brone corrected, fish turning black in their hands. "And we wish to be hench captains," Vex smirked. The boys hurled the fish into the air. Instantly they ballooned big as Sophie's body and dove for her, snapping piranha teeth. Petrified, Sophie closed her eyes, felt her finger burn. Poof. Her pink fox dodged the swollen fish, which careened off the ground like bouncing balls. Sophie sprinted for her life between them, paws slipping on tulips. "Faster. Need something faster." Her finger glowed, ready to help. "Cheetah. Lion. Tiger." Poof. She was a slow pink warthog, waddling and farting. Sophie grunted in horror. The bouncy fish careened off a tree and lunged for her hide. She thrust out her glowing hoof, focused. Harder. Poof. She hurtled between them, a pink gazelle, and heard the fish crash into each other. Sophie limped into a clearing, heaving for air. Faint wolf howls at the gate sent shudders through her fur. More enemies on the way. Her big green eyes searched the dark sky for Agatha. Nothing but stars winking back at her. She looked back down and jumped. Across the clearing, Tristan and Chad Dick stood in the moonlight. Face ice cold, Tristan drew an arrow into his bow. Chad Dick pulled his sword. Sophie turned to run. Rena blocked her escape. The Arabian princess whistled and 2 golden wolf dogs slunk into the clearing behind her, bearing knife-sharp teeth. Sophie spun to see Arashan skulk out of the trees, finger glowing. 2 more Everboys drew arrows into their bows. Legs quivering, Sophie's pink gazelle stood surrounded, waiting for her white dove to rescue her. "Now!" Chad Dick screamed. Boys unleashed arrows, Arashan stabbed her finger, 2 dogs lunged as Sophie thrust out her shaking pink paw, closed her eyes. Arrows and curses sailed over her scaly rattlesnake head. Sophie hissed in relief, slithering towards the safety of trees, until a shadow cast over her. Rena's wolf dog pounced and grabbed her in its mouth. Furious, Sophie felt her snake rattle. Burn pink elephant buttocks crushed the dog's head as Sophie stampeded out of the clearing, trunk trumpeting in terror. Everboy arrows slammed into her massive pink rump and she crumpled to the grass in pain. Sophie glanced back at 10 hooded assassins and 2 chomping fish, bouncing right for her. Helplessly cornered, she raised her glowing elephant trunk. Curses, arrows, swords, fish grazed her feathers as Sophie's pink lovebird flapped into the air. Screeching with triumph, she flew higher, higher, out of arrow reach, then saw the glint of flames at the barrier. Sophie recoiled in shock, only to feel something snare her wing. Slowly, a whip of water drew her towards a hooded figure in the blue brook. Sophie shrieked for help, but then more whips ensnared her, pulling her through branches to her captor in the stream, who lashed the water with a glowing green finger. Slowly the waters delivered Sophie's lovebird into ashen hands as the shadow pulled back its hood. "You would have made a great witch, Sophie," Anadil said, stroking her beak. "Even better than me." The lovebird gazed up at her with pleading eyes. Annadil's fingers crushed its tiny throat. The bird thrashed for breath, but Annadil pressed harder, and as Sophie's eyes went dark, she knew the last thing she'd ever see was a flaming star fall majestically through sky, falling straight for the witch about to snap her neck. In a flash, a burning dove thieved Sophie out of Annadil's hands, into wings of fire, and up through frigid sky. As arrows tore through treetops, Agatha thrust out her glowing wingtip and arrows turned to daisies in the wind. She flew as long as she could on fire, Sophie clasped in her feet, then plunged into a dark pine glen and the birds smashed to the ground, tumbling over each other, snuffing out the flames. Whimpering, Agatha struggled to make her charred wing glow. It flickered. She and Sophie instantly turned human, both paralyzed with pain. Sophie glimpsed Agatha's bare arms, blistered with burns. Before Sophie could cry out, Agatha's eyes widened and she circled her glowing orange fingertip around them. Florodora pins Coria. They both turned to scrawny blue pine shrubs. Annadil stormed into the glen with a ration. They peered into the deserted patch. "I told you they landed in the pumpkins," Arashan said. "Then lead the way," said Annadil. "Which of us gets to kill her?" Arashan said, turning. Annadil stunned her with a lightning bolt. She stripped the red kerchief from Arashan's pocket and threw it to the ground. Red sparks shot into the air and Arashan vanished into thin air. "Me," Annadil said. Red eyes narrowed. She took one last long look around. "Nick, I saw her over here," called Chad Dick, nearby. Annadil smiled wickedly and headed in his direction. In the dark, silent glen, two shrubs shivered side by side. The night had just begun. Outside the Golden Gates, the unchosen Evers and Nevis waited for Sophie's name to vanish off the scoreboard like Kiko's and Arashan's. But as the hours passed and more names vanished, Nicholas, Mona, Tristan, Vex, Tarquin, Rena, Giselle, Brone, Chad Dick, Annadil, Sophie's stubbornly remained. Had Sophie and Tedros united? What would their victory mean? A prince and witch. Together. As the hours passed, good and evil shared looks across the clearing, first threatened, then curious, then hopeful, and before they knew it, they were drifting into each other's sides, sharing blankets, crepes, and cherry grenadine. Evil thought it had corrupted good and good thought it had enlightened evil, but it didn't matter. The two sides soon turned into one, cheering on the Prince-Witch revolution. Inside the cold pine glen, two shrubs waited. They waited through silence, split open by screams. They waited through sounds of classmates fighting enemies and betraying friends. They waited as something snared child after child with angry splashes in the brook. They waited as drooling trolls stomped past them, brandishing blood-stained hammers. They waited as red and white sparks painted the sky, until only 4 competitors remained. Then the blue forest went quiet for a very long time. Hunger tore at their stomachs. Cold glazed their leaves with frost. Sleep attacked their senses. But the two plants stayed rooted still until the sky bruised blue. Sophie held her breath, willing the sun to break through. Tedros limped into the glen. He had no cloak, no sword, only a brutally dented shield. His tunic was torn to shreds, the silver swan on his bare chest gleaming against welts and blood. The prince gazed into the lightening sky. Then he crumpled against a skeletal pine, sniffling softly. "Corpodora Volvira," Agatha whispered. "That's the counterspell. Go to him." "When the sun comes up," Sophie whispered back. "He needs to know you're okay." "He'll know in a few more minutes." Tedros bolted straight. "Who's there?" His eyes moved to Agatha's and Sophie's shrubs. Someone stepped from their shadows. Tedros backed against the tree. "Where's your witch?" Hester hissed, unscathed in a clean cloak. "Safe," Tedros said hoarsely. "Ah, I see," Hester smirked. "So much for your team." The prince tensed. "She knows I'm safe too." Otherwise she'd be here to fight with me. Are you sure about that? Hester said, black eyes flashing. That's what makes us good, Hester. We trust. We protect. We love. What do you have? Hester smiled. Bait. She thrust out her glowing and red fingertip and the tattoo peeled off her neck, swelling with blood. Tedros backed up in shock as her demon engorged with blood, tighter, tighter, about to burst. Hissing an incantation, Hester's eyes grayed and her skin lost all color. She sank to the ground in agony and howled in fury as if tearing her own soul apart. Then the demon's body parts detached from each other, head, 2 arms, 2 legs. 5 fractured pieces, each one alive. Tedros turned snow white. The 5 demon pieces blasted towards him, conjuring daggers instead of fire bolts. He bludgeoned the stabbing head and leg with his shield, but an arm sank a dagger into his thigh. With a cry, he batted the arm away, pulled the knife out of his leg, and clawed up the only tree in the glen, Agatha's shrub whip, to Sophie. Help him. An end in 5 pieces. Sophie shot back. He needs you. He needs me to be safe. A demon leg held a knife at the prince's head and he jumped just in time to a higher branch. The other 4 limbs ripped toward him, daggers raised, trapped. He glanced down at Hester, weak on her knees, directing the demon fragments with a glowing finger. Tedros' eyes widened, spotting something through the leaves. Red silk. In her boot. The fragments unleashed 5 knives point blank, all aimed for his organs. Just as they pierced his shirt, he jumped out of the tree and landed on his wrist with a sickening crack. Hester saw him scraping towards her. She circled her finger savagely, bringing the demon parts back around with new knives. Tedros held her glare as he crawled towards her. Sneering, Hester raised her finger high and the demon limbs called back to kill him. This time there would be no mistake. She roared and the knives stabbed down. The prince lunged for her boot. Hester's mouth opened in horror as Tedros pinned her red handkerchief to the ground. The knives clinked limply to dirt and the demon parts vanished. Then Hester vanished too, eyes shocked wide. Tedros collapsed on his back. Heaving for breath, he squinted into the pink sky. The sun was coming. Sophie, he croaked. He took a deep breath. Sophie? Agatha's leaves drooped in relief. Then she saw Sophie's shrub pruning its leaves. What are you? Go, you fool. Agatha, I don't have clothes. At least call to him so he know. Agatha stopped. On the ground, a demon arm hadn't fully vanished. It was flickering in midair, willing itself to stay. Then it slunk over the grass and picked a knife off the ground. Sophie, Sophie, go, sun will be up any minute. Sophie, go. Sophie's shrub swiveled and saw the knife rise over Tedros' shoulder. She gasped and hid her eyes. The blade plunged. Tedros saw it hit his heart too late. A shield suddenly smashed the arm down. With a screech, the demon limb shriveled and disappeared. Dazed, Tedros stared at the shallow wound in his chest muscle, the bloody knife on his sternum. He looked up at Agatha, covering her body with his shield. Still haven't figured out the clothes bit, she mumbled. Tedros leapt to his feet in shock. But you're not even in. What are you? He saw a shrub quivering behind her. Tedros stabbed his glowing gold fingertip, Corpodora volvira. Sophie fell forward and hid her body behind a shrub. Agatha, I need clothes. Teddy, could you turn around? Tedros shook his head. But the library, that book. You did cheat. Teddy, we had to. Agatha, help. Agatha pointed her seared, glowing finger at Sophie to wrap her in vines, but Tedros stayed her hand. You said you'd fight with me, he cried, eyes locked on Sophie behind the shrub. You said you'd have my back. I knew you'd be fine. Agatha, please, you lied, he said, voice breaking. Everything you said was a lie. You were using me. That's not true, Tedros. No princess would risk her own life. Even your truest love, Tedros glowered, red hot. Then why did she? Sophie followed the prince's eyes to Agatha, raw with burns. Agatha saw Sophie's eyes slowly widen, as if discovering a knife stabbed into her back. But just as Agatha tried to defend herself, sunlight exploded into the glen and washed her body in gold. Wolves howled at the gates. Sounds of children and footsteps thundered through the forest. They did it. They won. Sophie and Tedros won. Bodies burst into the glen. Panicked, Agatha lit up her finger and her dove flew away just as students flooded into view. Ever and never, shouted one. Witch and prince, shouted another. All hail Sophie and Ted. The forest went quiet. From a tree, Agatha looked down at the unchosen Evers and Nevis surgeon, then the fallen competitors, healed and cleaned by magic, all frozen as they took in the scene. Sophie cowering behind a bush. Tedros glaring down at her, eyes on fire. And they knew there would never be peace. Evers and Nevis shifted apart, enemies eternal. Neither side could hear the laughter from the tower, half-shadowed, lording over them all. 22. Nemesis dreams. Have you seen my pajamas? Hort whimpered outside Sophie's door. The ones with frogs? Swaddled in his tattered bedsheets, Sophie stared at a window she'd sealed dark with a black blanket. My father made them for me, Hort sniffled. I can't sleep without them. But Sophie just gazed at the blackened window, as if there was something in the darkness only she could see. Hort brought up barley gruel, boiled eggs, browning vegetables from the supper hall, but she didn't answer his knocks. For days, Sophie just lay still as a corpse, waiting for her prince to come. Soon her eyes dulled. She didn't know what day it was. She didn't know if it was morning or night. She didn't know if she was asleep or awake. Somewhere in this grim fog the first dream came. Streaks of black and white, then she tasted blood. She gazed up into a storm of boiling red rain. She tried to hide, but she was strapped to a white stone table by violet thorns, her body tattooed in a strange script she'd seen before but couldn't remember where. 3 old hags appeared beside her, chanting and tracing the script on her skin with crooked fingers. Faster and faster the hags chanted until a steel knife, long and thin as a knitting needle, appeared in the air over her body. She tried to wrest free, but it was too late. The knife fell with vengeance, pain flooded her stomach, and something inside her was born. A pure white seed, then a milky mass, bigger, until she saw what it was. A face too blurry to see. Kill me now, said the voice. Sophie jolted awake. Agatha sat on the edge of her bed, wrapped in Hort-stained sheets. I don't even want to know what's on these. Sophie didn't look at her. Come on. You can borrow my nose clips for Yuba's class. Agatha stood, lit by a small tear in the window. Day 3 of Know Your Animal Dung. Strange silence ticked by. Agatha slumped to the bed. What should I have done, Sophie? I couldn't let him die. It's not right, Sophie said, almost to herself. You and me, it's not right. Agatha scooted closer. I only want the best for you, no, said Sophie so sharply Agatha lurched back. I just wanted to get us home. We're not going home. You've seen to that. You think I wanted this? Agatha said, exasperated. Why are you here? Because I wanted to see how you were. I was worried about you. No. Why are you here? Sophie said, looking at the window. In my school. In my fairy tale. Because I tried to save you, Sophie. I tried to save you from the curse. Then why do you keep cursing me and my prince? Agatha scowled. That's not my fault. I think it's because deep down you don't want me to find love, Agatha, Sophie said, voice calm. What? Of cower, I think you want me for yourself. Agatha's whole body went rigid. She swallowed. That's stupid. The schoolmaster was right, Sophie said, still not looking at her. A princess can't be friends with a witch. But we are friends, Agatha sputtered. You're the only friend I've ever had. You know why a princess can't be friends with a witch, Agatha? Slowly Sophie turned to face her. Because a witch never has her own fairy tale. A witch has to ruin one to be happy. Agatha fought back tears. But I'm not a witch, then get your own life. Sophie screamed. She watched the dove flee through the rip in the black window, then crawled back under her sheets until all the light was gone. That night, Sophie had her second dream. She was running through woods, hungrier than she'd ever been, until she found a deer with a human face, the same milky, blurred face she glimpsed the night before. She looked closer to see whose it was, but the deer's face was now a mirror, and in it, she could see her reflection. But it wasn't hers. It was the beast's. Sophie woke in icy sweat, blood burning through her veins. Outside room 34, Hort huddled in his underpants, reading The Gift of Loneliness by candlelight. The door cracked open behind him. What is everyone saying about me? Hort stiffened as if he'd heard a ghost. He turned, eyes wide. I want to know, said Sophie. She followed him into the dark hall, joints cracking. She couldn't remember the last time she stood up. I don't see anything, she said, searching for the glint of his chest's swan crest. Where are you? Over here. A torch ignited, swathing Hort in firelight. She staggered back. Every inch of the black wall behind him was covered in posters, banners, graffiti. Congratulations, Captain. Trial triumphant. Reader to the rescue, accompanied by depraved cartoons of ever-suffering miserable deaths. Beneath the wall, carnivorous green bouquets littered the floor, carrying handwritten messages between the bloom's sharp teeth. Wish I had your moves. Ravan. You're the ultimate thief of hearts. Mona. Tedros deserved it. Your friend, Arashan. Sophie looked dazed. I don't understand. Tedros said you used him to win the trial. Hort said. Lady Lesso named it the Sophie trap, said you even fooled her. Teachers are saying you're the best captain Evil has ever had. Look. Sophie followed his eyes to a row of eel-green boxes amid the bouquets, wrapped with red ribbons. She opened the first to find a parchment card. Hope you remember how to use it. Professor Manley. Beneath it was a black snakeskin cape. In the boxes that followed, Castor gifted her a dead quail, Lady Lesso left an ice-carved flower, and Shadea enclosed her trial cloak, asking if she might kindly donate it to the exhibition of evil. What a genius trick, Hort fawned, trying on the cape. Hide as a plant, wait until Tedros and Hester are left, then charge in and take out Hester while Tedros is wounded. But why didn't you finish Tedros off? Everyone's asking, but he won't say anything. I said it's 'cause the sun came up. Hort saw Sophie's expression and his smile vanished. It was a trick, wasn't it? Sophie's eyes filled with tears. She started to shake her head, but there was something else on the wall in front of her. A black rose, note speared through thorns, dripping with ink. Sophie took it into her hands. Cheater. Liar. Snake. You're right where you belong. All hail the witch. Sophie? Who's it from? Heart throbbing, Sophie smelled the bitter black thorns laced with a scent she knew so well. So this was her reward for love. She crushed the rose, spitting Tedros' words with blood. This will make you feel better. In room 66, Anadil scooped murky yellow broth from her cauldron into a bowl, dripping on the floor. Immediately her rats converged, 8 inches bigger now, biting, clawing each other to get first licks. Your talent's coming along, Hester croaked. Annadil sat on the edge of Hester's bed with the bowl. Just a few sips. Hester managed only one, then fell back. I shouldn't have tried it, she wheezed. She's too good. She's twice the witch I am shhhh, don't strain. But she loves him, said Dot, curled in her bed. She thinks she does, Hester said. Just like we all once did. Dot's eyes bulged. Please, Dot. You think she's the only never who dabbled in love? Hester, enough, Annadil pressed. No, let's have the truth, Hester said, struggling to sit up. All of us have felt shameful stirrings. All of us have felt weakness. But those feelings are wrong, said Annadil. No matter how strong they are. That's why this one's special, Hester said wryly. She almost convinced us they were right. The room lapsed to silence. So what happens to her now? Asked Dot. Hester sighed. The same thing that happened to all of us. This time their silence was broken by distant clacks in slow, menacing rhythm. The three girls craned to the door as the clacks swelled towards them, cruel and clean like whip cracks. They grew louder, sharper, impaling the hall, then ebbed past their room to silence. Dot farted in relief. The door slammed open and the girls screamed. Dot belly-flopped off the bed. A draft blew the hanging dresses past the torch over the door, casting flints of light on a shadow's face. The hair gleamed, spiked and slicked, black as smeared eye sockets and lips. Ghost white skin glowed against black nail polish, black cape, and black leather. Sophie stepped into the room, high black boots stabbing the floor. Hester grinned back at her. Welcome home. From the floor, Dot peeped nervously between them. But where will we find a new bed? 3 pairs of eyes found hers. She didn't even get time to collect her snacks. In the dark, dank hall, Dot pounded on the iron door in banishing silence. But it was no use. 3 witches made a coven and she had been replaced. The Evers didn't celebrate when Tedros received his captain's badge. How could they, when Sophie had made a fool of him? Evil had returned, the Nevers gloated. Evil had a queen. Then the Evers remembered they had something the Nevers didn't. Something that proved them superior. A ball. And the queen wasn't invited. The first snow littered the clearing in lumpy brittles of ice, pelting Nevers pails with loud pings. As they tried to grasp moldy cheese with frozen fingers, they looked daggers at Evergirls scrabbling about, too busy to worry about weather. With the ball 2 weeks away, the girls needed to make every possible arrangement, since boys still refused to propose before the circus. Rena, for instance, expected Chad Dick to ask her, so she had dyed her mother's old school gown to match his grey eyes. But if Chad Dick asked Ava instead, she had caught him ogling Snow White's portrait, so he might like paler girls, then Nicholas might ask her, in which case she'd trade for Giselle's white gown to balance his tan skin. And if Nicholas didn't ask her, Mother says goodness is making people feel wanted even when you don't want them at all, she sighed to Beatrix, who looked bored. With Sophie out of the picture, Beatrix knew Tedros was her date. Not that he had confirmed this. The prince had been ignoring everyone since the trial, sullen as a never. Now Beatrix felt his mood infect her as she watched him shoot arrows into the tree he and Sophie used to sit beneath. Tedros ripped more holes in its heart, but there was no satisfaction. After a few days of teasing, his mates had tried to cheer him up. Who cared if he shared his spoils with a Never girl? Who cared if she puttered with him along the way? He'd still won a brutal trial and outlasted them all. But Tedros saw only shame in it, for he was no better than his father now. A slave to his heart's mistakes. Still, he hadn't told anyone about Agatha. He knew she was surprised by this because she winced every time he spoke in class, as if expecting him to expose her any moment. But where a week ago, he would have loved to see her punished, now he felt confused. Why had she risked her life to save him? Had she been telling the truth about that gargoyle? Could that witch actually be good? He thought of her tramping through halls with leery bug eyes, a cockroach. That's what Beatrix said. So Agatha was there all along, helping Sophie to the top of the ranks. She must have been hidden in Sophie's dress or in her hair, whispering answers and casting spells. But how had she made him pick Sophie in the pumpkin challenge? Tedros felt sick. A goblin picked from two. A princess whose coffin knocked him out. A roach hidden on a pumpkin. He had never picked Sophie. He picked Agatha every time. Tedros whipped around in horror, looking for her, but he didn't see Agatha anywhere in the clearing. He had to stay away from that girl. He had to tell her to stay away from him. He had to stop all of this. A hunk of sleet smacked his cheek. Blinded by water, Tedros saw shadows gliding towards him, wiped his eyes, and dropped his bow. Sophie, Anadil, and Hester slunk in step with matching black hair, black makeup, and black-hearted scowls. With a shared hiss, they sent Evergirls bolting, leaving only Tedros and Spooked. Everboys fanned out behind him. Anadil and Hester dropped behind Sophie, who stepped up to face her prince. From the sky, ice fell between them in jagged slivers. "You think I faked it," Sophie said, flaying him with her green eyes. "You think I never loved you." Tedros tried to quell his thumping heart. Somehow she was more beautiful than ever. "You can't cheat your way to love, Sophie," he said. "My heart never wanted you." "Oh, I've seen who your heart picks," Sophie smirked, mimicking Agatha's buggy gape and trademark scowl. Tedros reddened. "I can explain that. Let me guess. Your heart is blind." "No, it just says anyone but you." Sophie chuckled. In a flash, she lunged and Tedros drew his sword, as did all his mates behind him. Sophie smiled weakly. "Look what's happened, Tedros. You're scared of your true love." "Go back to your side," the prince yelled. "I waited for you," Sophie said, voice breaking. "I thought you'd come for me." "What? Why would I come for you?" Sophie gazed at him. "Because you made me a promise," she breathed. Baring teeth, Tedros glared back. "I made you no promises." Sophie stared at him, stunned. Her eyes cast down. "I see." Slowly she looked back up. "Then I'll be whatever you want me to be." She thrust out her glowing finger and the boys' swords turned to snakes. As Everboys fled, Tedros kicked dust at the hissing coils. He spun to see Sophie wipe tears, then pull her cape around her and hurry away. Hester ran to catch up. "Feel better?" "I gave him a chance," Sophie said, walking faster. "You're even now." "It's over," Hester soothed. "No. Not until he keeps his promise." "Promise? What promise?" But Sophie had already raced ahead into the tunnel. As she fled through twisted branches, she sensed someone watching. Through tears and trees, she couldn't see the face on the balcony, just a milky white blur. Her stomach sank. She found a break in the leaves, but the face was gone, as if it was just a dream. The next morning, Good woke to slippery lard all over the floors. The morning after, Everboys screamed after putting on coats laced with rash powder. On the third morning, the teachers found framed underpants replacing Beauty's portrait on the Legends obelisk, the sides switched in the Theatre of Tales, and candid classrooms flooded with stinky green goo. With the fairies unable to catch the vandals in the act, Tedros and his Everboy mates formed a nighttime guard, patrolling the halls from dusk until dawn. Still, the culprits eluded capture and by the end of the week, the bandits had filled the grim room pools with stingrays, warped the hall mirrors to taunt passers-by, released overfed pigeons in the supper hall, and enchanted good toilets to explode when students sat on them. Enraged, Professor Dovey insisted Sophie be brought to justice, but Lady Lesso said it was highly doubtful one student could manage to cripple an entire school without help. She was right. It doesn't feel good anymore, Annadil grouched after supper in room 66. Hester and I want to stop. You got your revenge, said Hester. Let him go. I thought you two were villains, Sophie said from her bed, eyes glued to nightmares be gone. Villains have purpose, Hester snapped. What we're doing is just thuggery. Tonight we're putting pox in the boys' breeches, said Sophie, flipping the page. Find a spell for it. What do you want, Sophie? Hester pleaded. What are we fighting for? Sophie looked up. Are you going to help or should I turn us all in? Tedros soon had all 60 boys on his nighttime guard, but Sophie escalated the attacks. The first night, she made Hester and Annadil brew a potion to turn the good lake to evil sludge, forcing the magical wave to migrate to the shores. The brew left their hands red with burns, but Sophie made them return at dawn to lace ever linens with lice. Soon, the girls attacked so frequently, putting leeches in the Ever supper punch, unleashing locusts during Uma's lecture, sending a charging bull into swordplay, cursing the Ever's stairs to scream bloodily with every step, that half the good teachers cancelled their classes, Porlock stumbled on sheep legs into his own traps, and the Evers only felt safe travelling in packs. Professor Dovey slammed into Lady Lesso's office. That which must be failed. There's no way for a never to enter your school, let alone attack it day and night, Lady Lesso yawned. For all we know it's a rogue Ever. An Ever. My students have won every competition in this school for 200 years. Until now. Lady Lesso smiled. And I have no plans to give up my best student without proof. While Professor Dovey sent unanswered missives to the schoolmaster, Lady Lesso took careful notice of Sophie's growing distance with her roommates, the fact Sophie was no longer shivering in her iced classroom, and her brutal desecration of Tedros' name on her book covers. Are you feeling all right, Sophie? Lady Lesso asked, barring the iced door after class. Yes, thank you, Sophie replied uncomfortably. I should be going, between your winning class captain, your new fashions, and your nighttime activities, it's a lot to take in. I don't know what activities you're referring to, Sophie said, sidling past her. Have you been having strange dreams, Sophie? Sophie stopped cold. What kind of dreams would be strange? Angry dreams. Dreams that get worse every night, Lady Lesso said behind her. You'll feel as if something is being birthed in your soul. A face, perhaps. Sophie's stomach clamped. The terrible dreams had persisted, all ending with a milky, blurry face. The past few days, streaks of red appeared at the face's edges, as if it was being outlined in blood. But she couldn't recognize it. All she knew was she woke up every day angrier than before. Sophie turned. What would a dream like that mean? That you are a special girl, Sophie, Lady Lesso cooed. One we should all be proud of. Oh. I may have had one or two nemesis dreams, Lady Lesso said, violet eyes flashing. You're having nemesis dreams. Sophie stared at her. But nothing to be concerned about, dear. Not until there's symptoms. Symptoms? What symptoms? What happens if there's symptoms? Then you'll finally see the face of your nemesis. The one who grows stronger as you grow weaker, Lady Lesso answered calmly. The one you must destroy in order to live. Sophie blanched. But that's impossible. Is it? I think it's quite clear who your nemesis is. What? I don't have anyone that, Sophie lost her breath. Tedros? But I love him. That's why I did it. I have to get him back, Lady Lesso just smiled. I was angry. Sophie cried. I didn't mean any, I don't want to hurt him. I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm not a villain. You see, it doesn't matter what we are, Sophie. Lady Lesso leaned so close she just had to whisper. It's what we do. Her pupils flicked over Sophie's face. But no symptoms yet, I'm afraid, she sighed and swept to her desk. Close the door on your way out. Sophie fled too fast to bother. That night, Sophie didn't attack the Evers. Let him go, she told herself, pillow over her head. Let Tedros go. Over and over she repeated it, until she had erased the meeting with Lady Lesso from her memory. As the words soothed her to sleep, she felt the stirrings of her old self. Tomorrow she'd be loving. Tomorrow she'd be forgiving. Tomorrow she'd be good again. But then another dream came. She ran through mirrors reflecting her smiling face, long gold hair, and luscious pink gown. Through the last mirror was an open door, and through the door, Tedros waited for her, kingly in his blue ball suit beneath Camelot spires. She ran and ran to him but grew no closer, until deadly sharp briars, swollen purple, began to snake towards her true love. Frantic, she willed herself through the last door to save him, losing a glass heel and lunged for his arms. The prince melted to a milky, red blur and threw her into thorns. Sophie woke enraged and forgot all about letting go. It's the middle of the night. You said it was over. Anadil fumed, following her into the tunnel. We can't keep doing these things without a purpose, Hester seethed. I have a purpose, Sophie said, whirling around. You hear me? I have a purpose. The next day, the Evers arrived at lunch to find all the trees on their side cut down. All except the one Sophie and Tedros used to sit beneath, carved again and again with one unmistakable word. Liar. Stunned, the wolves and nymphs howled for the teachers and immediately formed a boundary between the two halves of the clearing. Tedros stormed up to the border between two wolves. Stop it. Now. Everyone followed his eyes to Sophie, sitting serenely against a snowy tree on the Never side. Or what? She simpered. You'll catch me. Now you really sound like a villain, Tedros sneered. Careful, Teddy. What will they say when we dance at the ball? All right, now you've lost it. Here I thought you were a prince, Sophie said, walking towards him. Because you promised to take me to the ball right in this very spot. And a prince never breaks his promise. Gasps rose from both sides of the clearing. Tedros looked like he'd been kicked in the gut. After all, a prince who breaks his promise, Sophie faced him between two wolves, is a villain. Tedros couldn't speak, cheeks splotched red. But you're not a villain and neither am I, Sophie said, eyes guilty. So all you have to do is keep your promise and we can be ourselves again. Tedros and Sophie. Prince and princess. With a tentative smile, she held out her hand across the wolves to him. Good forever after. The clearing was dead silent. I'll never take you to the ball, Tedros spat. Never. Sophie withdrew her hand. Well, then, she said softly. Now everyone knows who's responsible for the attacks. Tedros felt Evers' blameful stares burning through him. Ashamed, he trudged out of the clearing, as Sophie watched, heart in her throat, fighting the urge to call him back. This is about a ball, said a voice. Sophie turned to glowering Hester and Anadil. This is about what's right, she said. You're on your own, Hester snarled, and Anadil followed her away. Sophie stood, circled by stunned students, teachers, wolves, and fairies, listening to her own shallow breaths. Slowly she looked up. Tedros glared down at her from inside the glass castle. In the weak sun, his milky face had a glint of red. Sophie met his eyes, stealing her heart. He'd love her back. He'd have to. Because she'd destroy him if he dared love anyone else. 23. Magic in the mirror. Buried under lace pillows, all Agatha could hear was the echo of 4 terrible words. Get your own life. What life? Before Sophie, all she could remember was darkness and pain. Sophie had made her feel normal. Sophie had made her feel needed. Without Sophie, she was a freak, a nothing, Agatha's stomach dropped. A witch never has her own fairy tale. Without Sophie, she was a witch. For 6 days, Agatha stayed shut up in her tower, listening to the screams of others terrorized by new attacks. All joint school activities had been cancelled indefinitely, lunch and forest groups included. Was this all her fault? Didn't witches leave fairy tales in ruins? As the screams outside grew more panicked, her guilt screwed tighter and tighter. Then the attack stopped. Huddled in common rooms, others held their breath. But when Saturday and Sunday went, Agatha knew the storm had passed. Sophie would come to say sorry any minute now. Gazing at the rose-tinted moon, Agatha hugged her pillow and prayed. Their friendship would survive this. Fairies jingled outside the door and she swiveled to see a note slid under it. Chest pounding. She dived out of bed, swooped it into sweaty palms. Dear students, with the snowball 6 days away, this week's challenges will see if you are prepared. Despite recent interruptions, there will be no further cancellations. Our traditions are what separate good from evil. Even in the darkest of times, a ball may be your best chance to find a happy ending. Professor Dovey. Agatha groaned and buried herself under pink sheets. But as she gave in to sleep, she began to hear words. Ball, purpose, happy. They tumbled in darkness, echoing deeper, deeper, until they planted in her soul like magic seeds. Ravan tiptoed towards room 66, swan crests of 6 shivering nevers glinting in darkness behind him. If the attack stopped, maybe she's dead, Vex said. Maybe villains don't do evil on Sundays, said Brone. Or maybe Sophie got over that stupid prince. Ravan lashed. You don't ever get over love, hot moped in dirty long johns. Even if they steal your room and your pajamas. Sophie shouldn't even have let herself love. Ravan shot back. First time I told my dad I liked a girl, he slathered me in honey and sealed me in a bear den for a night. Haven't liked one since. First time I told my mother I fancied someone, she baked me in an oven for an hour, Mona agreed, green skin paling. I never think about boys now. First time I liked a boy, my dad killed him. The group stopped and stared at Arash. Maybe Sophie just had bad parents, she said. With solemn nods, the Nevers skulked to room 66, hidden in shadow. Holding their breaths. They each found a piece of door and pressed their ears to it. They didn't hear anything. On 3, Ravan mouthed. Nevers backed up, preparing to storm it. 1, 2. Drink this. Anadil's voice inside. Nevers shoved their ears to the door. They're killing me, Sophie rasped weakly, sounds of vomiting. She has a high fever, Hester. Lady Lesso said Nemesis, Drea, they're nothing, Sophie, Hester's voice said. Now go to sleep. Will I be better for ball? Tedros promised, close your eyes, dearie. Dreams, they'll come, Sophie wheezed, shush, we're here now, Hester said. It was quiet inside, but Ravan and the Nevers didn't move. Then they heard voices closer to the door. Dreams of faces, high fever, obsession. Lady Lesso's right. Anadil whispered. Tedros is her nemesis. So she did meet the schoolmaster. Hester whispered back. She's in a real fairy tale. Then this whole school better watch out, Hester. Real fairy tales mean war. Arnie, we need to get Tedros and Sophie back together now. Before any symptoms appear. But how? Your talent, Hester whispered. But we can't tell a soul. This gets out and all our lives are at stake, her voice stopped. Ravan wheeled to the others, the door slammed open. Hester peered out, eyes narrowed. But the hallway was empty. On Monday morning, Agatha woke with a strong urge to go to class. Stomping around her room, she shoved on her rumpled pinafore and picked lint from her greasy hair. How many days could she wait? Sophie didn't want to apologize. Sophie didn't want to be friends. She crushed Sophie's paper rose, hurled it through the window. I can have my own life. She searched for something else to throw, then glimpsed crinkled parchment under her toes. A ball may be your best chance. Agatha grabbed it into her hands and read Professor Dovey's note again, eyes flaring. That's it. The ball was her chance. All she needed was one of those vile, arrogant boys to take her. Then Sophie would eat her words. She jammed calloused feet into her clumps and stomped down the stairs, waking the whole tower. She had 5 days to find a date to the ever-snowball. 5 days to prove she wasn't a witch. Ball week got off to a bizarre start when Professor Anemone pranced in 10 minutes late. Wearing a white swan feather dress with a high rump and scandalously short hem, along with purple pantyhose, sparkly garters, and a crown that could have been an upside-down chandelier. Behold, true ball elegance, she preened, caressing her tail feathers. A good thing boys cannot ask me to the ball, or many of you would lose your princes. She basked in her students' stares. Yes, isn't it divine? I was told by Empress Visilla this is all the rage in Putsy. Putsy? Where is Putsy? Kiko wisped. Home to a lot of angry swans, said Beatrix. Agatha gouged herself with a pen to not laugh. Because your suitors have chosen to wait until the circus to propose, I caution you to take this week's challenges seriously, Professor Anemone huffed. An exceptionally good or poor performance could very well change a boy's mind. Suppose Tedros did promise to take Sophie to the ball. Rena whispered to Beatrix. Princes can't break promises without something terrible happening. Some promises are meant to be broken, Beatrix retorted. But if anyone tries to ruin my night with Tedros, I promise they won't survive the night. Of course not all of you will be asked to the snowball, warned Professor Anemone. Every year, one woeful girl is failed, because boys would rather take half ranks than take her. And such a girl who can't find a boy, even under the most propitious circumstances, well, she must be a witch, mustn't she? Agatha felt everyone's eyes on her. Failed if a boy didn't ask her. Now finding a date was a matter of life and death. For today's challenge, you must try to see who your date for the ball will be, her teacher declared. Only when you see a boy's face clearly in your head will you know he wants you to. Now join the person beside you and take turns proposing. When it is your turn to accept, close your eyes and see whose face appears. Agatha turned to Millicent across her desk, who looked poised to vomit. Dear, Agatha, will I my princess fourth ball, she heaved, then retched so loud Agatha jumped. Oh, who was she kidding? She looked down at her bony limbs, pasty skin, and nails bitten to the nub. What boy would choose to ask her to the ball? As hope seeped out of her, she glanced at girls, eyes closed in euphoria, dreaming of their princes' faces. It's a yes or no question, Millicent moaned. With a sigh, Agatha closed her eyes and tried to imagine her prince's face. But all she could hear were the loud echoes of boys fighting to not be her date. There's no one left for you, dear. But I thought every boy had to go, Professor Dovey. Well, the last one killed himself rather than take you. Phantom laughter shrieked in her ears. Agatha gritted her teeth. I'm not a witch. The boys' voices softened. I'm not a witch. The voices receded into darkness. But there was nothing in their place. Nothing to believe in. I'm not a witch. Nothing. Something. A milky, faceless silhouette born out of darkness. He bent before her on one knee, took her hand. Are you feeling all right? She opened her eyes. Professor Anemone was staring at her. So was the rest of the class. I think so. But you smiled. A real smile. Agatha gulped. I did. Have you been bewitched? Her teacher shrieked. Is this one of the nervous attacks? No, I mean it was an accident, but, my dear. It was beautiful. Agatha thought she might float out of her chair. She wasn't a witch. She wasn't a freak. She felt her smile return, bigger, brighter than before. If only the rest was too, Professor Anemone sighed. Agatha's smile collapsed into its comfortable frown. Dispirited, she flopped her next 2 challenges miserably, with Porlocks calling her attitude nefarious and Uma sighing she'd seen sloths with more charm. Sulking in the pews before history, Agatha wondered whether Professor Charlize could, in fact, see her future. Would she find a date to the snowball? Or was Sophie right about her being a witch? Would she fail and die here all alone? The problem was there was no way to ask Charlize anything, even if he was a seer. Besides, to broach the subject, she'd have to admit she broke into his study. Not the best way to win a teacher's confidence. In the end, it didn't matter because Charlize never showed up. He had chosen to spend the week teaching at the school for evil, claiming that history couldn't compete with the distractions of a ball. In his absence, he relinquished the teaching of ball customs and traditions to a gang of unkempt middle-aged sisters in musty gowns. The 12 dancing princesses from the famous fairy tale who had each won their prince at a court ball. But before they could reveal how exactly they squired these princes, the 12 shrews started bickering as to the correct version of their story, then shouting over each other. Agatha closed her eyes to tune them out. No matter what Professor Anemone said, she had seen someone's face. Blurry, foggy but real. Someone who wanted to ask her to the ball. She clenched her jaw. I'm not a witch. Slowly the silhouette appeared out of darkness, this time closer, clearer than before. He took one knee before her, lifted his face into light. A screech jolted her awake. Onstage, the 12 sisters were bellowing and butting each other like gorillas. How can those be princesses? Beatrix cried. That's what happens after you're married, said Gazelle. My mother stopped shaving her legs. Mine can't fit in any of her old gowns, Millicent said. Mine doesn't wear makeup, said Ava. Mine eats cheese, Rena sighed. Beatrix looked faint. Well, my wife tries any of that, she can go live with witches, Chad Dick said, gnawing on a turkey leg. In all those pictures of Ever After, no one sees an ugly princess. He noticed Agatha sitting stiffly next to him. Oh. No offense. By lunch, Agatha had forgotten all about finding a date and wanted to go groveling back to Sophie. But she, Hester, and Annadil were nowhere to be found, or Dot, for that matter, and the Nevers seemed curiously subdued on their side of the clearing. Meanwhile, she could hear Evergirls chuckling as Chad Dick retold his story to different groups, the no offense line sounding more offensive each time. Even worse, Tedros kept giving her strange looks between horseshoe throws, and an especially strange one after she dropped her bowl of beet stew all over her lap. Kiko plopped down beside her. Don't be upset. It can't be true. What? The 2 boys thing. What 2 boys thing? You know, that they all made a pact for 2 boys to go together rather than ask you. Agatha stared at her. Oh no. Kiko squeaked, and fled. In Good Deeds, Professor Dovey gave them a written test on how they would handle moral predicaments at a ball. For instance, 1. If you attend the ball with someone other than your first choice, but your first choice, who you're madly in love with, asks you to dance, do you A. Kindly inform them that if they wanted to dance with you they should have asked you to the ball. B. Dance with them, but only to a fast-paced rondel. C. Ditch your date for your first choice. D. Ask your date what they would feel comfortable with. Agatha answered D. Underneath it, she wrote, unless no one would ever ask you to a ball, let alone to dance. Then this question doesn't apply. 2. Upon arriving at the ball, you notice your friend's breath smells unbearably of garlic and trout. However, your friend is going with the person you hoped would ask you to the ball. Do you A. Inform your friend at once of their foul odor? B. Say nothing since it is your friend's fault they smell? C. Say nothing because you will enjoy watching them be embarrassed? D. Offer them a piece of sweet licorice without mentioning their breath. Agatha answered A. She added, because at least bad breath is temporary. Ugly is forever. 3. A baby dove with a broken wing slips into the good hall, crashes to the dance floor during the last waltz, and is in severe danger of being crushed. Do you A. Scream and stop the dance? B. Finish the dance and then attend to the dove? C. Kick the dove off the floor while dancing so it's safe, then attend to it after? D. Abandon the dance and rescue the dove, even if it means embarrassing your partner. Agatha answered D. My partner is imaginary. I'm sure he won't mind. She answered the next 27 questions in the same spirit. Perched at her desk made out of sugar plums, Professor Dovey scored the tests and shoved them under a gleaming pumpkin weight, face growing grimmer and grimmer. Just what I've been afraid of, she fumed, flinging the tests back to the students. Your answers are vain, vacuous, and at times downright villainous. No wonder that Sophie girl made fools of you all. Attacks are over, aren't they? Ted Ross muttered. No thanks to you. Professor Dovey barked, thrusting a red-drenched test at him. And never wins a trial, lays waste to our school and no ever to catch her. No one good to put down a student. She slung tests across a row. Must I remind you that the Circus of Talents is in 4 days? And that whoever wins the circus has the theatre of tales moved to their school. Do you want your theatre moved to evil? Do you want to walk with shame to evil for the rest of the year? No one could meet her eyes. To be good you must prove yourself good, Evers, Professor Dovey warned. Defend. Forgive. Help. Give. Love. Those are our rules. But it is your choice to follow them. As she went over the tests, excoriating every wrong answer, Agatha shoved hers away. But then she noticed the corner. 100%. See me. When the fairies chimed the end of class, Professor Dovey shooed all the Evers out, closed the pumpkin candy door, and locked it. She turned and found Agatha atop her desk, eating a sugar plum. So if I follow the rules, Agatha said, chomping loudly, I'm not a witch. Professor Dovey eyed the new hole in her desk. Only a truly good soul lives those rules, yes. What if my face is evil? Agatha said. Oh, Agatha, don't be ridiculous. What if my face is evil? Her teacher flinched at her tone. I'm far from home, I've lost my only friend, everyone here hates me, and all I want is a way to find some kind of happy ending, Agatha said, red hot. But you can't even tell me the truth. My ending is not about what good I do or what's inside me. It's about how I look. Spit flew out of her mouth. I never even had a chance. For a long moment, Professor Dovey just gazed at the door. Then she sat down on the desk next to Agatha, broke off a sugar plum, and bit into it with a juicy squirt. What did you think of Beatrix the first time you saw her? Agatha stared at the candy plum in her teacher's hand. Agatha. I don't know. She was beautiful, Agatha groused, remembering their fart-filled introduction. And now? She's revolting. Has she gotten less pretty? No, but so is she beautiful or not? Yes, at first sight, so beauty only lasts a glance. Not if you're a good person, so it's being good that matters. I thought you said it was looks. Agatha opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Beauty can only fight truth so long, Agatha. You and Beatrix share more in common than you think. Great. I can be her animal slave, Agatha said, and bit into her plum. Professor Dovey stood up. Agatha, what do you see when you look in the mirror? I don't look in mirrors. Why is that? Because horses and hogs don't sit around ogling their reflections. What is it you're afraid you'll see? Professor Dovey said, leaning near the pumpkin candy door. I'm not afraid of mirrors, Agatha snorted. Then look in this one. She glanced up and saw the door near Professor Dovey was now a smooth, polished mirror. She turned away. Cute trick. That one in our book. Look in the mirror, Agatha, Professor Dovey said calmly. This is stupid. Agatha leapt off the desk and tramped past her, head down to avoid her reflection. She couldn't find a doorknob. Let me out. Out. She clawed at the door, closing her eyes every time she saw herself. If you look in the mirror, you may leave. Agatha struggled to make her finger glow. Let me out. Then look in the mirror. Let me out or else. Just one look. Agatha slammed her clump against the glass. With a shiver, the mirror shattered, and she shielded herself from the shimmer and dust. When crashes petered to silence, she slowly lifted her head. A new mirror glared back. Make it go away, she pleaded, hiding her face. Just try, Agatha. I can't. Why? Because I'm ugly. And what if you were beautiful? Look at me, Agatha moaned. Suppose you were. But suppose you were like the girls in storybooks, Agatha. I don't read that garbage, Agatha snapped. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Agatha stiffened. You read them just like your friend, dear, said Professor Dovey. The question is, why? Agatha didn't say anything for a long time. If I was beautiful, she asked quietly. Yes, dear. Agatha looked up, eyes glistening. I'd be happy. That's odd, her teacher said, sweeping to her desk. That's just what Ella of Maidenvale said to me. Well, 3 cheers for Ella of Maidenvale. Agatha sulked. I gave her a visit when I found out she wished to go to a ball and then couldn't go through with it. All she needed was a new face and a nice pair of shoes. I don't see what this has to do with Enith. Agatha's eyes widened. Ella. Cinderella. Not even my best work, however notorious, said her teacher, caressing a pumpkin paperweight. You know, they sell these in Maidenvale. Doesn't match Ella's coach at all, really. Agatha staggered back. But that means you're the most wished-for fairy godmother in the endless woods. At your service, dear. Agatha's head felt light. She leaned against the door. I warned you when you saved the gargoyle, Agatha, Professor Dovey said. You are a powerful talent. Good enough to conquer any evil. Good enough to find your happy ending. Even if you've lost your way. Everything you need is inside you, Agatha. And now, more than ever, we need you to let it out. But if it's beauty that's holding you back, dear. She sighed. Well, that's easily taken care of, isn't it? Reaching into her green gown, she pulled out a thin, cherrywood wand. Now close your eyes and make a wish. Agatha blinked to make sure she was awake. Fairy tales always punished girls like her. Fairy tales never gave ugly girls wishes. Any wish, she said, voice cracking. Any wish, said her fairy godmother. And I have to say it out loud. I'm not a mind reader, dear. Agatha looked at her through tears. But I've never said it to anyone. Then it's about time. Trembling, Agatha looked at the wand in her hand and closed her eyes. Could this really be happening? I wish. She couldn't breathe. To be, magic response to conviction, I'm afraid, said Professor Dovey. Agatha gulped for air. All she could think about was Sophie. Sophie staring right at her, as if she were a dog. Get your own life. Her heart suddenly seared hot with anger. Teeth clenched, she curled her fists, raised her head, and with a shout, I wish to be beautiful. The swish of a wand and a sickening crack. Agatha opened her eyes. Professor Dovey frowned at the broken wand in her hand. A bit ambitious, that wish. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. She let out a deafening whistle and 6 pink-skinned, 7-foot, rainbow-haired nymphs landed through the window in a neat row. Agatha backed against the mirror. Wait, hold on, they'll be gentle as they can. Agatha managed a last yowl before the nymphs descended on her like bears. Professor Dovey shielded her eyes from the carnage. They really are too tall. Agatha's eyes fluttered open in shadow. She felt achy and strange, as if she'd been asleep for days. She blearily took in her fully dressed body slumped in a green chair, restraints undone. She was in the grim room. The nymphs were gone. Agatha jumped from the chair. The aromatic bath pools were all sudsy and flooded. The rose-red makeup station in front of her was lined with 100 bottles of uncorked waxes, creams, dyes, and masks. In the sink were used razors, files, knives, and picks. On the floor were mounds of shorn hair. Agatha picked some up. It was blonde. Mirror. She whipped around, but the other chair and mirror stations were gone. She frantically touched her hair, her skin. Everything felt softer, smoother. She touched her lips, her nose, her chin. Everything felt daintier. All she needed was a new face. She collapsed back in the chair. They did it. They did the impossible. She was normal. No, she wasn't just normal. She was pretty. She was lovable. She was beautiful. Finally she could live. Finally she could be happy. Napping in his nest atop the door, Albemarle let out a particularly loud snore as it swung open. Have a good night, Albemarle. Albemarle peeked open a spectacled eye. Have a good night, Aga. Oh, my. Agatha's smile only grew as she ascended the steps to the first floor. She had to get to the gilded mirror near the supper hall. She had memoized all the mirror locations in the school so she could avoid them. Agatha felt giddily light. Would she even recognize herself? She heard gasps and saw Rena and Millicent goggling down at her through the gap in the spiral staircase. Hello, Rena. Agatha beamed. Hello, Millicent. Both girls were too stunned to wave back. As she waltzed into the stair room, Agatha felt herself smile even wider. Climbing up the Legends obelisk, Chad, Dick, and Nicholas considered portraits of past Evergirls. Rapunzel was a 4 at best, said Chad, Dick, hanging off a brick like a mountaineer. But this Martine was a solid 9. Too bad she ended up a horse, said Nicholas. Wait until they put Agatha on the wall. She'll end up a What? What will I end up? Chad, Dick turned to Agatha. He gawped open-mouthed. A cat? Agatha grinned. I seem to have eaten your tongue. Oh, Nicholas chimed, and Chad, Dick kicked him off the pillar. Smiling so wide it hurt now, Agatha sauntered up the Vela stairs towards the supper hall. She glided through royal blue arches for the gold double doors, ready to face the mirror inside, ready to feel what Sophie had felt all her life, but just as she reached for them, the doors opened in her face. Excuse me, Agatha heard the voice before she saw him. Slowly she looked up, heart thundering. Tedros stared at her, looking so confused she thought she had somehow petrified him with a villain spell. He coughed, as if trying to find his voice. Hi. Hi, Agatha said, smiling stupidly. Silence. What's for supper? She said even more stupidly. Duckling, he squeaked. He coughed again. Sorry. It's just, you look so. Agatha suddenly felt a strange feeling. It scared her. I know, not me, she blurted, and fled around the corner. She lunged into a corridor and cowered under a portrait frame. What did they do? Had they exchanged her soul when they gave her a new face? Had they replaced her heart when they gave her a new body? Why were her palms drenched? Why was her stomach fluttering? Where was the insult for Tedros she always had on her lips? What in heaven and earth could possibly make her smile at a boy? She hated boys. She always hated boys. She wouldn't smile at one even if forced to at sword point. Agatha realized where she was. The portrait she was under wasn't a portrait. Sweating with dread, she stood to face the hall's giant mirror, ready to see a stranger. Agatha closed her eyes in shock. She opened them again. But the bath pools, bottles, blonde hair, she shrank against the wall, panicked. The wish, the wand, but it was all part of her fairy godmother's ruse. For the nymphs hadn't done anything to Agatha at all. She glimpsed her greasy black hair and bug eyes and dropped to the floor in horror. I'm still ugly. I'm still a witch. Wait. What about Albemarle? What about Rena, Chad Dick? Tedros? They were mirrors too, weren't they? Mirrors that told her she wasn't ugly anymore. Slowly Agatha rose, inching back into her reflection. For the first time in her life, she didn't look away. Beauty can only fight the truth so long, Agatha. All these years she had believed she was what she looked like. An unlovable, dark-hearted witch. But in the halls, she had believed something different. For a moment, she had unchained her heart and let light rush in. Gently Agatha touched her face in the mirror, glowing from the inside. A face no one recognized because it was so happy. There could be no turning back now. The breadcrumbs on the dark trail were gone. Instead, she had the truth to guide her. A truth greater than any magic. I've been beautiful all along. Agatha burst into deep, cleansing sobs, never surrendering her smile. She didn't hear the screams of someone far away, woken from her worst dreams yet. 24. Hope in the toilet. Students at the School for Good and Evil thought magic meant spells. But Agatha had found something more powerful in a smile. Everywhere she went, she noticed slack-jawed stares and baffled whispers, as if she'd conjured sorcery deeper than students or teachers had ever seen. Then one day, on her way to morning classes, Agatha saw she too had been bewitched. Because for the first time, she found herself looking forward to them. The other changes were just as sly. She noticed she didn't gag at the scent of her uniform anymore. She didn't dread washing her face now or mind taking a minute to brush her hair. She got so caught up in ball dance rehearsals she jumped when the wolves howled to end class. And where she once mocked her good homework, now she'd read assigned pages and keep reading, entranced by stories of heroines who outwitted lethal witches, avenged their parents' deaths, and sacrificed their bodies, freedoms, even lives for true love. Closing her textbook, Agatha gazed out at fairies decking the blue forest with starry lanterns for the ball. It was beautiful, really. What good could do? She wouldn't have been able to admit that a few weeks ago. But now as she lay in bed, aglow in lantern light, she thought of her room in Gavalden and couldn't remember how it smelled. Suddenly she couldn't remember the color of Reaper's eyes, the sound of her mother's voice. Then it was 2 days before the ball. The circus of talents would take place the next night. And Pollux came round to classrooms, head ferried on the shell of a gaunt turtle, to announce the rules. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye! By order of the schoolmaster of the School for Good Enlightenment and Enchantment and the School for Evil Edify, just get on with it. Professor Anemone yawped. Pollux glumly explained that the circus was a talent competition between good and evil, where the top 10 Evers and Nevers would each take the stage to present their talents. At the end of the contest, the winner would receive the circus crown and the theatre of tales would magically move to his school. Of course, the theatre hasn't moved in ages, Pollux sniffed. Firmly entrenched by now. But who's the judge? Beatrix said. The schoolmaster. Though you won't see him, of course, Pollux puffed. Now as to attire, I suggest you wear clothes of humble, demure coal. Professor Anemone kicked his head out the door. Enough. Proposal's coming tomorrow and the only thing you should be thinking about is your prince's face. As the teacher circled the room, Agatha watched girls accept proposals with eyes closed, noses scrunched in concentration, as Porlux moaned outside. Her stomach plunged. With her ranking, she'd definitely make the circus team. A talent show? She had no talents. Who would propose to her once she humiliated herself in front of the whole school? And if no one proposed to her, then you're a witch and you fail, Millicent reminded her when she still couldn't see a face. Agatha spent all of Uma's class with her eyes closed, but all she could glimpse was a milky silhouette that crumbled every time she reached for it. She slogged back into the castle, discouraged, and noticed a few students buzzing in the stair room. She sidled up to Kiko. "What's going?" She took a breath. The angel-painted V on the wall was now defaced with violent streaks of red. "What does it mean?" Agatha said. "That Sophie is going to attack us again," a voice answered. Agatha turned to Tedros in a sleeveless blue shirt, sweaty and glowing from swordplay. He suddenly looked self-conscious. "Ah, sorry, need a bath." Fidgeting, Agatha glued her eyes to the wall. "I thought the attacks were over." "I'll catch her this time," Tedros said, glaring at the wall beside her. "She's poison, that girl." "She's hurt, Tedros. She thinks you made a promise." "It's not a promise if it's made under false pretenses. She used me to win the trial and she used you too." "You don't know the slightest thing about her," Agatha said. "She still loves you. And she's still my friend. Blimey, you must be a better soul than me, because I don't know what you see in her. All I see is a manipulative witch." "Then look closer." Tedros turned. "Or look at someone else." Agatha felt sick again. "I'm late," she said, scrambling for stairs. "History's this way." "Bathroom," she called back, "but that's a boys' tower." "I prefer boys' toilets." She ducked behind a sculpture of a half-naked merman, heaving for air. "What's happening to me?" Why couldn't she breathe around him? Why did she feel nauseous every time he looked at her? And why was he staring at her now like she was a girl? Agatha stifled a scream. She had to stop Sophie's attack. If Sophie recanted, if she begged Tedros for forgiveness, there was still hope he'd take her back. That was the happy ending to this fairy tale. Then there'd be no more strange looks, no more sick stomachs, no more fears she'd lost control over her own heart. With students and teachers now swarming the defaced wall, Agatha sprinted up to Merlin's menagerie, where the hedges were finally returning to their old glory after the fire. She raced to the last sculpture of young Arthur, nestled in a pond, muscular arms pulling sword from stone. Only now she wasn't seeing Arthur but his son, winking at her. Agatha flushed with horror and leapt into ice-cold water. "Let me through," she barked, storming up to her reflection on the bridge. "I have to stop Sophie before her eyes widened. Wait. Where's me?" A ravishing princess grinned back at her with dark upswept hair, in a magnificent midnight blue gown with delicate gold leaves, a ruby pendant around her neck, and a tiara of blue orchids. Guilt speared Agatha's stomach. She recognized that grin. "Sophie? Good with good, evil with evil, back to your tower before there's upheaval." "Well, now I'm definitely evil, so let me pass," Agatha ordered. "Why's that?" said the princess. "Because you still insist on that haircut." "Because I'm having thoughts about your prince. It's about time." "Good, so let me what?" Agatha scowled. "But that's evil." "Sophie, he's your true love." The princess smiled. "I warned you last time." "What? Who warned when?" Then Agatha remembered the last time she was here. "He's yours." Her eyes bulged. "But that means you're definitely good. Now if you'll excuse me, we have a ball to get ready for." And with that, Princess Agatha vanished from her reflection, leaving the barrier intact. That's your sixth piece, Kiko said, watching Agatha stab another slice of cherry pie. Agatha ignored her and stuffed it in her mouth, swallowing away guilt. She'd tell Sophie. Yes, she'd tell Sophie everything, and Sophie would laugh hysterically and put her in her place. She a princess. Ted was her true love. You going to eat that? Agatha snapped, mouth full. And I thought you were making progress, Kiko sighed, sliding over her piece. As she devoured it, Agatha refocused on sneaking into the school for evil. During the first attacks, the teachers had besieged the good towers with antimograph enchantments, since they figured Sophie was breaking in as a moth, frog, or lily pad. But Sophie had still found a way into good. So there has to be another route, Agatha thought. Without thinking, she found herself hustling from the supper hall to the place she always went to when she needed answers. Agatha immediately noticed the new addition to the Gallery of Good. Tedros' Blooded Trial. Tunic had its own case, labeled Trial of the Century, alongside a brief account of Tedros and Sophie's ill-fated alliance. She could see dozens of fingerprints on the glass, no doubt the fossils of ogling girls. Nausea rising, Agatha darted to the school history exhibit, with dozens of maps tracking the additions of new towers over the years. She tried to study them for a hidden passage, but soon her eyes bled and she found herself drifting to the familiar corner nook. She moved past all the reader paintings to the one with her and Sophie, haloed by a lake. Her eyes misted at the sight of them together, once upon a time, the best of friends. High in the schoolmaster's tower, the historian would soon write their ending. How far would it take them from that sunlit shore? She looked at the painting next to it, the last one in the row. The dark vision of children hurling their storybooks into a bonfire while flames and smoke clouds devoured the woods around them. The reader prophecy, Lady Lesso had said. Was this Gavaldan's future? Her temples throbbed, trying to make sense of it all. Who cared if children burned books? Why was Gavaldan so important to Shadea and the schoolmaster? What about all the other villagers? What other villages? She had long dismissed the schoolmaster's words as an unfinished thought. The world was made of villages like her somewhere beyond Gavaldan's woods. But why weren't they in this gallery? Why weren't their children taken? As her neck prickled red, her focus veered back to the smoke clouds closing in on the painted children. Because now she saw they weren't clouds at all. They were shadows. Hulking and black. Creeping from the burning woods into the village. And they didn't look human. Suddenly her own shadow on the wall was growing, gnarling. Agatha whirled in horror. Professor Shadea, she exhaled. I'm afraid I'm not much of a painter, Agatha, he said, clutching a suitcase that matched his. Shamrock suit. Reactions to my new edition have been rather poor. But what are those shadows? Thought I'd check up after I found some thorns missing from the exhibition of evil. Sometimes villains act exactly as you'd expect, he sighed and headed to the door. Wait. Why is that your last painting? Agatha pressed. Is that how Sophie and my fairy tale ends? Professor Shadea turned back. You see, Agatha, seers simply cannot answer questions. Indeed, if I were to answer your question, I'd age 10 years on the spot as punishment. It is the reason most seers look so terribly old. It takes a few mistakes to learn how not to answer them. Thankfully, I myself have made only one. He smiled and started to leave again. But I need to know if Tedros is Sophie's true love. Agatha cried. Tell me if he kisses her. Have you learned anything from my gallery, Agatha? Shadea said, turning. Agatha eyed taxidermied animals around him. That you like your students well stuffed. He didn't smile. Not every hero achieves glory. But the ones that do share something in common. Apparently he wanted her to guess what this was. They kill villains, she said. No questions. They kill villains. Think deeper, Agatha. What links our greatest heroes? She followed his glassy gaze to royal blue banners draped from the ceiling, each celebrating an iconic hero. Snow White encased in her coffin, Cinderella slipping into the glass heel, Jack slaying the towering giant, Gretel shoving the witch into the oven. They find happiness, she said lamely. Ah, well. I have stuffing to get back to. Wait, Agatha focused on the banners and steadied her mind. Deeper. Beneath the surface, what did these heroes have in common? True, they all shared beauty, kindness, triumph, but where had they started? Snow White lived in the shadow of her stepmother. Cinderella was a maid to 2 stepsisters. Jack's mother told him he was stupid. Gretel's parents left her in the woods to die. It wasn't their endings they shared in common. It was their beginnings. They trusted their enemies, Agatha said to her professor. Yes, their fairy tales all started when they never expected it, Charlize said, silver swan glinting brighter on suit pocket. After graduating from our school, they went into the woods expecting epic battles with monsters and wizards, only to find their fairy tales unfold right in their own houses. They didn't realize that villains are the ones closest to us. They didn't realize that to find a happy ending, a hero must first look right under his nose. So Sophie has to look under her nose, Agatha snapped as he walked away. That's your advice? I wasn't talking about Sophie. Agatha stared at him, speechless. Tell them there's no need to worry, he said from the door. I've already found a replacement. It closed behind him. Wait. Agatha ran, throwing it open. Are you going somewhere? But Professor Charlize wasn't in the corridor. She sprinted into the stair room, but he wasn't there either. Her teacher had, quite simply, disappeared. Agatha stood between the 4 staircases, stomach sinking. There was something here she was missing. Something that told her she had this whole story wrong. But then she heard words drumming in her head, demanding her attention. Under your nose. That's when she saw it. The trail of chocolate crumbs up the honor stairs. The specks of chocolate snaked up 3 flights of blue glass, through the seashell mosaic of the dormitory floor, and abruptly stopped in front of the boys' lavatory. Agatha put her ear to the pearl-encrusted door and lurched back as 2 other boys came out of their room across from her. Sorry, she stammered. That's the one that likes boys' toilets, she heard as they shuffled past. With a sigh, Agatha pushed through the door. The honor toilets looked less like a bathroom and more like a mausoleum, with marble floors, friezes of mermen battling sea serpents, urinals flushing royal blue water, and massive ivory stalls each with a sapphire toilet and tub. Where the Evergels toilets reeked of perfume, here she inhaled the smell of clean skin with a hint of sweat. Following the chocolate trail along the stalls and wet blue tubs, she found herself wondering which one Tedros had just used. She burned. Beet red. Since when do you think about boys? Since when do you think about bathtubs? You've completely lost your sniffle. From the last stall. Hello, she called. No response. She knocked on its door. Excuse me, a deep voice returned, obviously fake. Open the door. After a long silence, the door unlatched. Dot's clothes, hair, stall were peppered with chocolate shreds, as if she had attempted to turn toilet paper into a sustainable diet and succeeded only in making a mess. I thought Sophie was my friend, she blubbered. But then she took my room and my friends and now I have nowhere to go. So you're living in a boy's toilet? I can't tell Nevis they kicked me out. Dot wailed, blowing snot in her sleeve. They torment me more than they already do. But there has to be somewhere else. I tried to sneak into your supper hall, but a fairy bit me before I escaped. Agatha grimaced, knowing exactly which fairy it was. If anyone finds you here, they'll fail you. Better failed than a homeless, friendless villain, Dot sobbed into her hands. How would Sophie like it if someone did it to her? How would she like it if you took her prince? No one could ever be that evil. Agatha swallowed. I just need to talk to her, she said anxiously. I'll help her get Tedros back, okay? I'll fix everything, Dot. I promise. Dot's sobs softened to sniffles. True friends can make things right, no matter how bad they seem, Agatha insisted. Even witches like Hester and Anadil. Dot whimpered. Agatha touched her shoulder. Even witches. Slowly Dot peeked up from her hands. I know Sophie says you're a witch, but you wouldn't fit in our school at all. Agatha felt ill again. I mean, how did you even get here? She frowned, picking chocolate crumbs out of Dot's hair. There's no way to cross between the two schools anymore. Of course there is. How do you think Sophie attacked all those knights? Agatha yanked Dot's hair in surprise. 25. Symptoms. The roaring Saw River stretched through the long tunnel from good to evil, interrupted only by the doom room at the halfway point between the two schools. The beast had long guarded the halfway point, where clear water from the lake turned to roiling sludge from the moat. But for the last 2 weeks, Sophie had trespassed unchecked and would no doubt return tonight as promised. Agatha's only hope was to stop her before she crossed back into good. As Agatha hugged the tunnel walls, approaching the doom room, her chest tightened. Sophie had never spoken of her punishment there. Had the beast left invisible scars? Had he hurt her in ways no one could know? Wait until they're about to kill him. Agatha's head whipped down the tunnel. Tedros has to think you saved him from death, echoed Anadil's voice. Sweating through her dress, Agatha nudged along the saw wall, until she saw 3 shadows crouched in front of the dungeon's rusted grating. All the Evers will think it's Anadil's attack, not yours, Hester said, voice resounding above the river's roar. Tedros will think you saved him. He'll think you risked your life. And then he'll love me, asked the 3rd shadow. Agatha stumbled back in surprise. Hester spun. Who's there? Agatha inched out from the shadows. Hester and Anadil jumped to their feet. Slowly the 3rd shadow turned. In the dim light, Sophie looked bloodless, sunken, and a good deal thinner. My dear Agatha. Agatha's mouth went dry. What's happening? She rasped. We're helping a prince keep his promise. By staging an attack? By showing how much I love him, Sophie answered. From the doom room came a clamor of loud grunts and squeals. Agatha reeled back. What was that? Sophie smiled. Anadil's been working on her circus talent. Agatha sprang forward to see what was in the cell, but Hester held her back. Over her shoulder, Agatha glimpsed 3 giant black snouts jutting from the grates, bearing razor-sharp teeth. They were sniffing something just out of reach. An Everboy's necktie with an embroidered T. Can't see very well, poor things, Sophie sighed. Target by scent. Agatha bleached white. But that's Tedros. I'll stop them before they do any harm, of course. Just give him a good scare. But suppose they attack other people. Isn't this what you said you wanted? For me to find love? Sophie said, unblinking. Unfortunately, this really is the safest way after all that's happened. Agatha couldn't speak. I've missed you, Aggie, Sophie said softly. I really have. Her head cocked. Still, it's strange. The Agatha I know would love a hall of dead princes. Another violent grunt from the dungeon. Agatha ran for a door, but Anadil caught her and shoved her to the wall. Sophie, you can't do this. Agatha pleaded, fighting her grip. You have to ask him to forgive you. It's the only way to make everything right again. Sophie's eyes widened in surprise. They slowly narrowed. Come closer, Agatha. Agatha wrenched free from Anadil and stepped into torchlight leaking from the doom room. Sophie, please listen to me, you look different. The supper is almost over, Sophie, Anadil pressed, prompting impatient grunts in the cell. Sophie, you can apologize to Tedros at the circus, Agatha said, raising her voice over them. When it's your turn on stage. Then everyone will see you're good. I think I prefer the old Agatha, Sophie said, searching her face. Sophie, I won't let you attack my school, your school. Sophie shrieked so loudly Agatha cringed. So now it's your school, is it? She pointed to sludge past the halfway point. Are you saying that school is mine? No, of course not, Agatha stuttered. Tedros will see through this, Sophie. He wants someone he can trust. And now you know what my prince wants. I want you to get him back. You know, I don't think this look suits you, Agatha, Sophie said, stepping towards her. Agatha retreated. Sophie, I'm on your side. No, I'm afraid it doesn't suit you at all. Agatha slipped and fell, landing an inch from the roaring river. She crawled forward and froze with horror. So did Anadil and Hester. The beasts stared back at them, hulking black body snared in muck against the river wall, dead eyes flecked with blood. Agatha slowly raised her head to see Sophie gazing at him. Good never wants to hurt, Agatha. But sometimes love means punishing villains that stand in our way. Howls echoed from above. Supper's over, Anadil gasped. Hester tore her eyes from the beast. Now, Arnie. Free them now. Panicked, Anadil thrust out a glowing finger to blast open the cell door. I have to warn him, Agatha spluttered, scrambling to her feet, but a force tackled her down. She looked up, dazed. Hester pinned her chest over the river's halfway point. Don't you get it, she hissed in her ear. Tedros is her nemesis. If Sophie's symptoms start, she'll stop at nothing to kill him. We're saving his life. No, it's evil, Agatha wheezed. This is evil. Sophie approached and peered down at her hanging over the edge between sludge and lake. Be gentle, Hester. Just help her back to her real school. Agatha heard the lock catch, saw the shadows of mammoth creatures squealing at the grates. Please, Sophie, don't do it. Sophie met her eyes, softening. Don't worry, Agatha. This time I'll have my happy ending. Her face went ice cold. Because you won't be there to ruin it. Hester pushed Agatha into spewing slime. Dragged towards evil, she gurgled and spat, tried in vain to open her stinging eyes. But just as the moat grabbed her in its rip current, she lunged her hands out blindly, found cold skin and pulled Sophie in. The two girls sank deep into churning darkness. Terrified, Agatha shoved Sophie away and kicked towards the halfway point and clear water ahead. She glanced back to see a distant silhouette thrashing and sinking in sludge. Sophie couldn't swim. Losing air, Agatha swiveled between clear water and Sophie, towing under. With her last ounce of breath, she seized Sophie's waist, and lugged her to the surface. Their heads bobbed above slime far down the evil. "So help," Sophie burbled. "Hold on to me," Agatha shouted, pulling her against the gushing muck. Choking, heaving, she flailed for the wall, but with Sophie's weight, she couldn't reach it. Either she let go of her or took a chance against the current. "Don't let me die," Sophie begged. Agatha clasped her tighter and lunged for the wall. Her fingers missed and slime crashed into them, ripping their bodies apart. Submerged, she grasped for Sophie but caught only her glass heel, and she watched her friend pulled drowning into darkness. In a flash, silvery hooks snared them both. Stunned, the two girls looked back to see the shimmering wave propel them out of sludge into clear blue water. In the wave's swell, they realized they could breathe and surrendered the last gasps in their puffed cheeks. As their pupils locked, Agatha saw Sophie's face grow sad, scared, as if woken from a terrible dream. But just as the enchanted wave pulled them to separate crests, about to hurl them back to their schools, Agatha's eyes flared open. A familiar shadow was tearing towards them, black and crooked. Before Agatha could scream, it bashed into the wave, dislodging the girls from its grasp. The shadow seized them in its spindly fingers and dragged them away from the castles towards the lake's outer banks. Agatha saw Sophie writhing against the shadow and joined her in the fight. Beaten back, the shadow lost its grip, but just as Sophie lurched for Agatha, it grabbed Sophie by the hips and threw her out of the water with shocking strength. Choking in horror, Agatha tried to swim away, but the shadow pounced and pulled her ahead, smashing underwater towards a reef of sharp rock. She closed her eyes, prayed for instant death, just in time to feel the schoolmaster dig his grip into her flesh and fling her from the lake into cold night air. Agatha hit the ground so hard she was sure she'd black out. Somehow she held on, long enough to open her eyes and see massive trees, ringed with violet thorns. She must be somewhere on the good grounds. Agatha tried to sit up, but her body exploded with pain and collapsed back to soggy dirt. Why had the schoolmaster attacked the wave? How could he hurl her here with no explanation? Her head throbbed with anger and confusion. She'd tell Professor Dovey what happened, she'd demand answers, but first she had to get back to school. Agatha craned her head up. All she could see were the same enormous trees, garlanded with purple briars. She must be near that flower field where she and the other girls arrived that first day. But where was the lake? She glanced behind her and caught a reflective gleam through branches. Flooding with relief, she crawled forward, wincing every inch, until it was close enough to see. Her mouth fell open. It wasn't the lake. It was spiked, golden gates with a sign, "Trespassers will be killed." The school for good glowed high behind them, spires lit up blue and pink. Agatha wasn't on school grounds. She was in the woods. "Agatha!" Sophie cried nearby. Agatha paled. The schoolmaster had set them free. She felt a crush of relief, then stabs of fear. All she had ever wanted was to go home with Sophie. But what had happened in the sores left her terrified. "Agatha! Where are you?" Agatha didn't make a sound. Should she find her? Or should she escape home alone? Her heart beat faster. But how could she leave now? When she finally felt she belonged. "Agatha! It's me." The pain in Sophie's voice snapped her out of her trance. "What's happened to me?" Sophie was right. She had started to believe this was her school, her fairy tale. She had even started to hope that the face she kept seeing might belong to. "No one could ever be that evil," Dot said. Agatha flushed with guilt. "Sophie, I'm coming," she yelled. Sophie didn't answer. Suddenly anxious, Agatha scraped forward in the direction of her last call, swan crest twinkling in the dark. Something tickled her leg. She glanced down to see a vine of violet thorns creep towards her hip. She kicked it away, only to see it snag her other leg. She lunged back, but two cuffed her arms, two took her feet, briars multiplying until they snared every inch of her flesh. Agatha jerked to escape, but the thorns pinned her to the ground like a lamb to slaughter. Then a thick one came, dark and engorged, snaking maleficently up her chest. It stopped an inch from her face and eyed her with its purple lance. With calm ease, it coiled back and stabbed for her swan. Steel slashed the thorn open. Warm, bronzed arms pulled Agatha up. "Hold on to me!" Tedros yelled, hacking briars with his training sword. Dazed, Agatha clung to his chest as he withstood thorn lashes with moans of pain. Soon he had the upper hand and pulled Agatha from the woods towards the spiked gates, which glowed in recognition and pulled apart, cleaving a narrow path for the two of us. As the gates speared shut behind them, Agatha looked up at limping Tedros, crisscrossed with bloody scratches, blue shirt shredded away. Had a feeling Sophie was getting in through the woods, he panted, hauling her up into slashed arms before she could protest. "So Professor Dovey gave me permission to take some fairies and stake out the outer gates. Should have known you'd be here trying to catch her yourself." Agatha gaped at him dumbly. Stupid idea for a princess to take on witches alone, Tedros said, dripping sweat on her pink dress. Where is she? Agatha croaked. Is she safe? Not a good idea for princesses to worry about witches either, Tedros said, hands gripping her waist. Her stomach exploded with butterflies. Put me down, she sputtered, more bad ideas from the princess. Put me down. Tedros obeyed and Agatha pulled away. I'm not a princess, she snapped, fixing her collar. If you say so, the prince said, eyes drifting downward. Agatha followed them to her gashed legs, waterfalls of brilliant blood. She saw blood blaring. Tedros smiled. 1, 2, 3. She fainted in his arms. Definitely a princess, he said. Tedros carried her towards 6 distant fairies playing in the lake, and stopped cold. In dead grass, Sophie looked up from her knees, black robes blooded. Agatha. You. Tedros hissed. Sophie blocked his path, holding out her arms. Give her to me. I'll take her. This is your fault. Tedros lashed, clasping Agatha tighter. She saved my life, Sophie breathed. She's my friend. A princess can't be friends with a witch. Sophie flared and her finger glowed pink. Tedros saw it and his finger instantly glowed gold, raised to defend. Slowly, Sophie's face weakened. Her finger dimmed. I don't know what's happened to me, she whispered, tears welling. Don't even try it, Tedros snarled. It's that school, she sobbed. It's changed me. Move out of my way. Please, give me a chance. Move. Let me show you I'm good. I warned you, he said, storming for her. Tedros, I'm sorry. Sophie cried, but he just shoved her aside and forged ahead. The good forgive, a voice whispered. Tedros stopped. He looked down at Agatha, weak against his chest. You promised her, Tedros, Agatha said quietly. He stared at her, stunned. What? What are you say? Take her back to the castle, said Agatha. Show everyone she's your princess for the ball. But she's my friend, said Agatha, meeting Sophie's shocked eyes. Tedros' head whipped between them. No. Agatha, listen to me, keep your word, Tedros, Agatha said. You have to. I can't, he pleaded, forgive her. Agatha looked deep into his eyes. For me. Tedros' voice caught and he lost his fire. Go, said Agatha, wresting from his grip. I'll come back with the fairies. Miserable, Tedros stripped off the remains of his blue shirt and draped them around her shivering pink shoulders. He opened his mouth to fight. Go, she said. Tedros couldn't look at her and angrily turned away, his gashed leg buckled. Sophie lunged and thrust her shoulder beneath his arm, gripping him by the chest. The prince recoiled at her touch. Please, Teddy, Sophie whispered through shamed tears. I promise I'll change. Tedros pushed her away, struggling to stand. But then he saw Agatha behind Sophie, her gaze reminding him of his own promise. Tedros tried to fight himself, tried to tell himself promises could be broken, but he knew the truth. He went limp against Sophie's chest. Surprised, Sophie helped him forward, afraid to say a word. Tedros looked back at Agatha, who slackened with relief and shambled behind them on her own. Resigned, the prince exhaled and hobbled ahead under Sophie's arm. Sophie pulled him towards the lake with all of her strength, panting, sniffling. Little by little, she felt Tedros surrender to her grip. With a shy glance at him, she smiled through tears, her delicate face repentant. Finally the prince managed a grudging smile in return. The half-moon glided from behind clouds, showering them with cleansing light. As he and Sophie reached the lake, bodies intertwined, Tedros looked down at their 2 shadows in perfect step, at his boots beside her glass slippers, at his bloody reflection in glimmering waters, glowing next to an ugly, old hag's. Tedros spun in horror, but there was only beautiful Sophie, shepherding him gently to good. He glanced back at the lake, but the water had clouded. His skin burst into chills. "I can't," he choked, wrenching free. "Teddy." Sophie gasped. He staggered back and hoisted Agatha, who hacked with surprise. Sophie blanched. "Teddy, what did I do?" "Stay away from us," he said, clutching Agatha to his chest. "Stay away from us both." "Us?" Sophie shrieked. "Tedros, wait," Agatha begged. "What about?" "Let her find her way to evil," the prince spat, and raised his glowing finger to call the fairies. Sophie shrank in shock. Agatha looked back at her from Tedros' arms, flushed with apology. But her friend's face had no forgiveness. Instead it swelled red with feral fury and hate. "Look at her." The echo blasted across the lake. Agatha went white. "She's a witch," Sophie screamed. Slowly Tedros turned, his eyes cutting through her. "Look closer." Sophie watched in horror as fairies swirled around the two Evers. In Tedros' arms, Agatha had the same expression. For now she saw they were in the right schools all along. As Sophie watched the fairies fly Agatha and her prince away, she stood frozen on the lake shore, panting warm breath, alone in the darkness. Her muscles knotted with tension, then her fingers curled to crackling fists. Her blood boiled hotter, hotter, her body blazing with fire, and just as she thought she'd explode into flames, a sharp pain stabbed her chin. Sophie put her hand to it. Something there. Her fingers crawled over it, trying to understand, until she felt wet drops splash onto her arm. She stepped back as the wave rose high, swathing her in shadow. Sophie crashed through the window of room 66 in a heap of sludge. Hester and Anadil leapt off the bed. "We searched everywhere, where were you?" Hand to her face, Sophie crawled past them to the last shard of mirror left on the wall and stopped cold. There was a thick black wart on her chin. Sophie frantically picked at it, pulled at it, then saw her roommates in her reflection, both white as sheets. "Symptoms," they gasped. Dripping, shaking, Sophie dashed up the stairs to the top-floor study and blasted the lock open with her glowing finger. Lady Lesso exploded from her bedroom in her nightgown, finger thrust out. Sophie instantly levitated off the floor, strangled for breath. Lady Lesso lowered her hand, bringing Sophie gently to the floor. Eyes wide, she slunk towards Sophie and took her trembling face in her sharp red nails. "Just in time for the circus," she said, fingers caressing the swollen black wart. "The Evers are in for a surprise." Sophie flailed for words. "Sometimes our henchmen know us better than we do ourselves," Lady Lesso marveled. Sophie shook her head, not understanding. Her teacher's lips grazed her ear. "He's waiting for you." As the torches in the castles went dark, only a pregnant moon remained, lighting up a shadow slashing through the blue forest. Shrouded in her black snakeskin cape, Sophie smashed through ferns and oaks, shivering uncontrollably. When she arrived at the giant stone well, she slammed her body against the rock blocking its shaft, over and over before it budged. Climbing into the bucket, she lowered herself deep into darkness, until a piece of moonlight lit up the bottom. Against a smooth, milky wall, Grim waited, cheeks and wings blackened with grime. The walls around him were covered in thousands of drawings of the same face. A face carved in blood-red lipstick. A face she couldn't make out in her dreams. But here, in the dead of night, her nemesis had a name. And it wasn't Tedros. 26. The Circus of Talents. To Professor Dovey's office, Tedros ordered the fairies as he and Agatha trailed blood into the sky. To my room, Agatha ordered the fairies flying her. "But you're hurt," Tedros said, shivering. "We tell anyone what happened and things will be worse than they already are," said Agatha. The fairies pulled them apart. "Wait!" Tedros yelled, "Tell no one." Agatha called back, receding towards pink spires. "Will you be at the circus?" Tedros shouted, dragged towards blue, but Agatha didn't answer as he and his fairies diminished into twinkles of light. As her own fairies lifted her into dark sky, she looked out at the silver tower shadowed over the bay, heartsick and numb. The schoolmaster had warned them. He had seen who they were. She wrapped Tedros' bloody shirt around her as fairies flew her higher, higher into knifing wind. But as Agatha gazed up at lantern-lit windows, aglow with silhouettes dressing for proposals, guilt and shock burned to anger. Villains are the ones closest to us. Villains in the cloak of best friends. Oh, yes, she'd be at that circus. Because Shardea was right. This was never Sophie's fairy tale. It was hers. So there was no attack after all? Professor Anemone asked, sipping steaming cider. Standing at her study window, Professor Dovey looked out at the schoolmaster's tower, burnished red in sinking Sunday. Professor Espada said the boys found nothing. Meanwhile, Tedros spent half the night uselessly scouring the grounds. Perhaps that was Sophie's tactic. Rob our best players of sleep. The girls barely slept either, Professor Anemone said, dabbing cider off the swan on her camel fur nightrobe. Let's hope they look decent for their proposals. What is he so afraid of us seeing? Professor Dovey said, peering at the tower. What is the point of us preparing students for these trials if we cannot be there for them? Because we won't be there for them in the woods, Clarissa. Professor Dovey turned from the window. It is why he forbids us to interfere, Professor Anemone said. No matter how cruel children are to each other, nothing can prepare them for how cruel their stories can be. Professor Dovey was quiet for a moment. You should go, dear, she said finally. Professor Anemone followed her eyes to the sunset and jumped. Goodness! You'd be stuck with me all night. Thank you for the cider. She swept to the door. Emma. Professor Anemone looked back. She scares me, said Professor Dovey. That girl. Your students are ready, Clarissa. Professor Dovey managed a smile and nodded. We'll hear their victory cry soon enough, won't we? Emma blew a kiss and closed the door behind her. Professor Dovey watched the sun smothered by the horizon. As the sky went dark, she heard a lock snap behind her. Quickly, she shuffled to the door and yanked at it, then blasted it with her wand, shot it with her finger. But it was sealed shut by magic greater than hers. Her face contorted with nerves, then slowly relaxed. They'll be safe, she sighed, trudging into her bedchamber. They always are. At 8 p.m. on the night before the ball, the students entered the Theatre of Tales to see it had been fully enchanted for the occasion. Above each side floated a chandelier of 10 swan-shaped candles, burning white over good and blue-black over evil. Between them hovered the steel circus crown, brilliant in flame light with 7 long, sharp spires, awaiting the night's winner. Evergirls arrived first, primed for their ball proposals in colorful evening gowns and nervous smiles. As they entered the west doors, waving flags with white swans and banners blaring Team Good, glass flowers spritzed them with fragrance and crystal friezes came to life. Greetings, fair maiden, will your talent win us the crown? Puffed a crystal prince as he fought a dragon spewing scalding mist. I hear this Sophie child is quite formidable. Can you defeat her? Interjected a crystal princess next to him on a glittering spinning wheel. I didn't make the team, Kiko admitted. Always one who's left behind, the prince said, stabbing the dragon through. Through the east doors, roaring Nevis shoved in, waving hideous signs scrawled team. Evil. While Hort flapped a black swan flag so eagerly it broke stalactites off the ceiling, sending Nevis stampeding for cover. As he lunged for a seat, Hort took in the scorch marks on walls, contorting to shadows of monsters eating peasants and witches cooking children, while nearby pew friezes had come alive, with woodcut princes shrieking as carved villains stabbed them, spurting black sap everywhere. Who did all this? He goggled, splattered with sap. The schoolmaster, Ravan said, plugging his ears from the shrieks. No wonder he doesn't let teachers in. Meanwhile, as the last Nevergirls and Everboys arrived, herded by wolves and fairies, they too felt the thrill of a room without adults. Only Tedros looked unimpressed, the last to limp through in creamy white breeches, chest gashed through the undone laces of a royal blue shirt. Face sprinkled with angry scratches, he scanned the ever seats for someone, then slumped with disappointment into his own. Watching him, Hester tensed. "Where's Sophie?" she hissed to Anadil, ignoring Dot's glares. "Down the pew. She never came back from Lesso's," Anadil whispered. "Maybe Lesso cured her. Or maybe the symptoms got worse. Suppose she attacks Tedros." "But he doesn't have any symptoms, Arnie," Hester said, gazing at the prince. "When a villain's symptoms start, their nemesis grows stronger." But slouched in his seat, Tedros just looked ashen and weak. Anadil gaped at him. "But if he's not Sophie's nemesis, then who is?" Behind them the ever doors opened and into the theatre glided the most beautiful princess they'd ever seen. She wore a midnight blue gown glittering with delicate gold leaves, long velvet train trailing down the aisle. Her lustrous ebony hair was swept up high with a tiara of blue orchids. Around her neck was a ruby pendant that dripped over fair skin like blood on snow. Her big dark eyes flaunted gold shadow, her lips a dewy rose sheen. "A bit late in the term for new students," Tedros said, ogling. "She's not new," said Chad Dick next to him. Tedros tracked his stare to black clumps peeking beneath the gown and choked. Smiling slyly, Agatha passed Beatrix, who turned to stone, boys who dribbled into their laps, girls who suddenly feared for their ball dates, and nestled in next to Kiko, whose eyes were wide enough to pop. "Black magic." Kiko peeped. "Grim room," Agatha whispered, spotting Sophie's empty seat. She saw Tedros noticing it, too. He looked back and his big blue eyes met hers. Across the aisle, Hester and Anadil went white with understanding. "Welcome to the circus of talents." Students all looked up to see the white wolf on stage, a fairy hovering beside him. "Tonight will consist of 20 duels, in order of ranks," he boomed. "The 10th ranked Ever will perform his talent, followed by the 10th ranked Never. The schoolmaster will anoint a winner and publicly punish the loser." Students eagerly scanned the theatre for him. The wolf snorted and continued. "We'll proceed through the 9th pair, then the 8th pair, then all the way down to the 1st ranked pair. At the end of the circus, whoever the schoolmaster deems the most impressive talent will win the circus crown and his school will win the Theatre of Tales for the next year." Good chanted, "OURS. OURS," while Nevis added, "No more. No more. Just cause there are no teachers here doesn't mean you can act like animals," the wolf growled, fairy chiming agreement. "I don't care if I have to beat a princess or two to get out of here faster." Evergirls gasped. "If you have questions, keep them to yourself. If you need the toilet, go in your pants," the wolf boomed. "Because the doors are locked and the circus begins now." Agatha and Tedros exhaled relief. Hester and Anadil too. Because for all the acts they'd see tonight, Sophie's wouldn't be one of them. Evers won the first 4 circus contests, leaving Nevis to suffer the schoolmaster's punishments. Brone started hiccuping butterflies, Arash blindly chased her bouncing all over the theatre, Vex had his pointy ears swollen to the size of an elephant's, all victims of the circus' unseen judge, who seemed to delight in punishing evil. Watching another of evil's swan candles extinguish, Agatha felt ill. Only 3 more duels until her turn. "What's your talent?" Kiko nudged. "Does wearing makeup count?" Agatha said uncomfortably, noticing Everboys still sneaking awed glances. "Doesn't matter how they look at you, Agatha. No prince will propose to anyone who loses to evil." Agatha stiffened. Her mind was fogged with 1,000 things, but only one mattered. Because if no one proposed to her, you fail. Breath shallowing, Agatha turned to the stage. She needed a talent now. Presenting Never Ravan, the wolf called, and the phoenix carved into the stage front glowed green. With his oily black manner and big black pupils, Ravan peered down at yawning Evers, ready for another lame curse or villainous monologue. He nodded down at his bunkmates, who pulled drums from beneath their pews and gave him a beat. Ravan started to hop from one foot to another, then added sharp arm poses, and before the Nevers knew it, one of their best villains was dancing, Hester said, gaping. Drum beats grew faster, Ravan's stomps louder, and his eyes turned malevolent red. Red eyes for a villain, Tedros muttered. Groundbreaking. But then came a sharp crack. At first they thought it was Ravan's feet, then they saw it was his head, for there was a second one next to the first. He stomped again and a third head appeared, then a fourth, a fifth until 10 snarling heads balanced on his neck in a sickening row. Drums deafened, stomps climaxed, and Ravan leapt from the stage to a wide-legged squat, stuck out 10 swollen tongues, and burst into screaming flames. Nevers launched to their feet, whooping wildly. Who can beat that? Ravan spat, restored to one head as smoke cleared. Agatha noticed the wolf guards of evil didn't look impressed. Instead it was the fairies who buzzed excitedly. Perhaps they made a bet on the final score, she thought, refocusing on her missing talent. Each Never was getting better, and unlike the Evers who'd won so far, she couldn't twirl ribbons or do sword tricks or charm snakes. How could she prove herself good? Agatha saw Tedros stare at her again and she felt her insides twist, squeezing away her breath. All along, she had thought getting home with Sophie was her happy ending. But it wasn't. Her happy ending was here in this magical world. With her prince. How far she'd come from her graveyard. Now she had her own story. Her own life. Tedros' eyes pinned on her, glowing, hopeful, like there was no one else in the world. His yours, her reflection had promised, dressed just as she was now. She had gone to the groom room hoping to feel just like that princess smiling back at her on the bridge. But why wasn't she smiling, then? Why was she still thinking of Sophie? Tedros smiled brighter and mouthed through cupped hands. What's your talent? Agatha's stomach sank. Her turn was coming. Presenting Ever Chad Dick, the white wolf announced, the carved phoenix now glowing gold. Nevers assaulted Chad Dick with booze and fistfuls of gruel. The evil decorations got into the act too, with the walls scorch marks depicting him beaten, burned, beheaded, while villains carved into the pews shot him with splinters and sap. Chad Dick, blonde furry arms folded to his barrel chest, drank all this in with a placid smile. Then he drew his bow and fired an arrow into the seats. It ricocheted off pews, grazing Nevers' ears and necks, boomeranged through walls and bled scorch marks red before it bounced off carvings, impaling each one until they moaned in chorus and went dead quiet. Another candle burnt out in Evil's chandelier. Ravan's smile vanished. Immediately he was yanked into the air by an invisible force. A pig nose exploded onto his face, a tail burst from his bottom, and he fell to the owl with a loud oink. Evers win, the wolf grinned. Strange, Agatha thought. Why does he want his own side to lose? Only 2 more pairs until your turn. Kiko whispered. Agatha's heart skittered. She couldn't focus with her mind whiplashing between Sophie and Tedros, between excitement and guilt. Talent. Think of a talent. She could neither mogrify, since the teacher's counter spells were still in place, nor could she do any of her favorite spells, since they were all evil. I'll just call a bird or something, she murmured, trying to remember Uma's lessons. How will the bird get in? Kiko asked, nodding at the locked doors. Agatha broke her freshly polished nail. With her talent still locked in the doom room, Anadil tried to curse open the doors, only to find them magic too strong to break, and suffer a stinkbug swarm as punishment. Then Hort took the stage for his face-off with Beatrix. Since the trial, Hort had been rising in the ranks, chasing a circus spot he promised would finally earn him respect. But now he spent most of his 4 minutes on stage grunting and wheezing, trying to pop hairs from his chest. "I'll respect him if he sits down," Hester grouched as Nevis let out a few boos. But just as time ran out, Hort spewed a violent grunt and cracked his neck. He moaned and his chest swelled up. He groaned and his cheeks puffed up. He wrenched, he lurched, he jerked, and with a primal scream, he exploded out of his clothes. Everyone slammed against their seats in shock. Hort sneered down, blanketed in dark brown fur over hulking muscles, sharp-toothed snout wet and long. "He's a werewolf," Anadil gasped. "Man-wolf," Hester said, squelching thoughts of the beast's corpse. "More control than a werewolf. See?" Hort the wolf snarled at all of them. "See?" His expression suddenly changed, and with a flatulent poof, he deflated into his scrawny, hairless body and dove behind the stage to cover himself. "I take back the part about control," Hester said. Still, Evil thought they had it won, until Beatrix flounced onstage in a peach prairie dress, clutching a familiar white bunny, and sang a song so catchy and sweet that she soon had all the Evers singing along. "I can be rude, I can act low, that doesn't mean I can't grow. But who's always been there, who's always been true, I'm the one who's been good to you. Not a fair weather friend or a flash in the pan, Tedros, don't I deserve your hand? They'll be so perfect at the ball, won't they?" Kiko sighed to Agatha. And as she watched Tedros finally join the sing-along, amused by such earnest devotion, Agatha had to smile too. Somewhere in there, Beatrix had a speck of good. All it took was talent to show it. Agatha blinked and saw Tedros grinning right at her, as if confident she'd produce a talent far superior. A talent worthy of Camelot's son. It was the same look he had given Sophie once upon a time, before she failed him. "Never Hester versus ever Agatha," said the white wolf after Hort was punished with porcupine needles. Agatha wilted. Her time had run out. "Without Sophie, Hester's our last hope," Brone hiccuped, spawning a fresh batch of butterflies. "She doesn't seem to think so," frowned elephant-eared Vex, watching Hester slump to the stage. Soon they saw why, for when Hester unleashed her demon, it only managed a sooty firebolt before fading into her neck. She coughed painfully, clutching her heart, as if the poor effort had drained her. But if Hester went down without a fight, her teammates had no intention of doing the same. Like all villains, when defeat loomed, they simply changed the rules. And as Agatha took the stage, frantically trying to think of a talent, she heard whispers, "Do it. Do it." Then Dot's voice, "No." She turned just in time to see boys huddled over a red spells textbook. Vex raised his glowing red finger, shouted an incantation. Agatha went stiff and collapsed unconscious. The only sound in the theater was a stalactite slowly cracking on the ceiling. It fell. Tedros tackled Vex by his flappy ears. Brone snatched Tedros by the collar, threw him into a chandelier, and students dodged falling candles that ignited the aisles. Everboys leapt into the Never pews, while Nevis ignited and launched dead butterflies at them from under Brone's seat. Agatha slowly came to unstage and looked up to see Nevis and Evers throwing shoes at each other across a burning aisle, clumps, boots, and high heels flying through smoke like missiles. Where are the guards? Through the haze, she glimpsed wolves beating up Nevis and fairies dive-bombing Evers, fueling flames with fairy dust. Agatha wiped her eyes and looked again. Wolves and fairies were making this fight worse. Then she saw one fairy in particular, biting every pretty girl he could find. "I don't want to die." "I didn't either," the white wolf answered. In a flash, Agatha understood. She flicked her glowing finger and a whip crack of lightning exploded through the aisle, shocking everyone still. "Sit down," she commanded. No one disobeyed, including wolves and fairies who slunk into the aisle, ashamed. Agatha carefully studied these guards of both schools. We think we know what sides we're on, she spoke into the silent theatre. We think we know who we are. We tear life apart into good or evil, beautiful or ugly, princess or witch, right or wrong. She gazed at the biting fairy boy. But what if there are things in between? The fairy looked back at her, tears welling. Make a wish, she thought. Terrified, the fairy boy shook his head. All you have to do is make a wish, Agatha pleaded. The fairy boy welled tears, fighting himself. Then, just as with the fish, just as with the gargoyle, Agatha began to hear his thoughts. Show them, came a voice she knew. Show them the truth. Agatha smiled sadly at him. Wish granted. She thrust out her hand and ghostly blue light burst upward from the fairies' and wolves' bodies, which froze completely still. Shocked, students squinted at human spirits, floating in blue light above the frozen bodies. Some of the spirits were their age, most were wizened and old, but all wore their same school uniforms. Only the ones in goods clothes hovered above the wolves' bodies, with the ones in evils above the fairies. Dumbstruck, students whipped to Agatha for explanation. Agatha looked up at bald, black-robed Bane, floating above the fairy boy's body. The boy who bit pretty girls in Gavalden, now a few years older, once plump cheeks sunken and stained with tears. If you fail, you become a slave for the opposite side, Agatha said. That's the schoolmaster's punishment. She took in an old white-haired man over the white wolf, soothing a young girl's spirit above a fairy. Eternal punishment for an impure soul, Agatha said, as the young girl wept into the old man's arms. This, he thinks, will fix these bad students. Putting them in the wrong school will teach them a lesson. It's what this world teaches us. That we can only be in one school and not the other. But that leaves the question. She looked across the phantoms, all as frightened and helpless as Bane. Is it true? Her hand lost steadiness. The phantoms flickered and plunged back into their fairy and wolf bodies, which came back to life. I'd set them all free if I could, but his magic is too strong, Agatha said, voice cracking. I just wish my talent had a better ending. As she slumped down the stage steps, she heard sniffles and looked up to see wolves, fairies, children on both sides dabbing their eyes. Agatha sank next to Kiko, whose makeup was a runny mess of pink and blue. I used to hate those wolves, she wailed. Now I want to hug them. Across the aisle, Agatha saw Hester smile through tears. Makes me wonder whose side I'm on, Hester said softly. Evil's ninth candle extinguished above her. With a miserable sigh, Hester stood. Instantly a gush of boiling black oil exploded from the ceiling. She closed her eyes just as it smashed into her. It struck her instead. Hester turned to see three wolves shielding her, bodies seared by steaming oil. Panting with pain, they glowered into the air, informing the schoolmaster they'd seen enough of his punishments. In the silent theatre, everyone stared at each other as if the rules of the game had suddenly changed. See, he has to be good, Kiko whispered to Agatha. If he was evil, he'd have killed them. FFII now duel, the white wolf stammered, sensing his luck. Never Sophie versus ever Tedros. With Sophie absent, we'll proceed to Tedros. No. Tedros stood. The circus ends now. We've seen good that cannot be matched. He bowed in defeat to Agatha. There is no doubt of the winner. Agatha met his clear blue eyes. For the first time, she didn't think of Sophie. Both sides looked up at the gleaming crown, waiting for it to bless the prince's verdict. Instead there was a very loud knock. 27. Promises unkept. For a moment, no one was sure where the knock came from. But then came another. This one louder. Someone was at the Never doors. The circus is closed, the wolf roared. 2 more knocks. I thought teachers were locked in their rooms, Agatha whispered. So it's not a teacher, obviously, Kiko whispered, eyes glued to Tristan. Agatha met Hester's look across the aisle. Spooked, both girls turned back to the doors, shuddering from another loud knock. "You will not be let in," the wolf thundered. The knocking stopped. Agatha sighed. Then slowly, magically, the doors creaked open all on their own. Into the theater of tales slunk a figure shrouded in a black hood. Hundreds of eyes watched the stranger glide down the aisle, footsteps quiet, snakeskin cape trailing behind like a wedding train. Smoothly, silently the black shadow ascended to the stage and stood still beneath the circus crown, cape scales glimmering in flame light, head bowed like a bat's. The doors slammed shut. Pale fingers slithered from under the cape and pulled the hood back. Sophie glared down at her audience, nose and chin marred by warts. Patches of white speckled her dyed black hair. Her emerald eyes were now murky grey, her skin thin enough to see veins. Slowly she scanned the crowd, taking in scared faces with a widening sneer. Then she saw Agatha, regal in blue, and lost her smile. Sophie stared at her, grey pupils clouding with horror. "I see we have a new princess," she said quietly. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Agatha returned her stare, feeling no more pity, no more desire to please. "But look closer, children, and see the vampire she is, come to suck our souls," Sophie leered. "Since she doesn't have one of her own." Beneath her dress, Agatha trembled. But she withstood her withering glare until Sophie suddenly swiveled to Tedros and smiled. "My dear Teddy. Fancy seeing you here. I believe we still have our match to finish." "The circus is over," Tedros spat. "A winner has been crowned." "I see," Sophie said. "Then what is that?" She stabbed her bony finger into the air and everyone looked up at the dangling crown, still very much ungiven. "This is bad," Hester said to Anadil. "This is very bad." Tedros stood up across the aisle. "Just leave," he growled at Sophie. "Before you make a fool of yourself." Sophie smiled. "Scared, are you?" Tedros puffed his chest, trying to hold himself back. He could feel Eva's eyes on him, just like in the clearing when Sophie exposed his promise. "Show us, Teddy," Sophie said sweetly. "Show me something I can't match." Tedros clenched his teeth, fighting his pride. Vex suddenly noticed a burnt Team Evil banner on the floor. His eyes sparkled with hope. "Show US," he bellowed, and jabbed Brone, who jumped in. "Show US! Show US!" Lusting to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, Nevis swept into their chorus. "Show US! Show US! No, stop!" Hester cried as she and Anadil spun. Villains snarled at them as if they were traitors, and the two witches quickly joined the chant. But as the Nevis chants grew, Tedros didn't move. Evers shifted in their seats, impatient for their captain to take up the challenge. All except for Agatha, who closed her eyes. "Don't do it. It's what she wants." Raucous roars rang out. Agatha's eyes shot open. Tedros was crossing onto the stage. "No," she screamed, but both sides' cheers swallowed her. Separated by 6 feet, Sophie smiled deliciously and the prince glowered back. Neither said a word as the Nevis chants turned to evil. Evil. Evil, while Evers countered with good. 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 Thunder rumbled in the distance and the cheers grew louder, angrier, drowning out the swelling storm. Tedros' muscles tensed, his cheekbones chiseled, as Sophie's smile widened. Agatha shook harder with fear, watching Sophie's grin grow taunting, mocking, until finally the prince flushed with fury, his finger glowed gold, and just as it looked like he'd attack, he dropped to his knees. The hall went silent in shock. Nevis exploded in victory. Agatha went white. With a pitying sigh, Sophie swept towards the kneeling prince. She gently took his head by its flaxen hair and peered into his scared blue eyes. "I've finally been doing my own homework, Teddy. Want to see?" Tedros hardened. "Still my turn." He ripped out his training sword and Sophie drew back. But instead of striking her, Tedros stayed on one knee, pivoted to the aisle, thrust the blade towards the crowd Agatha of Woods Beyond. He laid down the sword. "Will you be my princess for the ball?" Sophie froze. Nevis stopped cheering. In the dead silence, Agatha tried to find her breath. Then she saw Sophie's face, shock melting to pain. Looking into her friend's sunken, scared eyes, Agatha slid into an old grave of darkness and doubt until a boy brought her back. A boy on one knee, looking at her the way he had through goblins, coffins, pumpkins. A boy who had chosen her long before they both knew it. A boy now asking her to choose him. Agatha gazed back at her prince. "Yes." "No." Beatrix cried, and vaulted to her feet. Chaddick dropped to his knees before her. "Beatrix, will you be my princess for the ball?" One by one, Everboys cascaded to knees. "Rena, will you be my princess for the ball?" said Nicholas. "Giselle, will you be my princess for the ball?" said Tarquin. "Ava, will you be my princess for the ball?" Boys fell in glorious rhythm, hands held out in proposal. Each girl heard her name, each girl heard her gasp, until there was only one left with no one to love. Tears blinded Kiko and she wiped them away, knowing she'd be failed only to find Tristan before her on one knee. "Will you be my princess for the ball?" "Yes!" Kiko screamed. "Yes," said Rena. "Yes," said Giselle. Through the theater flooded waves of breathless ecstasy. Yes. 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 Until the sea of love drowned even Beatrix, who mustered her best smile and took Chaddick's hand. Yes. Watching across the aisles, the Nevis faces began to change. One by one, their scowls turned sorrowful, their eyes melted to hurt. Hort, Ravan, Anadil, even Hester. As if they too wished they could have such joy. As if they too wished they could feel as wanted. Gone was their will to fight, lost to broken hearts, and the villains shrank into silence, snakes drained of venom. But one snake was still rearing. From the stage, Sophie's eyes never left Agatha as Tedros took her into his arms. Sophie's pupils darkened to hot coals. Her body shivered with sweat. Black nails drew blood from her fists. From the depths of her soul, hate spewed like lava, reviving the song of her heart. With her eyes on the happy couple, Sophie raised her hands and sang at full scream. Above her, black stalactites morphed into razor-sharp beaks, cawing, shrieking with life. All at once, ravens smashed through the ceiling and attacked everything in sight. Children dove for cover, shielding ears as Sophie shrieked an octave higher. Fairies flew for Sophie, but the ravens swallowed every but one, who barely escaped through a crack in the walls. With their paws to their ears, the wolves were just as exposed and the birds slit their throats with ruthless speed. The white wolf grabbed a young brown wolf into his arms, batted back ravens as his nose and ears bled, but the swarm dragged both wolves behind the stage and ended their fight. Just as the birds swooped to do the same to the students, Sophie stopped singing and the ravens crumbled to thin air. Gasping with pain, everyone slowly turned to the villain on stage. Only Sophie wasn't looking at them. Evers and Nevis followed her eyes to the circus crown, swaying in midair, at last awakened to judgment. It fluttered down from above, drifting between good and evil, back and forth, back and forth until light as a feather, the sharp crown twirled with decision and landed softly on Sophie's head. Her lips curled into a grin. "Don't forget the prize." Agatha saw streaks of white magically erase the stage behind Sophie, streaks she'd seen before. "Run!" she screamed. White streaks erased the walls, splashed towards the aisles as screaming students fled for doors too late. The theater of tales vanished in a blast of white, expelling both schools into the good stair room. Evers smashed into pink tower staircases, Nevis into blue. As lightning and wind shattered stained glass windows, Hester and the villains fled up the honor and Valor steps. But just as she reached the landing, Hester slid on glass and fell off the side. Dangling from the banister by one hand, she spotted Dot crawling past her. Dot! Dot, help! Sorry, Dot sniffed, crawling ahead. I only help roommates. Dot, please. I live in a toilet. You girls are bullies and bad friends and you make me embarrassed to be a vil. Dot. Dot grabbed Hester's hand just as it slipped. The Evers weren't so lucky. As they frantically crawled up Purity and Charity, Sophie sang. The searing note and the two glass staircases exploded, sending beautiful boys and girls crashing to marble. Sophie went one note higher. The foyer quaked beneath their feet, cracked like thin ice, and split open in 100 places. Stunned Evers fell into each other and tumbled towards the yawning rifts. They tried to grip broken marble and shards of stairs, but the floor's jagged slopes were too steep, and with harrowing screams, the children careened over the edges. Just as they plunged into the cliffs, their hands found splintered horns of marble. With every last ounce of will, the Evers held on, feet kicking into deadly darkness below. Agatha! Tedros screamed, leaping across rain-soaked gorges and gulfs to pull them up, growing more and more distraught. Agatha, where are you? Then across the room, high against a shattered window, he saw two pale hands clinging over a cliff of broken wall. Agatha! I'm coming! He bounded over rock craters, scaled broken stair pieces, higher and higher towards the marble bluff. With a lunging scissors kick jump, he dove onto the jagged cliff top, scraped through glass, and grabbed her hand over the opposite edge. Sophie pulled herself up to face him. Tedros backed up in horror, only to find the cliff's edge, Evers crying for help below. So if princes rescue princesses, now I wonder, Sophie said, circus crown sparkling on rain-soaked hair. Who rescues princes? You promised, Tedros stammered, searching for an escape. You promised you'd change. Did I? Sophie scratched her skull. Well, we both made promises we won't keep. With a scream, she unleashed her highest note yet. The prince crumpled to his knees. Watching him whimper in pain, Sophie went a note higher. Paralyzed, Tedros felt his nose bleed, his ears sizzling. Sophie slowly leaned in and put a finger to his quivering lips. Then she smiled into his shocked blue eyes and delivered the death note. Agatha tackled her against the open window, sending her crown flying into the storm. Blooded and weak, Tedros tried to help her, but Agatha glared back at him. Save the others. But now! Agatha yelled, pinning Sophie tighter against the window. Mustering all his strength, Tedros leapt off the cliff for his stranded classmates. Hearing his cry below, Agatha turned from Sophie to make sure he was safe. Sophie swiftly kicked out her leg and Agatha smashed face first into the windowsill. She staggered up, nose bloody. Lady Lesso was right, Sophie said, standing to face her. You get stronger as I get weaker. You win as I lose. You're my nemesis, Agatha. Sophie stepped towards her. Do you know how I know? Her face darkened with sadness. Because I'll only be happy when you're dead. Agatha backed against the window, trying to make her shaking finger glow. For flights up, Hester, Anadil, and Dot tore through honors halls, screams and thunder echoing below. The circus crown was given. Hester shrieked, throwing open faculty doors. Where are they? She swerved around the corner and found out. Professor Anemone, Professor Dovey, and Professor Espada were frozen mid-run, mouths wide open, as if they'd been ambushed by a spell just as they dashed for the stair room. Hester. Hester followed Anadil's eyes out the hall window. On Halfway Bridge, lightning lit up Lady Lesso, Professor Sheeks, and Professor Manley, frozen still with the same startled expressions. Can we revive them? Dot asked, paling. It's just a stun spell. It isn't a stun spell. Anadil tapped on Professor Dovey's skin, which made a thin, hollow sound. Petrification, Hester said, remembering Lesso's class. Only the one who cast the spell can reverse it. But who? Dot squeaked. Someone who doesn't want teachers interfering, Anadil said, eyeing the silver tower over the bay. Dot shook. But that means we're on our own, said Hester. On a stormy marble island raised above the demolished foyer, Agatha faced off alone against Sophie. We don't have to be enemies, Sophie, she begged, trying to ignite her finger behind her back. You made me like this, Sophie breathed, sparkling with tears. You took everything that was mine. Agatha saw Tedros and Evers crawling through rubble, convulsing from pain and fear. Through flashes of lightning, she saw Nevis watching them from towers across the bay, quavering with the same expressions. Agatha's heart hammered. It was all up to her now. We can find a happy ending here, she pleaded, feeling her finger turn hot behind her. We can both find a happy ending. Here? Sophie smiled thinly. What happened to going home, Aggie? Agatha stuttered for an answer. I see, Sophie said, grinning wider. Now you have a ball to attend. Now you have a prince. I just wanted to be friends, Sophie, Agatha said, eyes welling. That's all I ever wanted. Sophie iced over. You never wanted to be friends, Agatha. You wanted me to be the ugly one. Magically, skin wrinkled deeper over her cheeks. Agatha's finger dimmed in shock. Sophie, you're doing this to yourself. You wanted me to be the evil one. Sophie boiled, hands gnarling to claws. You can be good, Sophie, cried Agatha, thunder drowning her out. You wanted me to be the witch, Sophie said, eyes bursting blood vessels. It's not true. Agatha backed against the window. Well, dearie, Sophie smiled, teeth missing. Wish granted. No. With a single push, Sophie shoved Agatha into the storm. Agatha plummeted towards the shining bridge, and instant death. Tedros screamed. A fairy flung himself under and caught Agatha with life-draining will. As he lay her safely down to flooded stone, Bane silently thanked Agatha of Gavalden for all the good she'd done. Then as she took her first breath, he took his last and died in her wet, open palm. As lightning lit up the tower, Sophie looked down at Agatha, whose face was white with shock. Across the bay, Sophie saw Nevis staring back at her, chilled to the bone. She spun to Tedros and the Evers, huddled in corners below, while Hester, Anadil, and Dot gaped in terror from the stairs. Heart echoing the thunder, Sophie picked up a shard of glass and wiped away the rain. Her drenched hair was completely white. Her face was spotted with swollen black warts. Her eyes bulged black as a crow's. She stared into the spattered glass, frozen with panic. But then, as Sophie looked into her mirror, panic slowly melted away and her face twisted with a strange relief, as if at last she could see beyond her reflection to what lay inside. Her rotted lips curled into a smile, then a laugh of freedom, louder, higher. Sophie threw down the glass, threw back her head, and unleashed a horrible cackle that promised evil, beautiful evil too pure to fight. Then all at once, her eyes veered down to Agatha. With a monstrous scream of warning, she swept into her cape of snakes and vanished into night. 28. The Witch of Woods Beyond. When terrible things happen, my mother always said find what's good in it, Hester puffed, sprinting past petrified Castor and Beazle through Mischief Hall. When terrible things happen, my daddy always said eat, Dot panted, turning a corner behind her. They slammed into Mona and Arash. What's happening? Mona cried, go to your room. Hester bellowed. Don't come out. Mona and Arash fled inside and locked the door. Hester and Dot ran down the stairs and saw Hort, Ravan, and Vex coming up. Go to your room. Dot yelled. Don't come out. The boys looked at Dot, then at Hester. Now! Hester barked, and the boys scurried away. Suppose I'm a henchman, pouted Dot. Then we won't be in the same classes next year. If there's even a school left. Hester snapped. They sprinted through the stair room, barking scared nervous back to their rooms. I can think of one good thing, said Dot. No homework. Hester stopped suddenly, eyes wide. Dot, we're not prepared for a real witch. We're first years. It's Sophie, Dot said. The same girl who likes perfume and pink. We just need to calm her down. Hester cracked a smile. You know, sometimes we don't give you enough credit. Come on, Dot blushed, toddling ahead. Maybe Annadale found her. After clearing the rest of Malice, the two girls limped exhausted to room 66 and found their roommate reclining against bunched-up sheets. Everyone's locked in their rooms, Dot said, airing out her tunic. Wiping sweat, Hester frowned at Annadale. Did you even look for Sophie? I didn't need to, Annadale yawned. She's coming here. Here? Hester snorted. And how on earth would you know that? Annadale pulled back the sheets, revealing Grim, bound and gagged. Because he told me. In the school for good, Chad, Dick and Tedros stood guard outside the Vela common room, shirts ripped and blooded. Inside the packed, musty den, girls snuffled in their ball dates' arms, while Beatrix and Rena crept to wounded boys with salve and bandages. By the time the sun came, they too were asleep. Only Agatha didn't dare rest. Curled in a zebraskin chair, she thought of the girl who once brought her cucumber juice and bran-flour cookies, who took her on walks and confided her dreams. That girl was gone. And in her place, a witch who would hunt her dead. She looked through the window at the bridge, dawnlit, with petrified teachers, a magical wave frozen beneath. There was no accident, no great mistake. All of this was part of the schoolmaster's plan. He wanted his two readers at war. But whose side was he on? As sun flooded the room, Agatha kept her eyes open and waited for Sophie's next move. In room 66, morning came and went. So did afternoon. You wouldn't have any nibbles about? Dot asked from her bed. Hester and Annadale stared at her, gagged Grim grumbling between them. It's just I haven't had anything since yesterday and I can't eat chocolate anymore since you made me live in a toilet, because chocolate reminds me of. Hester tore off Grim's gag. Where's Sophie? Come, Grim spat. When? Hester said. Wait, said Grim. What? Grim come. Grim wait. Hester looked at Annadale. This is why we're here? A key turned in the door and all three girls dove under their beds. Grim? Sophie slunk in, slipped off her black cape, and hung it on the door hook. Where are you? She scoured the room, scratching her scalp with sharp, dirty nails. Under the beds, Hester, Dot, and Annadale gasped as clumps of white hair fell. Sophie spun and saw the lump moving under covers. Grim? Leerily, she reached for the bed. Three girls tackled her from behind. Get her wrists! Hester cried, tying Sophie's legs to the bedpost with burnt sheets. Annadale secured Sophie's wrists over her head next to Grim's, while Dot beat the Cupid over the head with a pillow to make herself useful. Perhaps you've forgotten, Sophie drawled, but I'm on your side. We're all on the same side now, Hester hissed. Against you. I admire such sweet intentions, Hester, but good is not on your side. In the light, Hester noticed Sophie's face ruined with wrinkles. You'll rot here until we figure out how to revive the teachers, Hester said, hiding shaking hands. Just know that I forgive all of you, Sophie sighed. Before you even have to ask. We won't ask, Hester said, shunting Annadale and Dot away. Annadale grabbed Sophie's cape off the hook. You'll come back for me. They turned to Sophie, who smiled to reveal more missing teeth. You'll see. Hester shuddered and shut the door behind them. The door opened and Dot peeked in. You wouldn't happen to have any snacks? Hester yanked her through and slammed it. Immediately Grim chewed through his gag and spit it out. "Good boy," Sophie said, stroking him as he munched her binds away. "You did so well keeping them here." She opened her closet and pulled out her musty sewing kit and boxes of fabric and thread. "I've been very busy, Grim. And still more work to do." Crack. Sophie turned to the door. Crack. Crack. Outside it, Annadil hammered boards, locks, and screws into her door while Hester and Dot barred it with statues and benches from the hall. Hester caught Nevis peeking out of their rooms. "Stay inside," she boomed, and doors closed. "I feel awful," Dot said. "She's our roommate." "Whatever that is, it's not our roommate," said Hester. Inside, Sophie hummed along to the hammer, a needle magically sewing under her lit finger. "They'll just have to undo it," she sighed, remembering the last time someone locked her in her room. All that work for nothing. By the early evening, the Evers grew restless and began to venture in groups to bathe. Then they moved in a vigilant mass to the supper hall, where the enchanted pots in the kitchen continued to cook, despite petrified nymphs around them. The students filled plates with goose curry, lentil salad, and pistachio sorbet, and ate at round tables in listless silence. At the head table, Agatha tried to meet Tedros' eyes, but he just gnawed on a chicken bone miserably. She had never seen him look so tired. He had bruised rims under his eyes, no color in his cheeks, and a small blemish on his jawbone. He was the only one who hadn't taken a bath. The silence continued until the children had nearly finished their sorbet. I don't know if you knew, but, good haul?" Kiko cheeped. "It's still, okay." 119 heads craned up. Kiko held the sorbet to her sweating face. "So we could, if we wanted, still have our, She swallowed. Ball. Everyone stared at her. "Or not," Kiko mumbled. Her classmates went back to their sorbet. After a moment, Millicent put her spoon down. "We did spend all this time preparing. And we still have 2 hours to get ready," Giselle said. Rena blanched. "Is it enough time?" "I'll sort the music," said Tristan. "I'll check on the hall," said Tarquin. "Everyone get dressed." Beatrix hailed, and with a cheer, the crowd threw down spoons and leapt to its feet. "Let me get this straight." Agatha's voice ripped through. "The fairies and wolves are dead, the teachers are cursed, half our school is in ruins, there's a murderer on the loose, and you want to have a ball. We can't give in to a witch." Chad Dick shot back. "We can't give up our gowns." Rena mourned. The Evers blew up in angry agreement. The teachers would be proud. "Good never surrenders to evil. She wants to ruin our ball." Everyone shut up. The room silenced. The Evers turned to Tedros, still seated. "Agatha's right. We can't have the ball now." His classmates slumped, nodding. Agatha exhaled. "First we find the witch and kill her," Tedros snarled. Agatha's fists balled up as Evers exploded in cheers. "Kill the witch. Kill the witch. You think she's just waiting for us?" Agatha shouted, leaping atop her chair. "You think you can stroll into evil and kill a real witch?" The chant ceased. "What do you mean real witch?" Beatrix glared up at her. Kiko paled with understanding. "The Storian really is writing your fairy tale, isn't it?" Agatha nodded and the room burst into nervous titters. "We don't know who controls these fairy tales," she said over them. "We don't know if the schoolmaster is good or evil. We don't even know if the woods are still balanced. All we know is Sophie wants me dead and will kill anyone in her way. So I say we go back to Vela and wait." Everyone's eyes shifted to Tedros, frowning up at her. "Well, I'm captain of this school," he retorted, "and I say we attack." Eyes shifted between him and his princess. "Tedros, do you trust me?" Agatha said softly, looking down at him. The silence thickened as her question hung in the air, Tedros hot beneath her gaze. The prince broke eye contact and looked away. "Back to Vela," he mumbled. As Evis obeyed his orders and sullenly cleared their plates, Agatha touched his shoulder. "You did the right thing." "I'm going to take a bath," he lashed. "Want to look nice for our night hiding like girls?" Agatha let him storm ahead. As Tedros stomped out of the hall, Beatrix met him at the door. "Let's sneak into evil, Teddy. We'll kill the witch together." "Do as you're told," Tedros seethed, and shoved past her. Beatrix watched him go, cheeks coloring with blood. A few minutes later, as the Evis moped back into their Vela prison, she slipped through the breezeways to her room, where a starving white bunny waited for her, hopping up and down. "You'll get your supper, Teddy," she said, scooping him up. "But first you have to earn it." Hester woke to the castle in darkness and the belfry tolling 8. Flat on her face in drool, she pried away a curse reversal book stuck to her cheek and glanced at Dot and Anadil, slouched on each other behind furniture barring their room. With a start, Hester bolted up and looked over them. The door to room 66 hadn't been disturbed. Hester exhaled with relief, then choked. Something was moving at the end of the hall. She climbed through the mess of furniture and tiptoed towards the stairwell. As she got closer, she saw 3 hunched figures sneaking down the steps. A minute later, 2 more slipped down quietly. Hester waited behind the banister until she saw more shadows. She sparked the stairway torch. Mona, Arashn, Vex, and Brone goggled back at her. "Why aren't you in your rooms?" Hester yelled. "We're coming to help you," Mona said. "We want to fight back," said Vex. "What? What are you?" Then Hester saw what was in their hands. Anadil was dreaming of saws and Dot of bins when both felt jabs in the stomach. "Look." Hester held up a black card, glittered green and inked with ghostly white script. "It's a cute poem. Though hardly worth waking us for, grog. Dot. What's this revenge?" "There is no revenge," Hester shouted. "Then why did you write it?" Anadil said. "I didn't, you idiots." Both girls looked at her. Instantly they scrambled for the stairs. "How did she get out?" Anadil hollered, jumping 2 steps at a time. "She did it before she came." Hester yelled back as the clock told 8:30. "She's so good at pranks." Dot tripped down the stairs. "What do you think her revenge will be?" "More ravens," Anadil said. "Poison clouds," Hester said. "Firebombs placed under both schools to go off at exactly the same time," said Dot. Hester whitened. "Suppose they're all dead?" They sprinted through the stair room, past the supper hall, past the exhibition of evil, to the cobwebbed, skull-carved doors at the far end of the school. Flinging the black invitation away, Hester hurled them open and 3 girls charged into Evil Hall, prepared for carnage. Dot took one look and fainted. The other 2 couldn't breathe. "This is the revenge," Hester said, tears welling. Outside the hall, Teddy the bunny scampered from behind the stairs to the card that Hester dropped. He picked it up between his buck teeth, careful not to smudge the glitter. Then, thinking of pears and plums and other delights, he hopped back to find his mistress. Slumped against the wall in the Vela common room, Agatha tried to keep her eyes open, but they drooped heavier and heavier until she toppled back and arms caught her. She squinted at Tedros as he kneeled in his undershirt, ruddy and wet from his bath. "Sleep," he said. "I'm here now." "I know you're upset with me." "Shush," he said, clasping her tighter. "No more arguing." With a guilty smile, Agatha surrendered to his strong arms and closed her eyes. The common room doors slammed open. "Teddy!" Beatrix burst in, waking the Evis. Tedros looked up, irritated. They're coming! Beatrix cried and thrust him the black card as Agatha sat up in his arms. They're coming to kill us. Tedros read the ghostly white script, veins tensing in his neck. I knew it. Agatha tried to see over his shoulder, but he lunged to his feet. Attention! Eva sat up at once. At this very moment, the villains are planning revenge on our school, Tedros proclaimed to cries. All the Nevis are now in league with Sophie. Our only hope is to attack the school for evil before they come for us. We charge at 9 o'clock. Agatha stood in shock. Prepare for war. Tedros roared, throwing open the doors. War. Chad Dick bellowed, herding Evas after him. Prepare for war. Dazed, Agatha picked up the fallen card. As she read it, her eyes flashed, no. Don't attack. She ran out of the common room, a foot thrust into her path. Agatha smashed into the wall and blacked out. Oops, Beatrix said, and sashayed after the others. Agatha's eyes fluttered open to a searing headache in a deserted hall. Grunting with pain, she followed the shoeprints through a breezeway into Honor Tower, then down to Hansel's Haven before she heard ominous sounds of sword on stone. She peeked into the room of sparkly rock sugar to see Everboys sharpening real blades, arrows, axes, maces, and chains they'd thieved back from the armory. How much boiling oil, called one. Enough to blind them all, shouted another, striking his sword against whetstone. In the lollipop room, Rena sheared girls' dresses to make them more practical for combat, while Beatrix armed each girl with a bag of jagged stones and thorn darts. But the boys train for war in class, a girl moaned. We haven't even learned to fight, said another. Would you like to be a slave to villains? Beatrix fired back. Made to cook children and eat princess hearts and drink horse blood and wear black. Rena cried. Evergirls gulped. Then learn quickly, Beatrix said. In the marshmallow room, Kiko and Giselle lit dozens of torches, while in the gumdrop room, Nicholas and a fleet of boys hewed a battering ram. Agatha found Tedros in the last room with Chad Dick and two other boys, hunched over a hand-drawn map on Professor Dovey's sugarplum desk. How do you know that's where Evil Hall is? Chad Dick said. It's just a guess, said the prince. Agatha's the only one who's been in that cursed school, but I can't find her. Tell Beatrix to look for her again. I'll save you the trouble. The boys turned to Agatha. We need your help, Tedros said, smiling. I won't help a captain leading his army to their graves, said Agatha. Tedros flushed with surprise. Agatha, they're going to kill us. Now good comes to kill us all, she retorted, holding up the black card. Evil's not attacking us. Sophie wants you to attack. For once that witch and I agree on something, Tedros said. Now are you with me or not? I won't let you go. I'm the man here, not you. Then act like one. The clock struck 9 o'clock. As the tower bells rang, the boys looked nervously between Tedros and Agatha. The last toll ceased. In the silence, Agatha saw the doubt in Tedros' eyes and knew she'd won. She smiled gently and reached for his hand, but Tedros pulled it away. Glowering at her, his face swelled redder, we charge now, he cried, and roars exploded through the hall. As his 3 lieutenants ran to steer the troops, Tedros seized his map and followed out the door. Agatha threw herself in his way. Before she could speak, he seized her by the waist. Agatha, do you trust me? He breathed. She sighed with irritation. Of course, but good. He slammed the door and barred it with an arrow. I'm sorry, he said through the door crack. But I'm your prince and I'm going to protect you. Tedros. Agatha pounded on the candy door. Tedros, she'll kill you all. But through the crack, she saw him leading his good army to war, armed with torches. Weapons, battering ram, and bloodthirsty chant, kill the witch. Kill the witch. In the flame-lit hall, their shadows distorted on walls, dark and crooked, then trailed away like magic. Panic chilled Agatha's blood. She had to get to the school for evil before Tedros and his army. But what could she do to save them? Only when your nemesis is dead will you feel quenched, Lady Lesso had said. Tears seared Agatha's eyes, the grief of a decision already made. Give herself to Sophie and no one else would die. Let the witch win. It was the only happy ending left. With a primal scream, she punched and kicked the door, then rammed the sugar plum desk against it, but the candy didn't break. She hurled chairs into the bruleed walls, stomped on the treacle floors, but there was only one way out of this room. Dripping sweat, Agatha looked through the window. Her black clump found the ledge as she straddled the sill in her billowing blue gown. As the frigid night wind lashed her face, she pulled her other leg through and grabbed onto a vine of gold lights the fairies had draped across the tower for the ball. With a desperate pull, she swung herself onto the narrow ridge and spun around. She was so high above halfway bridge that the frozen teachers on it looked like beetles. The brutal wind flayed her ears and made her shiver so hard she almost slipped. Through the glass breezeway, she could see torches flooding down on a tower towards the tunnel of trees. She only had a few minutes before good would storm right into evil's hands. With chapped fists, Agatha tugged on the lights above her and saw they were strung tight. She squinted at the crisscross of fairy-lit vines spilling down the tower, a glowing road to take her to the bridge. Please be strong enough, Agatha prayed. She grabbed the vine, jumped off the ledge, and heard it snap. Her body plunged, slammed into a glass ledge, and just before she careened off, something whizzed by and landed an inch from her cheek. Agatha grabbed onto it as the vine collapsed, then saw what it was: an arrow. Dangling from it, she looked back in shock, just in time to see an arrow miss her other cheek. More arrows came flying out of darkness, aimed right for her. As their steel tips grazed her again and again, Agatha closed her eyes and waited for the lethal shot of pain. The whizzing stopped. Agatha opened her eyes. Arrows rested in a haphazard footladder all the way down the tower wall. She didn't question who was trying to kill her or her spell of luck. She just climbed down the arrows as fast as she could to halfway bridge, and wove through petrified teachers, hands thrust out for a barrier that never came. As Tedros' army arrived at the clearing to find goods and evil's tunnels magically entwined and impassable, far away, Agatha crossed safely into the villain's lair. High over her, in Malice's window, Grim sheathed his bow. And didn't harm a hair on her head, Sophie said, caressing him. Much as you would have liked. Grim grumbled obediently as Sophie peered out at Tedros' army marching around the moat, then down at Agatha, vanishing into evil all alone. Won't be long now, she said. She swept aside the clumps of white hair on her desk and continued to sew, a puppet master gleefully pulling strings. Agatha had expected to be captured the moment she entered evil. But as she crept through the leaky foyer, she saw there were no guards, no booby traps, no symptoms of war. The school for evil was unsettlingly quiet, except for iron doors creaking open and shut at the rear of the stair room. She peeked inside them and found the theatre of tales, pristine and restored, with one difference. Where the front of the stone stage once depicted a phoenix rising from ashes, now it had a new scene. A screaming witch, surrounded by ravens. Shuddering, Agatha crept up the steps towards Evil Hall. But, dear Nevis, we'll have our revenge. What would Sophie make the Nevis do to her? She thought of all the worst villains she'd found in fairy tales. Turn her into stone. Parade her severed head. Cook her in mince pie. Though it was freezing cold, Agatha felt her cheeks perspire as she turned the corner. Roll her in a barrel of nails. Cut out her heart. Fill her stomach with rocks. Sweat mixed with tears as she looked down at hundreds of footprints. Burn her. Stone her. Stab her. She broke into a run and charged towards torture and death, wishing that someday she and Sophie would find each other in a different world, a world without princes, a world without pain, and with a terrified cry threw herself through skull-carved doors. She lost her breath. Evil Hall had been transformed into a magnificent ballroom, glittering with green tinsel, black balloons, thousands of green-flamed candles, and a spinning chandelier streaking wall murals with emerald bursts of light. Around a towering ice sculpture of two entwined snakes, Hort and Dot stumbled through a waltz. Anadil wrapped her arms around Vex, Brone tried not to step on Mona's green feet, and Hester and Ravan swayed and whispered as more villainous couples waltzed around them. Ravan's bunkmates picked up the music on reed violins and more pairs flooded onto the floor, clumsy, bashful, but aglow with happiness, dancing beneath a spangled banner. TG First Annual Villains No Ball. Agatha began to cry. The music stopped. She wiped her eyes to see Nevis staring at her. Couples broke apart. Faces reddened with shame. What is she doing here? Vex spat. She'll tell the Evers. Mona said, get her. Arashan cried, I'll handle this, said a voice. Hester stepped through the crowd. Agatha reeled back. Hester, listen, this is a villain's party, Agatha, Hester said, skulking towards her. And you're not a villain. Agatha cowered against the wall. Wait, don't, I'm afraid there's only one thing to do, said Hester, shadow swelling over her. Agatha shielded her face. Die? Stay, Hester said. Agatha stared at her. So did the Nevers. Vex pointed. But she's welcome as my guest, Hester said. Unlike snowballs, nobles have no rules. Agatha shook her head, finding tears instead of words. Hester touched her shoulder. This is how we found the hall, she said, voice breaking. I think she wanted us to have what? She couldn't. Maybe it's her way of saying sorry. Agatha burst into sobs. I'm sorry too, I threw you in a saw, Hester sniffled. We've all made mistakes. But we'll fix them, won't we? Both schools together. Agatha was crying so hard her body shook. Hester tensed. What is it? I tried, Agatha wept. I tried to stop them. Stop who? Kill the Vills. Nevis die. Slowly Hester turned. Kill the Vills. Nevis die. Nevis massed to the giant windows and looked out into the night. Down the steep hill, the good army marched around the moat, weapons glinting in torchlight. The glow in the villains' faces died and they shrank back into their shells. Wind swept through the windows and snuffed the candles, leaving the hall dark and cold. So you come to warn us. And your prince comes to kill us, said Hester, gazing at the ferocious mob. So much for love. You don't have to fight them, Agatha pressed. Let them see what I have. Hester turned, eyes on fire. And let them laugh at us. Let them remind us what we are. Ugly. Unworthy. Losers. That's not what you are. But Hester had returned to the dangerous girl she once knew. You know nothing about us, she snarled. We're all the same, Hester. Agatha begged. Let them see the truth. It's the only way. Yes, Hester said quietly. There is only one way. She bared her teeth. Free the witch. No. Agatha cried. It's what she wants. Hester sneered. And remind our princess what happens when fair maidens go where they don't belong. Agatha screamed as the shadows of villains overwhelmed her. High above, in a rotted tower, a mob of 50 Nevers shoved aside the last furniture and ripped out the final nail of room 66. With a savage roar, they kicked down its door and recoiled in shock. A shriveled, hideous hag looked back at them in a luscious pink ball gown. She rubbed her gleaming bald head and flashed her blackened gums. Let me guess, Sophie smiled. Our party has unexpected guests. 29. 29. Beautiful evil. Agatha's eyes flashed open to a shock of glacial cold. She was on her back, sealed in a frosted glass coffin. Dozens of blurry silhouettes loomed over her. Panicked, she lurched up, but her body was frozen. It wasn't glass. It was ice. She tried to inhale more air, but gagged. Her eyes bulged, her cheeks went blue. Then the dark shadows parted and a pink spectre floated through. With her tongue, Agatha breathlessly wiped frost clear. Sophie, bald and grotesque, smiled down at her, a doom room axe in her hands. As Agatha took her dying breaths, her eyes pleaded for mercy. Sophie gazed at her through ice, ran her fingers over Agatha's entombed face and raised the axe. Somewhere Hester screamed. The axe smashed through ice, shattering the tomb, and stopped a hair from Agatha's face. She plunged to wet floor, heaving for breath. Freezing a poor princess? Sophie sighed. That's no way to treat a guest, Hester. The arrows, it was you, Agatha stammered, crawling back. You brought me here to kill me, kill you. Sophie looked hurt. You think I can kill you? Across the room, Agatha saw Hester huddled with Anadil and Dot, gawking at their once roommate, now a bald, shriveled hag. Truth is I want to hurt you, Agatha, Sophie said, melting the axe away with a glowing finger. But I just can't. She studied her rotted face in a balloon. My behavior last night was poor. Poor? Agatha coughed. You pushed me through a window. Wouldn't you have done the same? Sophie said, peering at Agatha's blue gown in the balloon. If I took everything that was yours. Sophie turned, pink gown glimmering. But this is your fairy tale, Agatha. And either we end it as enemies or we end it as friends. Friends? Agatha sputtered. The schoolmaster said it was impossible. And perhaps both of us thought him right. Sophie said, skin crackling around warts. But how could he ever understand us? Agatha recoiled in disgust. Sophie nodded. I'm ugly now, she agreed softly. But I can be happy here, Agatha. I really can. We're where we belong. You're good. I'm evil. Her eyes drifted around the decorated hall. But evil can be beautiful, can't it? Torchlight flooded the windows. Sophie, Evis at the gates. Anadil shouted, looking out. Revenge, Agatha said, quivering. You said you wanted revenge. How else to lure good here, Agatha? Sophie said sadly. How else to show them all we wanted was a ball of our own? Sophie, they're coming. Dot screamed. Beneath their feet, Evis rammed the castle doors. But now we'll end all of this, won't we? Sophie said, drawing a gnarled fist from her dress pocket. Agatha's eyes widened. Something was in her hand. She's upstairs. The Evis had broken in. Agatha, Sophie said, prowling towards her, fist tight. Kill the witch. Evis cried, storming up the stairs. Sophie reached out her spotted fist. My friend, my nemesis. Agatha cringed. Sophie unfurled her bare palm and sank to one knee. Will you dance with me? Agatha lost her breath. Boom. Evis bashed the hall doors. Sophie, what are you doing? Hester screamed. Sophie held out her withered hand to Agatha. We'll show them it's over. The doors splintered. One dance for peace, Sophie vowed. Sophie, they'll kill us all. Hester shrieked. Sophie kept her hand out. One dance for a happy ending, Aggie. Paralyzed, Agatha looked at her, as the door locks shattered. Sophie's warts gleamed with tears. One dance to save my life. On 3. Tedros roared outside. Sophie gazed up at Agatha with wide coal eyes. It's me, Aggie. Can't you see? Shivering, Agatha searched her ugly face. 1. Agatha, please. Agatha stepped back, terrified. Please. Sophie begged, face cracking. Don't let me die a villain. Agatha shrank away from her. You're evil and the good forgive. Agatha froze. Aren't you good? Sophie breathed. 2. With a gasp, Agatha clasped her hand. Sophie wrapped bony arms around her and pulled her in a gliding waltz across the floor. At Hester's frantic cue, Ravan's bunkmate struck up a wobbly love song. You are good, Sophie panted, head on Agatha's shoulder. I won't let them hurt you, Agatha whispered, holding Sophie tight. Sophie touched her cheek. I wish I could say the same. Agatha looked at her. Sophie smiled darkly. 3. Tedros smashed through the doors at the charge of his mob and, with a beastly cry, raised his sword over Sophie's back. Death to the WI. Then he saw the waltz in full bloom. Sophie twirled to him, Agatha in her arms. Tedros dropped his sword. Poor Teddy, Sophie said, silencing the music. Every time he finds his princess, turns out she's a witch. Tedros looked at Agatha, stunned. You're with her? She's lying. Agatha screamed, flailing to break Sophie's grip. How do you think she survived her fall? Why do you think she tried to stop your attack? Sophie said, hugging her tighter. Yes, Teddy, I'm afraid your ball date is also mine. Tedros followed Sophie's eyes to the banner over the hall. Evis bleached behind him. Don't listen to her. Agatha shrieked. It's a trap. Agatha, it's okay, darling. You can tell him, Sophie said. She turned to Tedros, exasperated. She want to wait until she had a sword to your throat. Tedros looked at Agatha, eyes wide. It isn't true, she cried. I have proof. She swiveled. Hester. Dot. Tell them. But Hester, Dot, and the rest of the Nevis were glaring at the good army, wielding deadly weapons for a massacre. Hester looked back at Agatha and said nothing. Agatha saw the light in her prince's eyes dim. Behind him, armed Evis turned their weapons. From Sophie to her. No. Wait. She broke free and fell into Tedros' arms. You have to believe me. I'm on your side. Really? Sophie mused. Then how is it that your prince locked you in one tower, and here you are in another? Agatha felt Tedros' arms harden. She looked up to his bloodless face. Answer her, he said. I came to help you. I climbed. Sophie cackled. Down that tower? Tedros followed her eyes to the sky-high spires of good. There were AA arrows. Agatha stuttered. I don't know why she's being so bashful, Sophie said, scratching her head. She came up with every step. The pranks on good, your meeting in the woods, the circus attack, all part of Agatha's master plan to make you think she was good. Oh, except for that lovely new smile. That was all black magic. Agatha couldn't breathe. Only the best evil can disguise as good, Sophie said, glaring at her. Agatha's even better at it than I. Eyes wide, Tedros pulled away from Agatha. Princesses wouldn't question my authority, he said, glowing red. Teddy, wait, Agatha begged. Princesses wouldn't question if I was a man. Look what she's doing to you. I knew you were a witch, he said, voice cracking. I knew it all along. Don't you trust me? Agatha wept. My mother asked my father the same question, Tedros said, battling tears. But I won't make his mistake. His eyes darted to Excalibur between him and her. The prince lunged for it, but Agatha grabbed the sword first and leapt to her feet, thrusting out. Evis pulled weapons in horror. See? Sophie grinned. Sword to throat. Agatha looked at her, then at Tedros, staring at his own sword in his face. She dropped it. No. I didn't mean to. Tedros swelled with blood. Prepare to attack. Agatha backed up. Tedros, listen to me. Tedros grabbed Chadwick's bow. Tedros, wait, I'm worse than my father. Tedros looked up, eyes glistening. Because I still love you. He pulled an arrow at her heart. No. Agatha screamed fire. Evers launched stones, darts, oil at the defenseless Nevis as Tedros unleashed his arrow for Agatha. Sophie flicked her lit finger just as it speared her chest. The weapons all turned to daisies and floated to the ground. Cowering Nevis looked up, stunned to be alive. Hunched amid them, Agatha slowly turned. Learned that from my favorite princess, Sophie said softly. Agatha crumpled to the ground in sobs. Tedros glanced between them, dread flooding his face. Sophie unleashed a devilish smile. Never very good at those challenges, were you, Teddy? No. Tedros fell to his knees, grabbed weeping Agatha in his arms. She pushed him away. Now that's an ending. Prince tries to kill his princess, Sophie reveled. She picked up the daisy meant for Agatha's heart and gave it a rapturous sniff. Lucky evil was here to save the day. From the floor, Tedros gazed up at her, heartbroken. Which begs the question, of course. Sophie licked rotting lips. What happens when evil becomes good? This time, when she smiled, Tedros saw gleaming white teeth. He backed up in shock. In front of his eyes, Sophie's warts magically sloughed, her deep wrinkles smoothed, until her creamy peach skin glowed with youth. Her hair blossomed out of her shiny skull in a cascade of blonde ringlets, and her lips thickened with juicy sheen. Agatha slowly peeked through her hands to see Sophie's eyes blaze emerald green, her shriveled body bloom, until the grand villainess loomed over her in her pink ball gown, more radiant and ravishing than ever before. Leave now, Agatha warned, but the Evers were all paralyzed, staring past Sophie. Cringing, Agatha turned. Hester looked back at her, dress now pink. Magically her thin hair sprouted to long thick tresses, her sallow face gained fullness, her tattoo restored to magnificent red. Next to her, Anadil's white hair went chestnut brown, her red eyes sea green, while Dot's rotund body grew. Hourglass curves. In reflective balloons, Hort watched his jaw square, his chin dimple, his dumpy black robes melt to a blue everboy coat. Ravan saw his oily skin clear, Brown lifted his shirt to see rippling muscles, Arash ran fingers over two new eyes, Mona touched smooth ivory skin, until all around, transformed villains gaped at each other in goods uniforms. Sophie grinned down at Agatha. I told you evil can be beautiful, didn't I? Retreat! Tedros yelled, backing into his army. We're not finished, Teddy, Sophie thundered. You and your army invaded a ball. You and your army attacked a defenseless school. You and your army tried to kill a room of poor students, trying to enjoy the happiest night of our lives. Which leaves another question. Retreat now. Tedros cried, what happens when good becomes evil? Screams exploded behind Tedros. Agatha swiveled to see Beatrix screech with pain as her back hunched with a crack. Then her hair went white, her face pockmarked to an old crone's, and her pink dress sagged to black over shriveled bones. Behind her, all the Evers gowns and suits slowly rotted to evil's black smocks. Chad Dick grew metal spikes all over his body, Millicent sobbed as her skin turned green, Rena shrieked and itched at her scab-covered cheeks, Nicholas staggered around, one-eyed and humped. One by one, the Evers who attacked the villains all turned ugly, Agatha the only one immune from punishment, until at last Sophie leered back at Tedros, bald, scrawny, hideously scarred, in front of his army of villains. All hail the prince, she cackled. Beautiful Nevis pointed at the ugly Evers and joined her in a chorus of triumphant laughter, annihilating a legacy of defeat. Agatha grabbed a fallen sword and pointed it at Sophie. Your war is with me. Let them go in peace. By all means, darling, Sophie smiled. The doors are open. The repulsive Evers flooded for them. All except shriveled, scraggy Tedros, now blocking their way. Please, Teddy. End this war, Agatha pleaded. I can't leave you, the prince croaked. Agatha looked into his sad, beastly eyes. This time you have to trust me. Tedros shook his head, too ashamed to fight. Retreat, he choked to his school. Retreat now. With an anguished cry, he led the monstrous Evers for the doors. The doors slammed in their faces. All of you should really learn your rules, Sophie sighed. Tedros and his army turned, trembling. The evil attack, the good defend, Sophie said. You attacked. She smiled. Now we defend. She sang 3 high notes. Agatha suddenly heard grunting outside, louder, louder, until her eyes bulged with recognition. Run, she screamed. The doors burst open and 3 colossal rats smashed into Tedros' paralyzed army, grim at their reins. The snarling, shrieking rats, big as horses, bucked fleeing Evers into walls, knocked them downstairs, hurled them through the glass window into the moat below. Before Vela boys could draw their swords, the rats trampled them like toy soldiers. And here I thought my talents would go unnoticed, Anadil said to Dot, gobsmacked. A thorn dart whizzed between them. The girls turned to see Tedros and ugly Evers frantically grab weapons. Fire! Tedros howled. Dot off from a hail of arrows as beautiful Nevers fought back with curses and the 2 schools clashed in weapon-to-spell combat. As darts flew, swords deflected lightning, and fingers on both sides lit up with colors, the rats ripped free from Grimm's reins, flinging Ava into a chandelier, gashing a bite into Nicholas' back. Grimm swiftly took flight and hunted Agatha through the hall with flame-tipped arrows. She sprang behind a pillar, pointed her glowing finger just as he let one fly. The arrow turned to a flight trap and snapped on yowling Grimm's hand. Agatha swiveled to see hideous Beatrix, Rena, and Millicent quailing next to her. If you can turn arrows to flowers, Beatrix said tearfully, can you turn us pretty again too? Agatha ignored her and peeked from behind the pillar into the roaring carnage. Colored spells rocketed between the 2 sides, littering the floors with stunned bodies. Against the window, 2 rats cornered gaunt Tedros and his shivering mates, flashing razor-sharp teeth. Agatha whipped to the girls. We have to help them. There's no point, Millicent mewled. Look at us, said Rena. We have nothing to fight for, Beatrix sniffled. You have good to fight for. Agatha cried as rats devoured the boys' weapons. It doesn't matter how you look. Easy for you to say, said Beatrix. You're still pretty. Our towers aren't fair and lovely. Agatha lambasted. They're valor and honor. That's what good is, you stupid cowards. They gaped dumbly as Agatha surged into battle, dashing to save the boys from the rats. Something slammed into her and flung her into a wall. Dazed, Agatha looked up to see Sophie astride the biggest rat of all, charging for her again. Agatha tried to find a spell too late. Beatrix jumped in front of the rat and thrust out her hand. Magical rain burst from the ceiling, soaking the floor. The rat slipped, careened into attacking Nevers, and Sophie crashed to the floor. Another thing about good. Beatrix smiled at Agatha, with Rena and Millicent by her sides. We need each other. Sophie looked up to see the Evers finding their courage to beat back the toppled Nevers. Chaddick used his body's spikes to ram a rat through the heart. Tedros scaled another's tail to stab its neck, while the Evers bound the cowing Nevers with their black tunics and belts. Suddenly her own hands and feet were bound magically with vines. You forget we're in a fairy tale, a voice said behind her. Struggling, Sophie turned to Agatha standing over her, finger glowing. In the end, good always wins, Agatha said. Sophie slackened against her binds. And so it does, she said, gazing back at Agatha. Then Agatha saw Sophie wasn't looking at her at all. She was staring past her at the hall's last mural. Painted masses kneeled before the Storian, glowing in the schoolmaster's hands like a star. A wicked smile crept across Sophie's face. "Unless I write the ending myself." She stabbed her glowing finger and the rain puddles on the floor instantly deepened, knocking Agatha and both armies off their feet. The students treaded water, trying to keep their heads above it, but the water rose higher, higher in a ceiling-high sea, until they were all about to drown. Cheeks puffed, turning blue, they spun to Sophie, blocking the shattered window with her bound body. She smirked impishly, and then let herself fall through. The flood blasted through the window and 200 students cascaded out of the tower, into freezing midnight air, and splashed to the moat below. Instantly the wall resumed in the putrid sludge, but with faces and clothes covered in it, the students couldn't see each other in the weak dawn light. Hester shoved Anadile's face in slime. Thinking her an ever, Beatrix punched Rena in the jaw. Thinking her an never, Chad Dick suffocated the closest thing to him, Ted Ross, it turned out, who responded by sinking his rotted teeth into his best mate's neck. With rules broken so rampantly, the students began to change from pink to black, black to blue, ugly to beautiful, beautiful to ugly, back and forth, faster, faster, until no one had the faintest idea who was good and who was evil. None of the foes noticed that far into the bay, a girl in pink climbed the schoolmaster's tower, brick by brick, pulling herself up by Grimm's arrows. And that far beneath, a prince climbed after her, silhouetted in moonlight. Upon closer look, a prince of raven hair, iron wool, dodging a cupid's arrows in a billowing blue gown. Upon closer look, not a prince at all. 30. Never after. Clawing through the silver brick window, Sophie gritted her teeth. Good always wins. Her nemesis was right. As long as the schoolmaster lived, as long as the Storian was in his hands, then she would never achieve vengeance. There was only one way to ruin Agatha's happy ending. Destroy both Pen and its protector. With a snarl, Sophie pulled herself into the schoolmaster's tower, flung out her glowing finger. It dimmed. The empty stone chamber was aglow with hundreds of red-flamed candles lining the edges of the bookcases and shelves. Red rose petals swathed the stone floor under her feet. Strums of a phantom harp softly swelled into a tender song. Sophie scowled. She had come for a war and found a wedding. Good was even more pathetic than she thought. Then she saw the Storian. Across the room, it hovered unguarded over her and Agatha's fairy-tale book on the shadowed stone table. Through falling petals and flickering candles, Sophie skulked towards the deadly sharp pen. As she neared, the pen's script smoldered against steel. Eyes blazing, breath shallow, she reached to seize it, but the pen lurched and lanced her finger. Sophie withdrew in shock. A single drop of her blood dripped down the Storian, filling the grooves in the deep script before trickling to its lethal nib. Alive to its new ink, the pen burned hot red and plunged to the book, furiously flipping pages. Her whole fairy tale unfolded before her eyes in dazzling paintings and flashes of words, sighting Tedros at the welcoming, cowering from her prince at the trial, witnessing him propose to Agatha, luring Good's army to war, even climbing by arrows to this very tower, until the Storian found a fresh page and spilled blood outlines in a single sweep. Rich color magically filled them in, and Sophie watched a brilliant painting of herself take shape, there in this tower as she was now. Ravishing in a pink ball gown, her painted self gazed into the eyes of a handsome stranger, tall, lean, in prime of youth and beauty. Sophie touched his face on the page, twinkling blue eyes, skin like marble, ghostly white hair. He wasn't a stranger. She had dreamt of him her last night in Gavalden. The prince she picked from 100 at a castle ball. The one who felt like ever after. All these years I waited, said a warm voice. She turned to see the masked schoolmaster glide towards her from across the room, rusted crown crooked on his head of thick white hair. Slowly, his body unsnarled from its hunch, until it stood tall and erect. Then he took off his mask, revealing alabaster skin, chiseled cheeks, and dancing blue eyes. Sophie buckled. He was the prince from the painting. You're why young, this was all a test, Sophie, the schoolmaster said. A test to find my true love. Your true me? Sophie stammered. But you're good and I'm evil. The schoolmaster smiled. Perhaps we should start there. Hanging high above the midpoint between moat and lake, Agatha climbed arrows stabbed in silver brick, dodging new blows as Grim flew around the schoolmaster's spire. As the Cupid pulled another arrow into his bow, she lunged for the next shaft, but it broke and tumbled off the tower. Her head swiveled. Grim flashed yellowed shark teeth, aimed his arrow at her face. He stiffened like a stunned bird and fell from the sky into dark waters below. Agatha spun and saw Hester's red finger glow dim in her direction, her body bound by chains in deep sludge. In moonlight, she could see Hester's face, filled with regret for spurning the chance to end this war. Around her, Evis had wrenched control of the battle. Villains struggled against their binds, restored to ugliness, while Forever Boys pinned down Hort's howling man-wolf with punches and kicks. Agatha felt the last arrow splinter under her hand. Help, she puffed, legs kicking. The arrow broke and froze to hard ice, catching her grip. Agatha turned and saw Anadil's distant green finger glow pointed at the frozen arrow. Then, above her head, the next silver brick turned dark brown. Agatha smelled rich, sugary sweetness, and her hand stretched up and dug right into taut chocolate. Pulling herself up by fudge, she glanced back across the bay. Dot's blue light glowed proudly. As the next brick above turned chocolate, Agatha reached up with a smile. It seemed the witches had changed sides. I was there all along, the schoolmaster said, cold, beautiful face smoldering in first rays of Sunday. Leading Agatha to you on the night I kidnapped you. Ensuring you didn't fail in your first days at school. Opening the doors at the circus. Giving you a riddle whose answer would bring you to me. I interfered in your fairy tale because I knew how it must end. But that means Sophie fumbled. You're evil. I cared for my brother very much, the schoolmaster said tensely, peering at the school's raging war. We were entrusted the Storian for eternity because our bond overrode our warring souls. As long as we protected each other, we would stay immortal and beautiful, good and evil in perfect balance. Each as worthy and powerful as the other. He turned. But evil cannot be but alone. So you killed your own brother? Sophie said. Much as you tried to kill your dearest friend and beloved prince, the schoolmaster smiled. But no matter how much I tried to control the Storian, good now emerged triumphant in every new tale. He caressed the symbols on the pen's skin. Because there is something greater than the purest evil, Sophie. Something you and I cannot have. At last Sophie understood. Her fire called to grief. Love, she said softly. It is why good wins every story, the schoolmaster said. They fight for each other. We can only fight for ourselves. My only hope was to find something stronger, something that would give us a chance. I hunted every seer in the woods until one gave me my answer. One who told me that what I needed would come from beyond our world. And so I searched all these years, careful to keep the balance, as my body and hope weakened, until at last you've come. The one that can tip the balance forever. The one more powerful than good's love. He touched her cheek. Evil's love. Sophie couldn't breathe, feeling his frigid fingers on her skin. The schoolmaster's lips curled into a smile. Sade knew you would come. A heart as dark as mine. An evil whose beauty could restore my own. His hands moved to her waist. If we unite with each other to seal the bond of evil. If we marry for the purpose of hurting, destroying, punishing, then you and I finally have something to fight for. The schoolmaster's breath glazed her ear. Never after. Looking up at him, Sophie finally understood. He had her same maleficent coldness, the same pain raging in his eyes. Long before Tedros, her soul had known its true match. Not a shining knight, fighting for good. Not someone good at all. All these years she had tried to be someone else. She had made so many mistakes along the way. But at last, she had come home. A kiss, the schoolmaster whispered. A kiss for never after. Tears trickled down Sophie's cheeks. After all this, she would have her happy ending. She gave herself to the schoolmaster's grip and he pulled her into his arms. As he clasped her neck, leaning in for her fairytale kiss, Sophie gazed up tenderly at the prince of her dreams. But now his face cracked at the edges. Charred flesh wormed through his luminous skin. Behind him falling roses turned to maggots and red candles lit up hellish shadows. Outside, the dawn sky fogged infernal green and the good castle blackened to stone. As the schoolmaster's decaying lips touched hers, Sophie felt her vision blur red, her veins burn acid, her body rot to match his. Skin blistering, she held her prince's eyes, begging to feel love, the love that storybooks promised her, the love that would last an eternity. But all she found was hate. Devoured by a kiss, she saw at last she would never find love in this life or the next. She was evil, always evil, and there would never be happiness or peace. As her heart shattered with sadness, she yielded to darkness without a fight, only to hear a dying echo, somewhere deeper than soul. It's not what we are, Sophie. It's what we do. Sophie tore herself from the schoolmaster's grip and he spilled back into the stone table, sending the Storian and storybook smashing into the wall. In the fallen Storian, she glimpsed her half-rotted face, split cleanly from forehead to chin. Breathless, she fled for the window, but there was no way down the tower. Through eerie green fog, she saw the far shore. Gone were the weapons, the spells, the two sides. The sludge pits overflowed with blackened bodies, children punching anyone in sight, slamming faces into muck, tearing at skin and hair, writhing and clawing for mercy. Sophie stared at this war she had started, good and evil fighting now for nothing at all. What have I done? She breathed. She turned to see the schoolmaster stare on the floor. Please, Sophie begged. I want to be good. The schoolmaster raised red-rimmed eyes, skin shriveling around his thin smile. You can never be good, Sophie. That's why you're mine. Slowly he slithered towards her. Terrified, Sophie shrank against the window as he reached rotting hands to grab her from behind. Soft, warm arms suddenly wrapped her like an angel's and pulled her into the night sky. Hold your breath! Agatha cried as they fell in tight embrace. The two girls smashed face first into crushing cold water. The glacial lake robbed their lungs, numbed every inch of skin, but still they didn't let go. Their entwined bodies plunged to Arctic depths, and kicked towards sunlight. But just as their hands stabbed for air, Agatha saw the black shadow ripping straight for them. With a silent scream, she thrust out her glowing finger and a giant wave rose, swelling them away from the schoolmaster and crashing them to evil's barren shore. Agatha willed herself onto her knees in the moat and heard the screams of war around her, rabid, slime-drenched children without faces or names, pummeling each other like beasts. Then in the distance, a body rose from the sludge. Sophie, she croaked. The youth sloughed away and Agatha dove for the bank in horror. She glanced back to see the old, decayed schoolmaster calmly wade towards her, Storian in hand. Gurgling, she scraped over wrestling torsos for the shore, oily black hands clawing at her face, sludge sinking her like quicksand. Agatha turned to see the schoolmaster gliding through it, unnoticed by his warring students. Gagging on muck, she pulled herself over the black mob into dead grass, lurched to her feet to run. The schoolmaster stood in front of her, flesh crumbling off naked skull. I expected more from a reader, Agatha, he said. Surely you know what happens to those who thwart love. Agatha flushed with fight. You'll never have her. Not as long as I'm alive. The schoolmaster's blue eyes filled with blood. And so it is written. He raised the Storian like a dagger and hurled it at Agatha with a deafening scream. Trapped, Agatha closed her eyes. A body collided with hers and took her to the ground. Agatha's eyes opened. Sophie lay beside her, Storian speared through her heart. The schoolmaster let out a cry of shock. The war around them ceased. Blooded students turned in stunned silence to see their rotted, malevolent leader, frozen over the body of the witch who saved a princess's life. The body of one of their own. Sunken in sludge, Eva's and Neva's faces melted to terror and shame. They had betrayed each other and lost to the real enemy. In foolish vengeance, they had surrendered the balance they were entrusted to protect. But as eyes found the schoolmaster, their young faces hardened with purpose. Then all at once, the silver swan crests on both goods and evil's uniforms turned blinding white and came alive, shrieking, flapping. Instantly the tiny birds ripped free, blasted into the twilight sky, and coalesced into a glittering silhouette. The schoolmaster's face drained of blood as he looked up at a luminous ghost, a familiar face of snowy hair, ivory cheeks, and warm blue eyes. "You are a spirit, brother," the schoolmaster scowled. "You have no power without a body." "Yet," said a voice. He turned to see Professor Charlize limp from the woods through the school gates, bloodied by thorns. Trembling, Charlize gazed up at the ghost in the sky. "Please." From the sky, the good brother dove and smashed into Charlize's willing body. Charlize shivered, hazel eyes wide, then slumped to his knees, eyes closed. Slowly his eyes opened, sparkling blue. The schoolmaster backed up in surprise. The skin of Charlize's arms softened to white feathers, shredding his green suit away. Terrified, the schoolmaster turned into a shadow, fled across dead grass towards the lake, but Charlize flew into the air after him, human arms now giant white swan wings, and swerved down and snatched the shadow in his beak. With a searing bird's screech, he tore it apart, raining black feathers over the battleground below. From the sky, Charlize looked down at Sophie in Agatha's arms, tears welling in big hazel eyes at the first and last thing he would ever see. Then, his sacrifice done, he dissipated to gold dust and was gone. Faculty stormed from the castles, freed from the schoolmaster's curse. Professor Dovey stopped short first, then the others behind her. Lady Lesso's jaw quivered as Clarissa gripped her hand. Professor Anemone, Professor Sheeks, Professor Manley, Princess Uma all had the same scared, powerless faces. Even Castor and Pollux couldn't be told apart. All bowed their heads in mourning, knowing that they were too late for even the mercy of magic. In front of them, the children gathered around Sophie, dying in Agatha's arms. Agatha tried in vain to staunch the wound, a mess of tears. Tedros dove beside them. "Let me help," he said, taking Sophie in his arms. "No," Sophie wheezed, Agatha. Speechless, Tedros left her to his princess's arms. Agatha pressed Sophie to her chest, hands soaked with her blood. "You're safe now," Agatha said softly. "I don't want to be evil," Sophie panted through sobs. "You're not evil, Sophie," Agatha whispered, touching her decayed cheek. "You're human." Sophie smiled weakly. "Only if I have you." Her eyes flickered with life. "No, not yet," Sophie struggled. "Sophie? Sophie, please." Agatha choked. "Agatha," Sophie exhaled her last breath. "I love you." "Wait." Agatha screamed. Icy wind snuffed the last of the torches and the blackened good castle vanished behind dark fog. Sobbing, shaking, Agatha kissed Sophie's cold lips. Black feathers shivered on the dead ground between the children's feet. As they stared in horror, Agatha lay her head on Sophie's silent heart and wept into terrible silence. Beside their two bodies the cold, bloody Storian dulled to grey, its work finally done. As the teachers took children into their arms, Agatha stayed holding the body, knowing she had to let go. But she couldn't. Cheek wet with Sophie's blood, she listened to the sobs rise around her. The wind raked through war-torn sludge, her shallow breaths wither against a corpse. And the beat of a heart. Color returned to Sophie's lips. Glow warmed her skin. Blood faded from her chest. Her skin restored to its beautiful whole, and with a shocked breath, her eyes opened, emerald. Clear. Sophie? Agatha whispered. Sophie touched her face and smiled. Who needs princes in our fairy tale? Sun exploded through fog, coating the two castles in gold. As the grass around it greened, the Storian blazed with new life and soared back to its tower in the sky. Across the shores, children's robes, black, pink, blue, melted to the same silver, dissolving their division once and for all. But as jubilant students and teachers descended on the girls, they suddenly retreated. Sophie and Agatha had started to shimmer, and within seconds, their bodies turned translucent. They spun to each other, for in the wind, the two heard what the others couldn't, tenor tolls of a town clock, closer, closer. Sophie's eyes twinkled. A princess and witch. Friends, Agatha gasped. She whirled to Tedros. With a cry, her prince seized for her. Wait. Light slipped through his fingers. They were gone.